Hello everyone. Welcome back. It's been a bit of a break, but we are back here in Circuito Desafiante, Brazilian Tier 2 League of Legends, and we're into the playoffs. So that should be fun. Our matches, actually, the top 6 teams, I think, are not really surprising. Not necessarily the order I thought they'd be here in, because Red and Kate Stars really popped up and crushed it. Love to see that. And then it was Los, Stella, Kaboom, Corinthians, which I think makes sense. I think there was a kind of clear divide between them and then the rest of it. I mean, Dopamina, Rats, Rise had their struggles, and Flamengo, yeah, I don't even know where to start with Flamengo. So, that's it. The intros, they're still running the same intro as they did during the regular season, it looks like. Are they? Hold on. Maybe not. No, it's a different intro, but it feels like they're using the same clips from the beginning. So, I don't know. Okay, let's take a quick look at how the season ended, because I did miss last week, and I'm going to be fully honest, I actually did not catch up in the game. So I don't know what happened necessarily. It does look like the quote-unquote better team won in every single situation. So, Red Academy dominated Kaboom. Kate dominated SCCP. Oh, SCCP got a game though. That's interesting. So, looks really scrappy. This game won 31 minutes and oof, sheesh, almost 60 kills. So almost 2 kills a minute. That's crazy. Rebello 21, 2 and 11. Damn, Rebello's really starting to pop off. I'm actually super impressed. Because he was not somebody I had on my cards initially to be sort of like a big carry, so yeah. Props to him. And then, okay, so bracket, first game we'll play against Red Academy. Second game we'll play against Kate Stars Academy. The Academy team still, we'll see them tomorrow, actually. Both of them, which is going to be fun. Hey Ray, hello, greetings friend. I'm just trying to catch up with what happened last week. So it just looks like Red just actually matched hands with Kaboom and won. From the kill score, it looks like they were willing to fight a lot, which a little bit shocking. That says a lot about Red Academy, actually. Because if they beat them through macro, that's one thing. But to match hands with Kaboom is insane. Kaboom downfall. Actually, you probably watched the games, right? Was it Kaboom playing badly that put them in this position? Because yeah, from here it almost looks like Red played really well, but I can't really tell just from the scorelines. Ooh, wow, this is a stomp, 20-3. Okay. I assume they just out macroed Corinthians, because Corinthians macro has been questionable. Game 2, 28-13. Sting on a carry, I think helps a lot. Yeah, Sorolla looks like he got massively outplayed by Sting. Damn, these are highest kill scores. What the hell happened last week? Oh, you didn't get to watch them either? Okay. That's right, yeah, I didn't quite catch up. Hey, at least support from Konseki. Nice. Okay, no changes. This is the stellar roster we know and love. Really decisive playmakers as a whole. Mechanically, I would say they're probably the weakest mechanical team in the top 6, but I think their decisiveness and teamwork often makes up for it. This was probably my bet for the most mechanical team getting in here, but yeah, I'm not sure what to expect right now, given they kind of crumbled Red Academy. Like, I expected them to at least take one game, but who knows? Kaboom's very volatile. Yeah, this looks pretty one-sided too. Looks like Smalley kind of dominated. I guess the Elise Gambit didn't work out. I was never really that high on her as a support, so. Okay, Dopamina winning at this point is expected. Flamengo, I think, is just checked out, so unfortunately, they're dead. Rise versus Los should be one-sided. Yeah, 16-2 is expected. 2011. Okay, this is a slower game. Oh, okay, I see what happened. The 208, 0 and 7. That's nutty. Okay, that's fine. I didn't actually see Stella's games. We'll see that after. But for now, we're into draft, and they're actually showing us draft for a change. So, Hikey hyped. Okay, Kaboom is on blue side to start. They ban. Interesting. Lucian, Neferi, and Ari when they're blue side. And then we see kind of 80 carry bans plus Shinjao. That's probably a good idea. I think Wiz's Shinjao is quite scary. Talia, we answer immediately. Victor. I'm not denying Talia Pantheon. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I actually don't think Talia Pantheon is that crazy amazing. Like, I do agree it's good, but there are other champions that can take Pantheon's place. Like Vi is another one who could do the same thing. So if you're doing that for that reason, But yeah, I still do think I mean Pantheon's a fine pick. I personally am not sold on him that much. I think he's a bit conditional for my taste, and I'm not seeing enough global use to make him worth it. On paper, I can see it, but in execution, I think I would put Prio, Sejuani, Maokai, Neferi, heck, even Lilia above Pantheon personally. He's good for early though, and I think he's a good fit for Mukyo's playstyle specifically. Okay, that said, I don't really like what we've been seeing with this early Victor pickup. I don't think you need to pick Victor here. I would rather have seen a Prio pick, right? Like you could have picked your Jin in 1-2. You could have picked the Nico in the 1-2. I think Nico Pantheon can be very, very deadly in the right hands. I think Nico in general sets up good aggressive bot lanes. So I don't really like the Victor pick here. You could R3 this if you wanted. It's the new Aribai. Yeah, it's the new Aribai. Or like the old what was it? Xinjiao LeBlanc or J4 LeBlanc. Blind Victor. Yeah, I guess it's not technically blind because they did see the Talia, but yeah, I agree. I don't like it being picked this early. And then they continue pinching AD carry pool. Okay. They really don't want Skur to have some sort of early game influence. Lucian, Kalista, MF. What's left for early game? Caitlyn? Ashe? But Jin's pretty okay into both of those. And then we're taking out Yorick. Actually, this is really funny to me that we see the Yorick ban, because the last time these two met up was, what, 2 weeks ago? I remember watching the game, and I remember it was Hirit on Yorick, which just smashed the game wide open. So, I find it funny that Kaboom's banning a champion that Hirit did so incredibly well on. Like, I assume by this point in the series, in the season, Stella probably has an answer to Yorick, but yeah. Yorick is a noob killer, yeah. Well, Hirit's not a noob though, so I think I don't know. I guess he just don't want to deal with it. That's fair. Also, I think Yorick fits this comp pretty well, right? You've got Jin and Pantheon who have a long range, who can assist Yorick from pretty long range. So you can do 1-4 split push very effectively with this composition already. Like, yes, they have Talia, but then you'd have to find something that can match Yorick split push at the very least. If you can't, then you're just gonna get pounded, and then if you send back up, they'll just send back up. So his team though, I don't know, man. I'm still a bit of a house fan. I'm still a bit of a house believer. Okay, they go with Rel. I'm actually not a huge fan of Rel here. It's okay. It's not terrible. I just feel like your composition is not really teamfight comp. You're burning the Rel. Maybe you're just trying to deny it away from future drafts, but it just feels kind of bad. Yeah, I agree. I think Ali's better. Heck, I'd even take Nautilus over Rel in this situation. Rakan would be another good one, but I think Rakan's just an all-purpose pick. You don't need to pick Rakan here. And Rakan into Nico is a little bit dicey. Okay, we just go poke-ish. Lane dominance, I guess. Yeah, blinding the Jace top. This is a great blind. I still think it's a great blind. Sion? Would Sion be appropriate here? I feel like Sion would actually be not bad. Yeah, Nico support, yeah. Yep, exactly, Sion. That's the problem with leaving the Jace open, is that your only real option into the Jace comfortably is probably the Sion. You could go Gwen if you're feeling spicy about it, but Gwen is not the winning side of the matchup. Gwen is the skilling side of the matchup, so. Because Mad Lions play at top. Maybe he's cooking way too much. Yeah. Wait, when you say play top, you mean Nico? Because, yeah, if you're playing Nico anywhere but support, you're either APA in the mid lane, or, yeah, I don't watch you, so, or OC, so, okay. Either that, or apparently you're Mad Lions top laner. That's kind of wild. AP had a wonderful game of it this weekend, though, in the mid lane. But APA's been playing it, like, long time ago. Back when he was known for his ASOL, it was like ASOL, Ziggs, and Nico versus champion pool back then in tier 2. Yeah, APA is good. I agree. I want to see him play ASOL again, man. He used to play old ASOL, like before the rework. Back when you had the infinite orbs, basically. Oh, shoot, I forgot to screenshot, sorry. Let me screenshot this. Yeah, I like to screenshot just so I can see the pick order for future series, because to me, like the draft. Ooh, what the hell happened here? The draft Ryo kind of tells me a lot about what teams are thinking sometimes. Or not a lot, but it tells me about what teams are thinking. So I prefer to... let me zoom in a little bit here. Let's shrink this. Let's hop back to live. And okay, that's a good draft. We get to play it in playoffs. Yeah, the problem is Nico is not ban-worthy. She's good, but she's not ban-worthy. So unless teams are willing to take it away from him, like as a support pick right away, then yeah. I agree. I think Kaboom's draft is a lot more standard. It makes a lot more sense. You've got good team fight. You've got kind of winning lanes for the most part. So yeah, like Jace is a great lane pressure tool. Nico Ezreal is a really good lane pressure tool. I feel like Ezreal with any sort of enchanter feels really good in lane. Rel's gonna eat a lot of abuse. Talia can deal with Victor decently well. Like that won't be a problem, and you get move prio. I think Sejuani's really solid. Agree, I think Sion's going to be an issue, but I think Sejuani's going to be the exact same issue for Stella, right? Neither team has real tank busters. If Sedge built a little bit of magic resistance, then she'll be fine. A little bit of magic resistance and armor, and you're invincible, basically. Like one MR item, and then a bunch of armor, and you're good to go. Like, Victor won't be able to kill you through one MR, and then Jhin and Pantheon don't have enough sustained damage, so... Yeah, it's kind of a weird situation. I do heavily favor Kaboom's draft. I think Kaboom had a much better time of it. Stellar's way of playing, the Victor and the Rel don't fit everything else. You know what I mean? Like, this feels like pick. This feels like potential team fight. Or I guess actually that's not true. The problem is this part does not fit this part. Like, Victor, Rel, Asan want a team fight. Jhin and Pantheon kind of don't. So it's just really awkward. Is the lane free for Jace? Not really. Like, Jace still wins lane. Jace still gets CS advantage. But Jace struggles to kill the Sion. And then Sion just outskills. And at 6, Sion has kill threat with jungle pressure onto Jace. Because Jace's problem's dodging... Or, not say dodging, but... Like, you can dodge Sion. You can burn flash and you can dodge. But realistically speaking, if you dodge that, you're probably vulnerable to jungle part of the CC. So, Pantheon Sion should have a good time against Jace. Yeah. But so far from what we've seen in LTA South, we don't see that a lot. I feel like LTA South often does not use globals very well. LTA North is much better at using globals. Like, the amount of Talia Pantheons we've seen not using their ults at level 6 through 8, to me, is just baffling. Like, level 6 to 8, you should be using the ult. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I think this draft, really solid. Overall, pretty good. I like it. It's got poke. It's got engage. You've got tools, 4 out of 5. The only reason I'm not giving higher is because they don't have a good way to deal with the tank. Stella's composition, it's a little bit mixed for my taste. It doesn't really have hard counters to Kaboom. I'm going to give it a 2 out of 5. It's playable, but you're looking for picks with this comp. Picks or Aithuza needs to get really fed on Victor, and then hard carry team fights. It's possible, but yeah. Yeah. My biggest concern also for Stella is just the way the last time these two teams played out was Kaboom just smashed Stella. Like I said, I still remember that was only 2 weeks ago, and they absolutely just crushed Stella. So if Stella doesn't survive the laning phase, then the team fight's gonna be already unfavorable, and then it's just gonna be GG. So yeah, Mukio's Pantheon has a lot of work to do. Wait, I already saw this day, right? Yep, last day. Stella against Rats, 22-4, 31-8. Okay, this is, I think, where Stella excels is against weaker teams because their decision making starts to really shine. Mukio's Pantheon looks really good though, 12-1-8. Okay, so maybe he can do what he needs to do, and there's this Pantheon Jhin sort of duo combo to come through. I guess they're trying to repeat this draft a little bit here. A Camille instead of Sion makes sense for you here? Camille instead of Sion. Let me think about that for a second. Okay. I could see it. I think personally I don't like Camille here, but I can kind of see the angle you're talking about. You're swapping out a tank for a carry, and that gives you more pick potential, which I think works really well with the Jhin and the Pantheon, and to a lesser extent the Victor. Like, you can burst out one person really quickly with the Camille. So it's not terrible. Late game as well, she, I think, has more kill threat onto the Jace than a Sion does. Sion just out-tanks the Jace, but he shouldn't have that much kill threat. My big problem with Camille is more that it's just that she'll lose the laning phase. And in team fights, it's going to be a bit hard for her to play around the Nico and Talia in team fights. So I feel like if you pick the Camille here, you'd be doubling down on your strengths and your weaknesses. Like your team fight would be even worse, but your pick potential is higher. So yeah, it'd be okay. Like if they did it, it's a choice. I wouldn't say like it's terrible. I'd still probably give them a 2 out of 5, even if they ran a Camille here. It's just whether or not they can execute. I guess for me, because like I said, Stella's strength to me is their playmaking and decision making. I prefer a bit more tank because I fear that their mechanics aren't good enough to be able to win that matchup, especially into Hirit, when Kaboom is basically Hirit gaming at this point. Yeah, it's kind of team dependent. Like if Kaboom did that, I'd probably be more comfortable with it because Hirit's just him for Kaboom. So. Okay. Yeah, and then the winner of this will play against Red Academy. I forget if... Let me double check. Are they... Double Elim? Yeah, they're double Elim. Okay, so it's fine. Yeah, nobody gets eliminated. That's fine. That's okay. Himrit. Yes, Himrit. To be fair to Kaboom though, they're not as dependent on them as like Leviathan was on, say, Cody, you know? Like Leviathan on Sunday was depressing to watch. It really felt like if Cody couldn't do anything, the team was just dead in the water. Or like Fu for Fuxi W7M. Though, I saw the interview that Fu did after their loss, and he was saying like, oh, you know, he's really proud of the team improving every week. I actually agree with him. I do think Fuxi W7 got better every single week, and by the end of it, it wasn't just the Fu show. You know, like other players were stepping up, other players were making things happen. I think Hidan stepped up huge for that team. And Marvin, I think, has been growing about what I expected. The problem is just the other rookies to split have been fantastic. Like Tatu and Morteus has been phenomenal. To be fair, I think Brazil has some really good rookies almost every year. Like there's usually one big rookie every year. This year I think we had 2. Yeah. Left was depressing, and then I watched DSG play, and I was like, okay, I guess every conference has their Lev, I guess, who just gave up and died. Looks better than Leviathan. Yeah, agreed. And that just makes me really sad. I'm a big Prods fan. I thought it was really sad when Payne kicked him off. Even though Corey's been fantastic, I still feel bad for Prods. But man, did they have a bad finish to Split 2. I hope they fix Split for Split 3. Like they need to fix stuff for Split 3. I think it was CEO or Cody. I can't remember. One of them was saying that they're probably gonna make big changes in the offseason. So, oof, Skuro, nice. Yeah, Tatu is nuts. Dude, I was watching Yuji play on Team Liquid on Sunday, and I was just thinking, man, like this guy's like Tatu. We got big rookie junglers coming up in both the north and the south. That's spicy. That actually makes me look forward to Split 3 a little bit more when we get the cross-conference thing again. Yeah, I would imagine... Well, the problem for me for Fluxu W7M is the only player who I feel like needs to be changed out is actually probably Ganks in the jungle. Besides that, I'm actually kind of okay with their roster. I think they need coaching staff is the problem with for that team. Like I don't really want to see Hidan, Marvin, or Giggs get benched. Like maybe you swap out Giggs, but I don't think Giggs did anything wrong. Oh, did Muko just steal that? Hold up. Oh, okay, no. Wiz secured it. I'll say that'd be so funny if Muko just walked past and stole it. Okay. Unfortunate for Muko. He pays the iron price. He tried to steal. He got greedy. Damn. Hear it? That dive, bro. Hear it fueling himself a bit too much. That is how the Jace Sion matchup goes though. Right? Like Jace is used to being able to burst people down, but with the Soul Furnace and with just the health and sometimes grasping and dying, Sion is deceptively tanky on these dives. So you need to like be able to overkill him. If not, it doesn't work. And now he has no flash. Ooh, good dodge. If he took that last spear, yeah, it'd be kind of rough. Ironborn reference. Honestly, I don't know where that reference is from. I got it from 404. 404 has some really like cool sayings that he says a lot. So one of them is paying the iron price. So that gets in my head. No, here it don't flash. And right here he gets debated. Right freaking here. Oh, that flash from Zekis was spot on though. Zekis is another player who's been really popping off this split. Problem is, he's good, but I feel like there's quite a few good top laners in Brazil, so it's kind of tough for him. Oh, that was just the edge of it. Oh, he almost got away. That's sad. Hey, Lunar. Bets from Game of Thrones, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. It sounds good though, and I like it. Diving aside, clueless. Yeah, it's just so iffy. It's so hard. Like this last weekend too, we saw who was it playing the Scion? I can't remember who, and then like surviving on I think it was 40 something health on Saturday morning. So it was I think the Fury of Pain game. Not gonna lie, my cast on Sunday was not good. Like 404 and I were struggling. Poor 404 was reducing. I feel so bad for him. He stepped up huge, man. If not, we wouldn't have a stream again. But we, yeah, I think he's pretty sick of us not having a stream on Sunday. So he stepped up huge for us. But yeah, the audio issues were funny. It was plaguing us, and so we were kind of distracted. And then the game itself was terrible because Leviathan did nothing. I was trying so hard not to flame them. And I know that we were on the LTA North stream too, so I really didn't want to flame them. But it was like, come on, guys. Leviathan, please. You got some of the Cassie like that, yeah. It was the old CB LOL English vibes, you know, back in like when we were self-producing. And we had so many production issues before we had good producers like Rose or Chippy. Yeah. I guess in a way it's good that it was me and 404 because it's kind of old vibes, right? Like that's how we started. Yeah, we're actually the only two founders who are still actively casting. Like Dia's still around. Like he was on the podcast last week. Dia's still around. He's doing a lot more back-end stuff. I don't know what happened to Root this split. He just vanished. Oh, good ball. Aithusa has flash though. He should be fine. Yeah. Well played. The gravity field saved him. It managed to stall out house long enough. Well played, well played. And good from house to use his ult at level 6 to 8. Remember what I was saying, like level 6 to 8, I want to see globals being used, right? Even if you're just using it for lane, that's fine. Even if you're using it to just get back to lane, okay, that's less fine, but I will accept it. I just hate it when like globals just sit till like level 11. And it's like, what the hell is the point? This is the most impactful part of the game for him. 7 did well. Root can't handle it anymore. Wait, what happened to Root? Oh, já tinha algumas posicionadas aqui no Rio, mas vamos observar porque provavelmente a gente pode ter uma luta aqui por esse objetivo. I didn't see anything about Root in Twitter's. That's usually where I get most of my BR news from. Twitter. It's why I'm not on Blue Skies. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, Root. Oh, probably when I talk about Root, sorry, Root dude. Our original UK guy before Trajan joined us. Our UK people are great though. Trajan's wonderful. Trajan's the guy who's holding the podcast together right now. Okay. Stella really getting grubs for free? I actually don't understand why teams don't contest grubs more frequently. Nice pick again. Like I feel like grubs are more impactful. There's only one set of them. They're so much more important now. And teams seem to just give it for free more than they used to, which is really weird to me. Oh well. Especially when Kaboom could have just probably won that fight at any given time. Yukio is level 6, and for Pantheon, that's kind of a power dip, because the outloaded part, like, part of his damage loaded to an ult, and it's hard to use it in the middle of a fight, so if you can force the fight on Pantheon, he struggles a little bit at 6. Yeah, Root did the caster. Yeah, Axe left us, which is sad. So, yeah, the only two are actively casting this split are me and 404. Yeah, Trajan's been around it long enough, he almost feels like a founding member, though. Our grub's useless, Lunar. They're still really strong. The only thing that's kind of useless-esque about the grubs compared to the old set of grubs was the XP. The XP value is not as great, so... From what I've been told, it means that like junglers don't hit 6 off of it if they rush it. They need to pick up another camp or two. That one I'm not 100% on, but I've been told like that's the major downside why junglers aren't like prioritizing it quite as much. But I think like in terms of buffs and what it does for your team, it's still huge. Same caveat applies. If you don't have a team that can split push or leverage it, and you have a very weak early game, I get why you'd want to surrender it, but I'm seeing a lot of teams who could use it just not go for it, which I find is very weird. Like Kaboom especially, like this comp would do very well with Grubs, right? Like your Jace can technically split push early, especially early against the Scion. Your Talia can give you that side lane pressure as well. And specifically, Skuro and Reaper have been winning their lane hard enough that they are getting chip damage. If they have Grubs, they could take the turret. You like Grubs for solo queue? I like any objectives for solo queue. They also don't do anything. They do, Lunar. They still do the exact same things they used to. They give you the additional damage to turrets, and if you get all three, you get the Grubs, the mites, void mites. If someone does something stupid, just demolish it out. Yeah, exactly. Staying in lane, trading XP and plates for bot control is significantly more important. Okay, so here's my argument against that, Lunar. I don't think you have to surrender lane. Like you don't have to surrender XP and plates in order to get it. You can leave your bot laners here if that's the case, right? Like for example, I'm looking at Kaboom here. You have Jace, Talia, and Sejuani, where House had shove and Hirit had shove. Like you saw how well they collapsed onto Mukio right there. They could have done that at any time, like without sacrificing anything. But they chose not to because they would rather just sack those two for a little bit more push. They don't get any actual plates from what they did. They just get a bit more shove. And I do know that like some of the NA teams or the LTA North teams are talking about like lane swapping their bot lanes up still. You still get the plates and you still get control. And if you swap and the other team doesn't swap, depending on, usually you still get more plate advantage than the other team does. So, yeah, you know, like if they make the moves and don't pull the trigger because something happened, that makes more sense to me. But to not even try is I think where I'm not kind of happy with it. And by the way, this is not like about Kaboom. This is not about CD. That statement as a whole is more about tier 1 as a whole, more than Kaboom. Like, I don't want you guys to think. I don't want people to think that like I'm bashing on Kaboom here or tier 2 League of Legends. Like I don't expect perfection from these teams, especially not Kaboom. Kaboom is a hand team. Their macro is not their strong point. Let's put it that way. AD carries when they have to pay for objectives. Literally, Lunar is an AD carry. So yeah, the mindset checks out. How much CS are you gaining, Lunar, compared when you don't go for Grubs, when you don't get prio for Grubs? And again, you don't have to move for Grubs necessarily. I don't expect you to hit the Grubs, right? But just be there. And if the other team does not respond, then you don't have to move, and then you don't lose CS, right? You don't lose 2 waves for it. If you're losing 2 waves for it, something's gone wrong. Like you probably screwed up if you lose 2 waves for it. Or you are not the team who should be going for Grubs in the first place. Like you don't have the power to do it. Like if you're evenly matched, if you're evenly matched, it shouldn't be 2 waves that you're dropping. If you're ahead, you won't even have to drop much of a wave at all. Like maybe half a wave tops. You're only losing 2 waves if you're behind. Ooh, that was so close from Skuro and Reaper. That's pretty good too. That was blind. Graftar gives that up gladly. Yeah. Yeah, actually, this is a good meta for Graftar, man. Like his Annie was clean. Oh. Dang, Navit. Why? Oops, not hard. Definitely not hard eyes. Years as we get into another pause. Boo, why are we pausing? Were there pauses last week? Actually, Lunar, did you watch the games last week? By any chance? I saw Ray, but I lack context. I saw only the quote about how he said he's gonna be like a bit more play more bad, I guess, or not bad. Like, what's the translation they used? Damn it. I think Mize was the one who posted it. I took it to mean that he's gonna play more like what he wants to do, right? But my problem is I don't know what Graftar wants to do. Maybe Graftar just wants to help Aegis, you know? And that's all he wants to do.
fato, pro mid game da Kabum, que tende a
Okay.
ser mais forte por conta da composição, esse dano um pouco mais explosivo, digamos assim.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think this one's gonna be a 2-0 between Stella and Kaboom. I actually think Kaboom is one of Stella's not so good matchups in general, because Kaboom just like outplays them so hard they can't do anything. So I think this is a 2-0. The later game between Corinthians and Los is more interesting because it looks like Corinthians took a game off Red. So week 9, yeah, there we go. Corinthians, yeah. Sorry, not Red. Cade. They took a game off Cade. I think that could potentially be more interesting. I also don't remember the last time Los played Corinthians. When was it? Oh, it was when Corinthians was in their slump, so yeah. I actually don't know what to expect, because Corinthians had that weird slump. I don't know if they came out of it, I'm going to be honest. Their win against Dopamina was like expected, and then against Cade and Red, it's like hard to tell when they're so dominant, so... A lot of people criticize Graftar and lacking ego, so he's going to be selfish, which you think is dumb. I don't know, we'll see how it works out. I think he's been a bit too selfless, so a little bit of selfishness could be good. I think it's just a balance of trying to find like the right amount of farm versus... Yeah. I don't know if playoffs is the time to do it though. Ooh, good flash from Harriet. Okay, but this is why I say like this idea is good. It was just poorly executed. This is why Sion into Jace, right? You get that ability to kind of go onto the Jace. He has to burn flash to dodge your ult. Ooh, yeah, and then freaking Sion tanks for days. Nice. Yeah, they brute force that. Okay, that's good. We actually see the gank come through. We actually see the Sion do something. I'm down for it. This gank? Okay. This gank's a lot harder. Let's put it that way. Yep, they end up losing one. Those ganks were not the same. Wiz needed to be one tanking that turret. Okay, we'll play from Stella. And that's Kaboom's hands moment right there. They thought they could just outplay in the dive. Yeah, Wiz is not in position for this dive yet. When they start going. Yeah, because they were waiting for Skuro. That's why Wiz takes forever to get there. And then Reaper ends up dying to basically turret. Yeah, ooh, nice laser. I'll play for my Ithusa. It's super good too, because Ithusa is the big carry condition for Stella here. Celo's gonna struggle. So.
Aí sim, né, a Kabum conseguiu fechar a questão das proezas, né, ter as botas já aprimoradas, mas ao mesmo tempo a Stellai vai
Rod of Aegis, Victor.
no atual do jogo, né, conseguindo ainda fazer frente.
Okay. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like Aries have moved away from Rod of Aegis since the nerf came through on it. I was low-key hoping most of the mages would walk away from Rod of Aegis too. That's fine, I guess. Ithusa's not playing for early mid anyways. He's playing for late. Early mid is Mukio and Celo's problem. What happened to damage again? I have no clue. I mean, Reaper came in a couple weeks ago. I don't remember seeing anything about damage. Actually, let's look up Kaboom. I'm going to check Kaboom's Twitter and see if they said anything about it. Actually, yeah, I didn't even notice that here is 0-2. What happened to him, bro?
Para fora da sua selva. Perigo altíssimo com os ninjas se apresentando na região.
Deram bastante dano no cavalo, não decidiram engajar para tentar uma eliminação, estavam bem avançados dentro da selva adversária. E é importante também porque acabam tirando vida.
Oh, I think there was an announcement actually.
Percebe pelo mapa que ficou
Hold up a second.
na rota inferior, né? Toda a Stellai tá nesse lado superior para tentar contestar. Agora sim, o Sion vai saindo e vem um engage da Kabum.
Ok, ultimate pra cima do Melchior.
Mukio should be fine here. He's got backup.
Sai então uma ultimate que não vai verter em eliminação. Mas a gente pode ter um possível segundo tempo de fight aqui com o House e a Ithusa se confrontando no topo.
O time da Kabum parece querer muito essa torre tier 1 aqui da rota superior, só que a Stellai não quer ceder, né? O Melchior ainda não sai daqui.
Okay, no, there was a thing from May 12th, which is last week, about Skuro getting in trouble. in solo queue, and so he couldn't play last week, and so Reaper had to play for him. But I don't see anything about damage.
Que pelo menos por enquanto se mantém de pé, mas o próprio time da Kabum vai
Oh, wait.
voltar lá para o superior. E aí, vamos ver se o time da Stellai vai fazer agora esse movimento e dominar esse objetivo.
Okay, there was something about a vlog on May 8th about Reaper and Damage are going to be splitting time in lane, I guess. So, I don't see anything about why.
Eles conseguiram até que organizar bem o mapa. O problema é que eles vão perder a torre lá da rota superior. Vai ser essa troca pro time da Kabum.
E para uma limpeza completa de torres, Tier 1, a equipe do
Oh.
Kabum está bem adiante. Agora a aclamação
Okay.
até no escuro vai ser o alvo focado e o alvo eliminado.
The kill got denied from Solo because of the
Se movimentou
The CC.
pouco no mapa. O time dele tava
That's
ele
unfortunate.
acabou tentando ir pro lado da base dele, mas não era onde o time dele se encontrava. A Stellai que tava por ali.
I mean, I get what Solo was going for. He wanted to make sure that he couldn't run away, but it was just funny.
Querendo trazer essa entrada, posicionamento não
Oh, but yeah, here comes the Kaboom Pain Train. It don't stop. Oh, Mukio? No way. No way, Mukio. Yo, he's still alive. I can't believe this. That's disgusting. If Mukio turns back, he's asking to die. He just needs to walk away from this. Like, his team's already struggling. He does not want to get involved.
E a Kabum continua perseguindo, mas já tava passando
Oh, wow.
de sair fora daí.
You're actually killing Zekas. I didn't think they could. Never mind. Damn. That took forever, but they did kill Sion. Okay. Oof. Kaboom's just brute forcing this, yeah. It is so forced.
Essa eliminação pra cima justamente do Sion, dos Zekas, e achei que a Kabum se correu muito risco. Não sei
But that's
se
how Kaboom plays, right? We're just better, and then we
vão
just
levar agora,
force
né, que eles vão
onto
conseguir
them.
depois dessa luta, ganhar um pouquinho de visão, mas aí tá todo mundo voltando pra base, então não é uma luta que vira objetivo, e lógico, é porque também a Stellai tinha acabado de gastar bastante coisa naquele pick-off pra cima do
Yeah,
Sion.
I don't see them.
Mas
I don't see anything on
É uma luta
Kaboom's
que
Twitter
foi
about
muito por terreno, porque
why
o Atacan
Reaper's
já
in
está
over
livre
damage.
e é na parte superior do mapa, e observa que
I just see that they split time. There might be like a behind the scene vlog on it, perhaps.
o time da Stellai até já limpou algumas, então
I'm gonna be honest, it's kind of hard for me to watch a lot of their vlogs because there's no like
observa
English
que
translation.
a luta por
And-
essa informação
Oh, maybe Kaboom's is watchable because they
consegue
might do
interferir
in
das
English maybe.
duas equipes. O Celo tomou essa ultimate, vai precisar
Yeah.
já voltar pra base e pode ser o momento ideal pro time da Kabum fazer o atacante.
Okay. Considering that the kill score is so close, the gold's mostly coming from turrets. Kaboom's just forcing in that way. It's kind of just the superior laning that I was concerned about. It's not even like better team fight necessarily. You can see the leads in every single lane, man. Holy. Especially the bot lane. Oof. Hear it nuke.
É, a Kabum vai conseguindo
Miraman is hurting right now.
pequeno pra cima da Stellai, e a Stellai parece que não tá preparado ou atento o suficiente pra jogar contra um time que tá sufocando. que
What
tá
are you
avançando
puzzled about, Lunar?
dentro da selva deles, encontram
Why the
mais
question mark?
eliminação pra cima do cavalo, e eles vão ficando muito sem visão, muito sem sentinela, muito sem mapa, e o atacante nascendo no topo.
É, isso é extremamente prejudicial, essa falta de informação do time da Stellai aqui num
4.5k
quadrante
gold
do mapa em que tem um
differential.
grande objetivo vivo, que é o atacante. Barão também vem daqui a mais ou menos 3 minutos.
Like, part of me still thinks Stella could teamfight this.
Dragão até não é uma grande
I mean, they've been doing
qualidade
decently
agora.
so far, but then they really shouldn't be able to at a
Esse
4,500
contato
gold
até o
deficit.
momento, eu acho que o atacante tem uma força, né? Tem um poder muito maior, um apelo
Yeah, I think we've hit
muito
that
grande,
kind of lull state right now where Kaboom doesn't feel strong enough to be able to force Atakan. They kind of are if they set this up right, but really what they should be doing is clearing vision and just setting up ambush somewhere in rotation. They pick one and then they take Atakan. There's nothing else on the map for them to play right now. The split push is not going to be that good for them. If they want to split push, it's probably like 1-4 and play around the top side. Don't try and TP Herod in late because you want Herod there for early poke. You can't believe Bren got evicted for 10. Dude, I got so baited by you, Lunar. When you posted that, I thought Bren made 9th, and so I put like I had the party emote. Oh, hold up. I think they're still. Oh, Mukio's living on slivers again. Oh, Mukio gets out again. That's disgusting. That's actually disgusting. Oh, they canceled the curtain call. Is it enough though? I think it should be. Surely it must be. Kaboom is fighting so split. It's so painful. Okay. They got House. Sorry, they got Aituza. They should be able to clean up. Ooh, good flash from Wiz. Mukio just lost a 1v1 against an AD carry. Okay. Shock blast, shock blast, shock blast. Shock blast. Oh, yep, there we go. Good shock blast damage. There we go. Nice clean from Kaboom. I want to replay of that fight. It started off so messy. Like, the target selection from Kaboom looked really weird. I can't tell if it's good or bad. Like, it looked bad to me, but maybe there's a reason? I don't know. It looks really messy. Okay, yep. Lunar, he's been holding 10th down hard. To be fair, a lot of us I feel like have been locked in positions for a long time. You've been first for a long time. I've been 5th for a long time. 4x4's been in 7th for a long time. So, here it is, start of this BS. Hey, give some credit to Skuro too, man. Skuro had enough too. He was just... He freaking saw Mukio and was like, bro, I have a level on you. I don't know how Skuro has a level on Mukio. Our junglers are in... Actually, no, our AD carries in this game. Dude, AD carries are up, junglers are down, junglers are down. Junglers are under level for some weird reason. Ray passed Dark Knight for a second. Let's go, Ray. Yo, hey, Arkson. Feel free to lurk, buddy. I appreciate you being here. You're going full pain. You see, okay, this week I'm either going full pain or full FlyQuest, I think. I'm not quite decided yet which one I want to go for. Because I'm a little bit scared of Pain Lao. That series always has weird things. Oh, okay, Cavallo's trying to make things happen. This is a Hail Mary from Stella. Yeah, Mary's not listening. Okay, they hailed. She did not answer. Did they find Wiz at least? Okay. Oh, the 3. Oh, no, didn't quite catch it. That's fine. It's still fine. 1 for 4, you take that, man. Easy clap. Please push. Please don't go for objectives. Please push. Like, take the inhibitor and then you can fall back onto Dragon into Baron. This game, Dragon kind of doesn't matter. It should be over before we hit Elder or so. Okay, fall back into Dragon. If they don't fall back to Dragon, they're liable to lose it. It's not that big a deal, but just optimally. Yeah, decent amount every week with Pain. That's fair. Oh, you want to go full FlyQuest, but there's money? Yeah. Yes, but also they're up against Shopify Rebellion, and Licorice has been... Yeah. I just can't trust him right now in the top side, so even if Bippo throws, I don't believe he throws as hard as freaking... It's not Licorice, Fudge, my bad. I don't think he throws as hard as Fudge. Yeah. Sorry, good catch. My head was still on Lion and how they threw their game, because that was Licorice. Licorice was doing... Actually, that's not true. I think Fudge has been performing better than Licorice in general. So, I was going to say he's doing a Fudge cosplay, but no, Fudge has been better than Licorice. Halofox is the one that's been griefing me on that particular team. Yeah, TL is good. I think I'm a big fan of Yuji, always was. I mean, even when he was an ACL. My only concern is that they're up against C9, so I don't know if they'll be able to get as many points, and I think C9 will be a bit more careful. I think Shopify actually boomed against TL, and that's why they racked up so many points. So. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Shopify make a roster change and bench Palafox after the split, because it was kind of bad. Like, yeah, this split has not, this year has not been great for Palafox, unfortunately. By the way, guys, I want to highlight Kaboom did not go for Dragon. At the end of the day, they still did not go for Dragon. Cello was trying so hard for her there, he just kind of got dumpstered. Like, he just stood there while the team was backing off because he wanted to get hit so bad. Yeah, Stella is just... I don't know. They're just trying to get what they can, I guess. They know the game's over. Or at least that's how it feels like right now, the way they're playing. Who do you get those, Scara? Hey man, I was a Scara enjoyer back in the day, but yeah, it's been a while since Scara's played competitive, let's put it that way. Okay, Kaboom is low-key... They could end. They could push harder than this. Okay, I hope they just spend and end the game. There's no reason for them to stall anymore. They're so far ahead. If you can't end with a 13k gold lead after having spent it, I don't know what we're doing. They still got Baron buff too. Like, screw the dragon, man. Just push an end. Good tier 2 teams can promote so they won't give away players. Well, okay, so that's why my problems with the current system. Like, I'm happy there's promo relegation, but only one team getting a chance to promote means that some teams might give away their players. They might not think it's worth it trying for that one spot, right? And yeah, I think for the North at least, it's just like, okay, it's DSG. I think that's definitely beatable and promotable. In the South, I think it's a little bit more complicated because if IE starts scaling up, they probably should be able to beat all the tier 2 teams. Like we saw in Split 1, they were good enough to take all the tier 1 teams, so yeah. Kaboom's making Stella look like Pain versus Loud in the final. I don't know what you mean by that, Winner. This game is not close. The Pain Loud finals are at least kind of close. It's depressing because it gets close. And then Pain craps a bit. Except when they didn't, and they fixed it. And even that game, even that series was kind of close. So this is not close. Yikes. When I watch a true tank get just melted like that. Yikes. That's my thing with Athusa too. He was like this when he was in INTZ. The INTZ? Yeah, INTZ. Where in good games, he looks bad. In bad games, he looks good. It feels like kind of bait. Like this game, they lose, and Athusa actually looks pretty good. But they didn't win, so it kind of doesn't matter. Okay. Salt win from Kaboom. It's pretty much what we expected. They're just better mechanically. They just outhands mechanically. The macro was not amazing. I can see why they get beat by the academy teams. Yeah, and like I said, it's just a really bad matchup for Stella. If it's another team where they get a little bit closer in terms of hands, I think Stella makes this match. That makes the game a lot closer. Here it was 0-0, by the way. Yeah. I look tired, Arxon. Is it because my eyes keep closing? my camera, I think it's my glasses. The camera is having problems reading my eyes through that, if it's my closing thing. That's why I keep winking too. My model keeps winking. Or this is the way I'm speaking? Oh, okay. I'm not that tired today. Like, today I'm the same as I usually am for CD. If anything, I'm actually happy to be back. I did actually miss watching CD. I do enjoy CD. CD is like a good way for me to unwind during the weekdays. So, yeah. Well, what was that tweet? Hold up. What is this? Sorry. I'm opening Google Translate. Give me a second. I forgot the hell. What am I looking at here? Hold my hand, Ranger. We have a Circuito to win. Today is not the day they need a savior. Let's put it that way. Today is the one that Kaboom's expected to win. Yeah, I probably just sound a little bit tired because the game's not hyped to me, you know? Like, the game is kind of going the way we expected, and if it's just Kaboom just smashing Stella, it's kind of like, okay. Like, it's not like they're doing anything crazy. They're just playing the game, and Stella just looks like they can't win, so. Ray, here it was 0-0. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened. That's why you pick Sign into Jace. It just kind of, you know. Yeah, it just makes Jace not have a fun game. So, tough for her. Ray, you watched offline TV before watching League. Oh, okay, so you had no idea who Scar and Mark Z were. Wait, is Mark Z part of offline TV? I don't watch that much offline TV, so I don't actually know if Marcy's on it. I know Scar from like back in the Dignitas days, when his jungler was Jat, scumbag Jat at the time. That's an old callback. Yeah, see, I think it looks good in losing matches. I don't think Stella played the game that wrong necessarily. Like, they could have been a little bit more aggressive in the early game. I just think they're outmatched by hands, which is why I don't know, in a best of 5, there's like a 0% chance I ever think Stella wins that series. In a best of 3, like I think they've got like a single digit chance to win a series. In a best of 1, they could still pull off something, but yeah. You just can't match hands. LRS isn't going to be competitive. LRN is the better LLA. That's not a good sign. Yeah, that means IE will probably be able to defend their spot. I think for IE, the bigger question is whether the org actually exists next year. Even if they survive promo relegation, I don't know, rumors has it that the two orgs, the CEOs are fighting. Or not fighting, but there's a lot of talk about them splitting up. So, hey, maybe you get promoted because IE just gives up their spot, right? Who knows? Marcio was in love with their stuff. Ah, that was cool. He was a co-founder? Okay. Yeah, like I know Skara started Offline TV more just as a gaming house because he was kind of lonely. So I guess it makes sense. You know, Marcio probably needed a place to stay as well. The commish. Yeah, I mean, he got a girlfriend. It's. I don't expect you to stay in a in a content house. You know, if your girlfriend, if you get an SO and their SO is not part of the content house team. You know, like if you're both in the content house, then that's fine. But if not, I could imagine it gets difficult. Yeah, it's just like all these plays I'm watching. It's just like, yeah, okay. The first couple was Kaboom kind of overreaching, but once Kaboom calmed down, this game just it has no suspense. So I guess I'm just kind of watching for Stella to try and do something in game 2. The draft I didn't like, but I don't think it's horrific. Like they still have ways to make plays, and that's really all they need for Stella. None. Wait, this guy is Toast still part of Offline TV? I know like a lot of people have changed out from the old Offline TV, so I don't know if Toast is still there. I feel bad for Toast, man. Toast is having problems in League. Mans cannot put together a roster to save his life right now. He lost his patience and just decided to win. He stopped watching when Toast quit Hearthstone? Okay. That's fair. That's a long time ago, actually. Yeah, I don't really follow Offline TV though, so I don't know who's there, who's not. I remember hearing some drama though. I think like the last time I really thought of Offline TV, no, but I wasn't even watching it back then. It was when the Fed guy got into like some weird situation with like Pokimane and the other girl in Offline TV, who I forget her name, like their manager or something. I don't remember. Yeah, but that was like years and years and years ago. Drama emote is Pokimane. Is it actually? That's hilarious. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Let's go take a look at LTF Hamza. Have they opened the market? Like, can I start picking my next week's roster yet? Oh, this market's still closed. Market's still closed. Oh, hour 6 minutes. Okay. So we'll get to pick later then. Yeah. I'm sad to say I betrayed the South. I went to the North. Audi was my screw up this week. But I can't even call it a screw up because he did well considering his team lost. Like, putting up almost 20 points is actually really good. Quid was popping though. Quid was bussin'. It's 7 o'clock BRT. Yeah. I remember like they used to open on Tuesdays, so on Monday I couldn't do this. But yeah, you can tell that when I gave up and actually went to the North, my score shot up. I don't know what that says about me. I think the North is just easier to predict. Like when you get a top 4 versus bottom 4 in the North, it's pretty much free points. Except for 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves is a little bit dicey. Like them losing to Shopify was a screwy week. But yeah. Like I said, I'm not sure if I should go full Pain or full FlyQuest. Because I think Pain and Lao, their series get kind of weird. Like it feels like Lao just has some sort of buff against Pain. And then Pain just gets kind of weird against Loud. So I kind of don't trust them. I think I'm just going to go full FlyQuest. Fly is up against who this week? I forget who they're up against, actually. Oh, it's Shopify, isn't it, actually? Oh, wait, no. I need playoffs. They up against Shopify. Freaking A, they're up against Shopify. Yeah. Dude, 100 Thieves lost to Shopify was the funniest thing that happened, man. It screwed the bracket so hard. You'd argue Pain's about my fantasy because if they do bad, I'll be sad. True, but if they win, Ray, I'll be happy. Then if they win and score high, I'll be doubly happy, right? That's how this works. Double the happiness or double the sadness? I don't know. Maybe 100 Thieves, damn it. 100 Thieves might stick around. I mean, they haven't said anything. And I think this split, they've been doing pretty well. So maybe the Aura will stick. Why 95 Thieves? Yeah, this is, yeah, it's just really funny to me that 100 Thieves screwed up to Shopify, ended up lower bracket because of it. And now Shopify's up here. Yeah, I'm okay, I think I'm going full FlyQuest. If I can afford full FlyQuest, I'll go full FlyQuest, I think. Damn, Bibbo's expensive, bro. What the hell? Okay, maybe I go Wiser. For that one. Ah, but Wiser Robo is the bad lane in the Pain matchup. Sheesh. I actually might not have enough for full FlyQuest because FlyQuest is like top of the table in almost every metric. Okay. Damn, I was gonna drop Inspired for Karaoke, but they're the same price anyways, so. Quad's kind of the one I want because up against Palafox, Quad should have an insanely good series. Karaoke, yeah. Yeah, Karaoke is gonna body Shinny, man. It's also super bad for Shinny because Shinny's the primary engage for his team. So when his lane starts to lose or in a losing situation, Shinny's stats are always gonna be really, really, really bad. Like it's not even like he's bad. But it's just, yeah. Lunar, why are you screwing me in the LTA fantasy discussion? Why would you say that? I did not realize that you meant that he went down. I really thought that you meant Bren went up. Liz firing shots at you. Nice. You know what, just for that, Lunar, I am going to gloat about your bad week on the podcast this week. Just because you screwed me over when it came to Bren. Bruh. Yeah, but unfortunately, Karaoke is the same points as Inspired, so swapping them out doesn't change anything for me. I do think Inspired will body Contracts, because I think Contracts, as we saw last week against Team Liquid, if he falls behind, he gets in trouble. I think the one that I might swap out is maybe Boost. If I can't afford it, it'll probably be Busio for I need price. It'll probably be Busio for Curry. Because Curry is 1.8 is not that big a difference. Yeah. Freaking Bippo is just so far ahead. Actually, 1.8 is decent. Yeah, I think I can afford that. We'll see how it goes. One hour's time. We'll start picking. Yeah. It's funny too because like my Audi was saved by the fact that I predicted the Maokai, like the win game was the one I got the champion bonus on it. So it kind of saved my score. If not, it would have been really bad. Yeah, I got the Rumble predict as well. I didn't get a... I should have predicted Ari for Quid, but I was thinking the other team would actually take Ari away from Quid. I was a bit surprised he got it. And then, yeah. Okay. Game 2 draft, let's go. And they're giving us our drafts. Nice. Okay, it is Kaboom on the red side. So Stella opted for blue side. there are a lot of OP picks open. Gwen's still open for Zekas. I think that's a great pickup. Okay. Rumble works too.
Tá bom, tá bom.
Yeah, and Rumble plays well into Gwen early, so that's perfectly fine.
Ah, eu tô...
But I want to see like a full-on Wombo combo team comp here then, if we're running with this.
Ah, tá bom. Denúncia.
Não, toda semana você tá vindo só com facas pra cima de mim, né?
Oh, we are just running Ambessa into Rumble. Okay, Harriet. Harriet wants a solo carry, damn.
Sejam bem-vindos, invocadores.
Agradeço,
Entendeu?
agradeço
Aí,
seu apoio,
fechamos o
senhor
Pix-
GSTV.
Não, tamo junto.
Okay.
Tamo junto.
Você tá pronto?
Tô pronto, não, mas é daqui a pouquinho.
Tá
I
bom.
already dislike Kaboom's composition.
Resguarda. Prepara essa daí pra daqui.
I don't know, I think Ashe is
Mas,
pretty
olha,
good in
já
general.
tem, então, pelo lado aqui da Stellai, que escolheu o lado azul
Like,
pra
she is
esse
probably gonna get
jogo.
bodied by the
Mas
Kai'Sa
com
this game,
Kai'Sa
but
e Rakan, e pro lado
actually, I'm not
do
sure,
Rakan, a
'cause-
gente tem Ashe,
Ah,
Bessa,
in Celo I trust.
ok.
I think Celo can body
Particularmente
Skuro and Ashe.
exatamente
But I
a
think
Rakan,
Ashe is fine. She's probably one of the
Vamos
more
lá,
blindable AD carries in my
vai
opinion.
também. Tá bom, tá bom. Banimentos, então, do time da
Even if she
Cavalo,
does badly,
vamos
she still has
lá,
utility,
Marcel, a
so.
gente tem o Cone e Nock banidos,
Oh, what
e do
is
time da
this?
Stellai
Okay, wait,
retiraram
Wukong Nocturne ban.
Seraphine,
Seraphine ban?
super boa
Interesting.
trade de muita pressão,
Okay.
junto com a
Actually,
Ashe, e tiraram
I should do
também
like the Seraphine ban, because I think she does very well into the Rakan. And Stella obviously just wants the Wombo combo. Yeah. Pretty much as expected. Very standard comp from Stella. I like it a lot, you know. Probably a 5 out of 5, honestly. Oh, wow, they did it so fast, damn. Okay, sorry. I gotta like screenshot while they're hovering the Aurora, because they locked it so damn fast. Yeah, it is kind of weird that nobody cares about Gwen.
Quase perdi o ar, mas a finalização da equipe da Live
Nope.
com esse Maokai.
Yeah, there we go.
Vamos ver como é que vai ser desempenhado.
They chose
porque
it
o meu kill vai
so
sair
fast, hot
de
damn.
agressividade.
Okay.
longe. O Rumble também consegue lutar de longe, mas
I mean, I am biased towards Wombo combo comps in general, like teamfight comps, so obviously I'm gonna heavily favor Stella's composition. I think this is a wonderful composition. It's really good. Rumble laning is solid. Probably gonna win that. Maokai into Vi was actually an old school counter. We used to see a lot too. What happened? Okay, my stream stuttered. Not because you can stop Vi, but because you stop everybody else from following up on Vi. What is happening with my stream, bro? Okay. And then, yeah, I just think Yone's busted. I still don't get why his prio has been dropping. I think Yone's busted. I don't like the Aurora pick into Yone. I feel like that's a bad idea. Like, we've seen it so many times. You bully Yone early, and then what? Like, he just skills right back, and then he starts bodying you at one item. Rakan Kai'Sa into the Ashe is really good too. A lot of kill threat. Yeah, I actually think Stella has pretty good lanes and an OP composition. 5 out of 5 draft. Really, really good. The sick part is that it's a 5 out of 5 draft because Kaboom gave it to them. Kaboom just, yeah. Kaboom has options to play. They've still got pick and they've got individual playmaking. That said, I'm not a fan of this Aurora into Yone. I feel like that's screwing yourself. Ambessa later on, I don't know. Maybe Ambessa's fine. I don't know, 1.5 out of 5. Like, it's not lower because their hands are good enough to pull it off. Like, I still think Kaboom will win, even though the draft, there's like a huge draft gap. Stella just won this massively in the draft. If you're a coach, you'd struggle so much because Nefiri, Gwen, Rumble, Rares, Gwen are all important red headbands. Yone, Iron Swords, red headbands, yeah. I mean, that's when, as red side, basically, you kind of just go, well, we don't ban all of them, right? And then we leave 3 open so that blue side picks 1 and then red side gets 2, right? And also, you just prioritize which ones are the worst for you to get, or which ones you absolutely cannot give over. That's why we see a lot of like Nefiri bans, but Gwen is a little bit hit or miss in bans because a lot of teams think they can play around her, right? Same with Yone. A lot of teams don't think Yone is that big a problem, so they'll let Yone through instead. Varus has been. Varus sometimes makes it through as well, depending on how teams feel. Then yeah. 1-2 in blue is Yone Sedge. Sure, I agree with that. I think Sedge. Actually, no. I think Yone is the more important part because the other things can replace Sedge. Like you can run Wukong or Maokai. It's not as good as Sedge, but you can still go with it. But yeah. Like blue picks. So you mean red 1-2? Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. Red 1-2 makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's what most coaches have been doing is they perma ban Nefiri on red side, and then Varus is probably the highest prio out of that list that you kind of mentioned. then usually they kind of leave Rumble open because you do the Rumble Gwen handshake, right? Like one side gets Gwen, the other side gets Rumble. And or, you know, you can pull out a Jace as well as another option. So the top side bans are probably the least common just because there are other options you can still play. Like they're strong, but they're not like they're not unanswerable. There are things you can still do to match them. Whereas I don't think the Fury has a good answer right now in the jungle role. And then if you try and run a tank into it, it's still a problem. So. Yeah, Neferi's scaling is, I think, her biggest problem. Even if you shut her down, she just bounces back. Well, Gwen, aren't you smart? Because they won't pick both unless it's 5 quests. Yeah, true. Actually, true. Man. And Senna is actually farming AD carry right now, so... I know that it used to be Enchanter Senna specifically that you pair with the Rumble, but I do think AD carry Senna with Rumble kind of works too. Or like even Draven. Draven Rumble, I think would go really hard in the bot lane right now. Because your Rumble support is more about like raw damage and then the Electro Harpoon to slow people, and that will let Draven like just run people down. I think that duo probably would just be unmatchable in terms of raw damage. Like you probably have to run something like a Milio Lucian, and yeah, taking the Milio to disengage as well with the fire kick, and then you play with range and with the additional Lucian damage. Like I don't think any Kalista lane can match that if she gets hit by an Electro Harpoon. You have to dodge all the harpoons. Yeah, we'll see if anybody tries it though. It'll be fun. Maybe they do it against Shopify. Yeah, but for now, let's see how this one plays out. I hope Stella will win this game because I think they got a massive comp diff already. If they can't win with this comp diff, then yeah, at that point, just Stella can't win against Kaboom. Yo, where's Herod going, bro? Okay, and you got first blood into Stella. Surely Stella can win this game, right? Surely. Yeah, Herod was just overextended. Actually, I do want to see how they ended up around Herod. That's so weird. Because Herod starts there. Oh, Cavallo. Sneaky, sneaky. He doesn't get spotted by Wiz. That's what happens. Actually, that's really, really smart. Herod still needed to run this way. I think the moment he thought about going this way, it was terrible. Like, I get that you saw Cavallo there, but where... How many people did you think were in that direction, basically? Oh, sorry. I went up in volume. I meant to hit live. Sorry. Live, there we go. I didn't mean to blow out your eardrums.
E que o terço final do jogo foi pedrada em cima de pedrada. E não é só porque tinha uma Thalia, tá? Foi um jogo extremamente desemparelhado a favor dos Ninjas.
Honestly, I think that's what happened. Oh, shoot. I think just getting bodied right now.
O time da Stellai vai conseguir reagir. Começaram melhor agora, né? Saem com esse First Blood pra cima do Hirit. Vamos ver se eles vão conseguir utilizar essa pequena vantagem.
Yeah, especially to Aurora, you need to dodge a Q. It's the Yone. And then trade back on health. If you get hit by 2 Qs, yeah, that's exactly kind of what happens. The lane becomes unplayable. Athusa could get killed if he's not careful. Oh, he missed the minion. What was the point of that if you missed the minion?
Toda a selva da parte de baixo ali da Stellai, ó, bastante coisa roubada, né? Teve o primeiro roubo, Melchior agora vai conseguindo fazer o seu bônus vermelho, e aí o Wiz um pouquinho mais atrasado aí na rotação.
Okay. Zekis is, you know, making good on that top side.
Pelo menos bônus vermelho nas mãos do Melchior nível 3. Ele não fez o azul, ó, ele foi pra baixo.
Okay, yeah, Athusa cannot afford to miss those trades right now. Like, you have to land them and trade health. He's also not dodging a lot of the Aurora abilities, so, yeah. Well, what is the caster saying? It sounds like, what are you doing? Okay. Really nice gank from Yukio, let's go. Celo's getting fed, like I said, hey, Celo is a big carry player. In Celo we trust, right? If you trust. Hola, oh gank, look at the gank. Oh, okay. Like, I figured he wasn't saying, what are you doing? But kind of sounded like that to my untrained ear. Oh no, Celo's dead. Okay. Good, really good body block actually from Cavallo there. So the kill is solo kill to Reaper with no assist going to Skuro. If Skuro gets that, this lane gets a lot more balance. If you're just trading that for... Like, if Reaper's picking that up, it doesn't make a difference. Celo and Cavallo still have a lot of pressure. So, yeah. Well played from Reaper, but really well played from Cavallo.
Porque a Lagos tá duvidando de que sou ex-falida. Deve estar difícil de ver meu top 1
Yeah.
na semana do 11º lugar. Hashtag Circuitão.
Cara, eu me arrependo, gente.
Okay.
Eu
We've seen Stella get some good starts to games. To be fair, their mid game's usually pretty good if they have a big enough lead to play through as well. So I hope they can continue snowballing this small lead they have in the beginning. Like top lane's a good gank angle too. Mid lane's where I'm a little bit concerned. If House gets far ahead enough, pardon me. We've seen him be able to drag Kaboom's kicking and screening to victories in CBLOL before. I don't think Aurora's the champion to do it, but still. The casters discuss their fantasy too. They're bad at it and it's very funny content. A lot of times as casters, I feel like we do things for the content rather than like necessarily what we actually think is best. Like I tried to go LTA South for quite a while for the content. I gave up though. I failed. But you can see like once I put in the North, it's yeah. Once you have more options, it gets a lot easier. That's it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm actually gonna try and make a run at Lunar and see if I can beat her. I don't think I can, but I mean, if she picks whatever I pick, there's no way I can catch up. I'm 60 points behind, but I was 100 points behind before this week, so we'll see. What's funny is I actually still want to do the trivia thing, so even if I win, I'm gonna ask the others if they're willing to do trivia because I still want to do it. Where is Skuro, bro? What is happening down here? Why is Skuro never in lane when the camera pans down there? He's still up in CS, so he should be fine. Okay. Good turn onto Wiz. Yeah, this house pressure is unreal. If not for house getting that pressure, if Ituza could collapse, then yeah, I think they could have potentially tried to kill Wiz, or at least burn the flash. But with house pressure, Wiz just walks out. He's fine. Gold lead has already shrunk too. It was 400, and then now it's down to 200. Yeah, Celo went with Cull. So the early lead will have to wait for a bit longer. Yeah, first item's kind of going to be delayed a little bit.
E de olho no reloginho, porque em 1 minuto vem aí as vacilarvas. Esse dragão continua paradinho aí, quietinho, tirando aquele cochilinho, esperando a janta.
Good dodge from Skuro.
Da janta aí pelo segundo trio. Ainda não tá na hora.
Não, tá longe.
A Inhazita olhou o relógio, mas não tá na hora. 6:10.
6 e ônibus, né?
6 e ônibus.
Ela sentiu se era a hora do jantar ou de uma fruta, assim, né? Uma segurada na fome do vazio.
Uma maçãzinha agora.
É, não é melhor, né?
Limpar a garganta.
They're bullying Skuro so hard right now.
Ah, é dentro.
They're just wrapping around, threatening.
Eu vou estar passando essa.
Beleza.
E o que não vai estar passando é a tentativa de entrada que já foi utilizada com a ultimate.
Yeah, I don't know if Reaper actually wants that hook, but okay.
Dessa vez a Ashe, que ainda não gastou a sua flecha de cristal encantada, poderia ser ali a grande chamada.
And again, Skuro's basing. Oh, holy crap.
Cuidado agora porque o Belchior
Yeah.
já pegou
I don't understand why Skuro is up CS right now. Man's been perma-locked under turret. He has to keep recalling. And somehow he's up CS. Like, Celo, is he just dropping waves to zone? I don't know if that's worth it. Like, zoning is good because you're keeping Skuro down. But on the other hand, the problem is that, like, when you're the one who had 4 kills and expected to snowball, right? Like, I don't know if dropping minions and slowing yourself down is worth slowing the other side down. And you're the bigger carry too. Like, Ashe can play utility when she's under budget really, really well. I was farming champs. Oh, but that's the problem. He can't actually find those kills into Skuro right now. Like, when you lock Skuro under turret, you don't have the dive threat yet. We'll see how it goes.
participar de uma eventual
They get
luta,
the dragon at least, and the gold lead somehow grew
mas como
anyways,
ele
so
viu
they're
que o time
fine.
da Stellar controlou muito bem o objetivo, já estava tudo dominado, os 4 jogadores lá embaixo fazendo o objetivo, não tinha de fato porque ele perdeu.
Mid game's where I think it's going to be much more interesting. I want to see what happens when Celo actually gets unleashed from lane. Because if Celo can't convert those leads into anything meaningful, then I think Kaboom would just outhand again at that point.
Porque o Escuro e o Reaper estão aqui na rota superior, provavelmente para tentar executar essas larvas, enquanto o
Okay, Kaboom with the first lane swap.
Ok, beirando já os 10 minutos de combate, a Ituza combatendo essa
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Muito espaço livre para bater, tá? Muita mobilidade que essa campeã possui, enquanto os espaços de dash...
See, this is what I mean, right? Like, Kaboom initiate the lane swap first. They don't lose anything off the lane swap. Like, even if Stella matches, then it's just kind of even, right? If Stella doesn't match, they actually get screwed out of a bad lane. They get the extra wave. They don't quite get a plate, but they don't lose a plate either. And they get probably over grubs. Like, I just don't understand why teams aren't doing this more. And Kaboom's like the one on the back foot with their bot lane, so it's actually riskier for them to do this. And they still do it and execute well.
Parece uma itemização muito incômoda de você fazer. E a Ambessa tá ali, ó, martelo de uma mão, picareta na outra, indo pra cima, não quer nem saber. Então tá brava mesmo a Ambessa. E tá aí, primeira leva de Vastilarvas, inclusive 3-0.
And somehow we ended up with the good old dragon for grub trade. Not actually, but yeah, they just end up in different sides.
Uma fechada bem cedo, porque ele pegou todas essas eliminações, muito recurso para as mãos da Caixa.
I don't think the grubs are going to matter for the next little while. The Booms still feel quite on the back foot from the early game fights and ganks.
4 eliminações que ficaram nas mãos do Celo, e por isso é que ele tá tão forte, vai pegando aí a prioridade da rota, vai empurrando um pouco mais. Vamos ver como é que o time da Stellar vai jogar ao redor dessa caixa. A gente tá vendo que o Melchior tá bem atento nesse quesito, sempre jogando ao lado do seu atirador, e o Reaper tem que tomar cuidado pra não tomar pick-off.
I remember, Reaper gets caught. Oh, Reaper's dead. Yo, Gromp screwed him. That's so funny. Gromp got in his way, so he couldn't escape. And now Wiz is in trouble. Well played from Stella. Let's go. You'd love to see some proactive action. Snowball that lead. Kills went to Kaisa again. Celo is so far ahead. 2k gold advantage. That's sexy. You can't, Ray? What? I think I can't if Stella just does nothing and loses because they were too passive. So I'm really glad we got to see that happen. That was a good gank. Yeah, Reaper was just dead to rights. But that Gromp right there, if he gets to the wall, he still dies, probably? I don't think Reaper gets out no matter what, but it's just hitting the Gromp was funny to me, because then he got really screwed by the Gromp. Damage would engage his kid there, he would engage. True, he would. And maybe Wiz lives, if Damage was the one engaging. Maybe.
Cara, cai tudo no colo dele, né?
All into thumbs up. Hell yeah.
Filha do vazio, né?
Tá virando
Spam that emote.
Vazio que tudo consome. E tá consumindo tudo mesmo. Todas as kills até o momento da Stellar são dela.
Isso, e aos 12
Okay.
minutos e meio.
Yeah, and you see Stella do kind of more of that. But that's a really good start. And now Celo BF Sword as well with the Intel Wild Arrows is horrifically accelerated. I want to see this Kaisa looking for dives. And Celo has that killer instinct in him. I'm sure he will go for it. If anything, he's more likely to overdo it and throw, but I think that's fine. There's a lot of good targets to go for.
Mas beleza, né? Acabou ficando em segurança aí o Hirit.
Okay, Kabalo committed his ult to that, and then they're not going to get the kill. They're just going to base. Bit of a
Mas
waste.
vivo, que é mais importante. E agora é o time da Stellar que tá no turno de ataque. Vamos ver o que eles vão criar aqui em cima.
Flash, avanço retorcido, raízes.
Okay, proactivity. Uh-oh. This one might backfire. Celo doesn't have enough. Celo can't get in there. Okay, let's go. Aithuza. Nice. Killer Instinct still available. If Wiz separates, Celo could dive. Ooh. Oh, that hook from Reaper. Wait, that hook was actually goated. It's so rare we see that happen where Rakan's like trying to hop over and it actually gets interrupted. The dash is usually pretty fast, but Reaper landing that is giga huge.
fazer o recuo. O
It's also
Aituza
really
foi,
bad for Stella, by the way,
não
that they lost the
ajudaram
fight.
o Aituza, não ajudaram o Aituza. Ficaram ali olhando. Se você tem uma caixa desse tamanho, com um item e meio,
Like, the start is good. I like that Mukio is just flashing in, but yeah, Skuro's flash gets him out of position, gets him out of danger and safety, and then this fight gets kind of screwy at this point. Like, Cello is hesitating to go in. I feel like he needs to commit harder, and at this point just back off. Like, Aituza took a lot of damage, but they're still hunting. Art was so good. So good. Okay, yeah, so that's really bad for Stella. That play got turned on them because it's a good aggressive play. They didn't screw up, by the way. I don't think Stella really screwed up. It was just Kaboom outplaying, and that's where I get scared. When Kaboom can start throwing hands and mashing Stella is when things start to go wrong.
A gente estava até avaliando que era uma posição, uma situação melhor aí pro time da Stellar, jogando com a Caixa do lado. Agora fecha aí, né, talvez pouquinho mais do ouro que queria o Celo. Tem aprimorado aqui,
Cloud sold this game.
Na outra luta já tinha, não sei qual item que ele vai esperar.
Gotta be honest, I don't think Cloud is that impactful this particular game because these two teams are just looking to fight. The macro will probably not be the focus here. Rotations and positioning is probably not going to be as important. It should be, but yeah, both teams have not shown their particular desire to flank. They're just kind of like forcing fights. Even if Cloud is like a better Drake than it used to be, like they've tuned the numbers quite a few times upwards. Like for Kaboom, I will never think it's a good Drake. This Drake is useless to Kaboom. It's just for them to run you down faster, I guess, but it's not even, it's out of combat movement speed, which they don't care about. Okay, nice. Stella's still on the macro, on the objectives. Nice. This could get dangerous, though. They hawkshot it? No, they don't hawkshot it. Okay. Yeah, I thought Skur might just hawkshot into Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and then the rest of the team engages, but I think they underestimated how fast Stella will take it. Like, Wiz and House are still dicking around up there.
Mas você pode se ajudar, né?
É verdade. Você pode facilitar a sua própria dificuldade, né? Mas o Arauto ficou nas mãos do lado do Stellar.
I love that Kabbalah already got hooked out once of his dashing in and dashing out, and he's still willing to do it anyways in the face of Reaper. It's almost like he's taunting Reaper. Like, you got lucky, you won't get it again.
Mas a menção de destruição de estrutura ainda não acontece. A Aituza, House aqui pra começar a fazer aquela pokeada incômoda.
Wow, okay, ouch traded between the two. Okay. And the arrow! Oh, Aituza is in a bad position. Yeah. Okay. Hey, at least he got the flash out of Reaper. At least. And Reaper had to do that because he was tanking to get House into the fight, so. I know it looked kind of bad for Reaper, but it legit actually was the right move. Oh, first brick to Stella. Let's go. Second charge? Oh, no. Oh, they're going for bot lane. Okay.
Vem no drift agora, tô ouvindo o Tokyo Drift
cantando
aqui no meu fone e ele faz o bem na torre de novo. É double bang.
Mukio, yeah, that Mukio. Ooh, okay. What? Okay, we're going in. Kaboom is throwing. Kaboom is hard throwing. Yone would have gone that way with that before the nerf. Yeah, that's why he's still ridiculously strong. Even after the nerf, he's still kind of disgusting. He still blew a flash. Here it is done. I don't know what Kaboom was thinking there. That's hilarious to me, though. Like, Mukio going from behind was already really sus when there was no minion wave. And then he got collapsed on. But then the way Kaboom played the rest of that fight cracked me up. Like, if House was on a Dier, I think they win that fight. But on the Aurora, he's burst damage. And then he blew his load early. I was like, guys, we need to disengage. And then freaking Wiz and Hirit just went deep, balls deep with no backup. Yeah, Kaboom might actually throw this game. How come Hirit looks worse with Wiz now? To be fair, Action, I would say he looks worse. I think Hirit has his Hirit moments.
aquele ponto de poder que, assim, o time da Estelar...
This is just one of those moments where he just, you know, he's living life. Oh, good catch. Oh, beautiful CC chain. They lured it really, really well. Unfortunately, just not enough damage yet, so Cavallo gets out. Makes this dragon a little bit complicated, though. They don't have the Ashe and Nautilus ults, two of the big teamfight tools. Yeah, like Ray said, game one, here it went 0-2 and 0 and still looked good, which I think is impressive.
E a Kabum acabou dando esse espaço, acabou recuando pouquinho. É difícil entrar nas raízes do Maokai.
Okay, still gets another dragon. If I'm Kabum here, I don't even care. I just want to fight them. I just want kills. Like, who cares about the dragon? Yeah, there we go. There's the kill we're looking for. And then Mukyo's trying to run away. Mukyo has no ult, so they can land CC. Yeah, they can't.
Caminhão de ouro aqui nessa eliminação GSTV.
What is Skuro doing? Okay.
O Celo tava muito forte com uma recompensa muito alta pela sua cabeça.
What is Reaper doing, bro? Why are we tanking? Oh! Oh no! The knockback from Mukyo caused Aethusa to miss his ult. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Oh, and the arrow is beautiful. Gorgeous. Can they kill Mukyo? No, they can't. He's too damn tanky. How? I don't know what How's and Wiz look so disconnected now. Like the last fight too, the one where like Wiz and Harriet kind of threw the fight. Like How's just refused to commit with the team. Like he was just dancing on the side waiting for cooldowns. Like I get it as a if you think you're gonna lose the fight, that makes sense. But when your team's winning the fight, they just get in there, man. Like autos do work too.
Finalmente agora o escuro volta para base, Temisa garante seu dançarino fantasma.
This game's been having some funny throws. For sure.
Naquela última jogada e o jogo ele dá aquela pequena recuada, né, aquela pequena pausa para os dois times e Temisa.
I do appreciate that both teams are still actively trying to make stuff happen though, and that's why we're getting some throws. They're kind of just miscalculating with their stuff. Yeah. But yeah, I think if House gets stuck in some of these fights a little bit more, it goes more Kaboom's way. Like it's slowly shifting their way, but it could be faster. Yeah, Kaboom has got the lead off that fight down bot side. Kind of disgusting. Yeah, this is why I said in a best of 5, I don't think Stella can ever win the series against Kaboom. It's just a hand stiff.
Tarde demais, né? Too little, too late aí pra nossa T1 da rota superior. Chega o House ali.
Okay, goal lead back to Stella. Plus 200.
E assim, né? Tem ainda o teleporte, o Aethusa, tem o teleporte.
Looking at the gold graph later is going to be funny. I feel like it's kind of like from Stella. I don't know, other way around. So it builds up for Stella and then kind of goes this and then just sideways back and forth. That's what I imagine the gold graph is looking like right now. Super close. Oh, Stella's going to get another turret though, so maybe 1,000 gold lead. Those are the easy turrets though. I don't know where they necessarily go from here. Celo's item lead has largely evaporated as well, so... Yeah, that's why I kind of didn't like the cull that they dipped into. It feels like it just took away from the ability to snowball early. Why is Aethusa so behind? So yeah, already earlier Aethusa was struggling. The Aurora and Yone matchup is really hard, and Aethusa was missing a lot of his skill shots and getting hit by everything House was throwing out. So yeah, I mean he's got the Blade of the Rune King, so he doesn't feel that far behind considering he is down like 50 CS. And he's not even the biggest goal differential either. Oh, good arrow. Yeah, Skrull's having a lot of impact for being down gold. It's just the utility value of Ashe. Ooh. Cello melted here at holy crap. Wait, did he just straight up buy Navori Quick Blades? He did not have this item earlier. Like, he only had 2 daggers over Skuro. When the hell did this come in? Damn, okay. Never mind. I guess Celo is still really far ahead. Okay. 50 CS though, his team's winning. Yeah, his team's winning, but he keeps getting matched up against House. Like, they need to put him in a safer lane. Okay, those Navor quick plates though, they made all the difference. They legit came out of nowhere and won that fight for them. Here it melted. I was not expecting that. I thought they would win the fight. Like, Kaboom won this fight when the arrow landed because they turned and they got people there faster. Right here. He even flashed in and just got popped. Damn. That's better than Rumble against Aurora. Kinda. Actually don't know. I mean, I feel like once Bit of the Ruin King is completed, it's kind of true, but I think it's just been struggling in the matchup. House is outclassing him in the 1v1. There are some players who I think there are a lot of players in CD who I think have improved over the split. Like Zekas has been improving a lot. Mukio has improved a lot. I think Celo and Cavallo are really good. I feel like Aethusa is losing a bit of the edge he got in CB LoL, or maybe CB LoL hurt him a little bit. Like, I feel like Aethusa is not as big a carry as he used to be. Like back when the last time he was in CB LoL Academy. And unfortunately, this game is kind of showing. Improvement's a lie? How so? What do you mean, Lunar? Tier 2 is all about improvement, didn't you know? It's not. But yeah, right, I do. That was why when I saw Mukio, I was like, oh man, he's back. But then he's changed my mind. To be fair, I think Mukio has changed my mind a lot. He's not as selfish. Dude, he was turbo sprinting back in the Loud days. He was still better than, what's the other guy's name? The other Loud jungler they had before. The other Loud jungler did nothing. Ooh. Good Baron. Oh no, Celo's dead. Wait, that's super bad for Celo. I don't know if they can win the fight without Celo. Yeah, they can't win the fight without Celo. Sheesh. Damn. Damn. Yeah. Well, there's the throw from Stella. After such a phenomenal mid game, Celo did 46 damage. He got melted right off the bat. Holy crap. Honestly, a replay on that. Did Kaboom just throw everything in the kitchen sink right from the get-go? I mean, obviously they got the cease and desist and then single target lockdowns OP, but... Yeah. Celo is not the problem. Celo is Kaboom's problem right now. Hey, Melee Minion took it. Brother Bob, or Cousin Bob, good job. Oh, Donarts, yeah. Donarts was the one who did nothing on Loud. And then Mukio came in, and Mukio looked really bad because Loud wasn't following up on him. And it just looked like Mukio refused to like slow down for the team. But I thought he was better than Donarts at the time, so it's fine. Yeah, Lunar, unfortunately, tier 2 is about qualification. But that's the thing about CD, right? The fact that our academy teams are at the top, I think, does say a lot about how... I think people are getting distracted about qualifications. They're focusing too hard on qualification. But if you only care about the now, you end up losing by the end of the split. Improvement is key. Still, I still think improvement is the answer in tier 2. It needs to be the focus. Celo out here doing as much minion as a caster for 36 minutes. Hey, look at his damage numbers after this game, Lunar. Celo brought them to this point. A throw here or there is, you know, just the price you pay. See? He did damage there. And he survived. Okay, I think Reaper is high-key throwing, but... Yeah, I think Stella's going to bring us to a game 3, guys. Actually, let's go! 5 out of 5. Thanos comp. Just cannot be beat. Let's go! Yo, hey, Trajan. We don't know where damage is, unfortunately. Reaper came in like a couple of weeks ago, and they didn't announce why damage is out, and they haven't now. They're just splitting time, apparently. I don't know if like they're trying to train up Reaper or what the deal is, but yeah. Mewtwo dies. Let's go, Stella! I'm actually really happy that Stella picked up a game. Let's go. Are they gonna play the 10% odds of winning against Kaboom? Holy crap. Damage is playing right now. Oh, where is he playing, Lunar? Point us in the right direction. We'll go right there. He's on the bench, playing warmer. He's on the bench playing with his phone. Actually, don't know. For all we know, he could be like away or he could be sick or something. I unfortunately I didn't see any like announcement or anything. There's your solo damage. Cello was the problem. He was Kaboom's problem this game, and I'm all here for it. I'm so happy he got a pop off. I am glad. I was getting worried in the mid game. He was a little bit passive on the 2-item power spike that he just kind of sat back a little bit. He waited for 3 items to pop off, but he popped off huge. Ithuza's Yone was not it. I mean, he found some good engages at least, but yeah, House bodied him. Not even close. Yeah. That matchup should not go that way. Like, once you get first item as the Yone, you should be able to threaten the Aurora. But Ithuza was never a threat onto House. Like, he found some good engages, but not onto House. Yeah, House still got hands. Unfortunately, Kaboom has no macro. Like, this game was just them trying to find fights. He just gave a bunch of objectives for free too. Stella was the problem. His bad position lost in the Baron. No. Well, okay. Yes, his positioning in that Baron was not ideal. He probably have been shading towards river more than towards the bot side, and he got over aggressive. I'll give you that. Sure, he missed position, but I still think it's tier 1. Like, I mean, we watched tier 1. There are a lot of AD carries in tier 1 who miss position. Internationally, oh, 100%. Like, that's illegal in international, and he will absolutely get punished. But in tier 1, it's fine. Like, obviously, it doesn't make him the best AD carry, but he's tier 1 ready. He's tier 1 ready. Okay. Well, game 3, this is where I enjoy full fearless. Because game 3 is when it starts to matter, right? Now we're approaching game 3. Stella should not be able to get another Thanos draft like that. If they get another Thanos draft like that, I don't even know how they do that. Like, they get Gwen, the Fury. I don't know what's OP mid right now. Like, the Gwen, the Fury, Ari, and then bot lane of your choice. If they get that, Kaboom, like, something's just wrong. Like, Ranger and Medina, somebody needs to check if they're off their meds or something if that happens. So I don't believe Stella gets another Thanos draft. The next draft should be closer, and then Kaboom should actually be able to execute. This comp was just really, really weird. It's like single pick comp, but they just fell so far behind they couldn't even single pick. Kaboom is no Flamengo. Sadly true, which means that they should not lose the series, theoretically. Theoretically. But let's go. Herod is playing Gwen next game, unless it gets banned or taken away. Yeah, I think Kaboom should just take blue side. Like, they're not really doing the counter pick. If you're counter picking to Yone's Aurora, I don't feel like that's worth an R5. So yeah, I think Kaboom just takes blue side. Stella have to ban Gwen. You have to ban Fury. And then, yeah. You just prio that for Kaboom. I don't really feel like Neferi is really a whiz champion necessarily. Like, I know he can play it, but I don't feel like it's his style of champion. So, but I just think you can't afford to give that one over. It is definitely a Mukio champion. So, if it's open, you have to pick on blue side. Respect. Okay, is market open yet? Are we there yet? No, 21 minutes. The game was too fast. Market's not open yet. Damn. Okay. Oh, 100%. There's Kaiser Rakan. We're not supposed to win that lane. that was like the level 1 nonsense and shenanigans that happened that got Cello multi kills, and then he just snowballs that from the early kills and the experience. I think the experience was actually a huge point. But yeah, that was why, like, to me, once he gets those leads, if he sits back too much, I got a little bit worried. But well, I think hitting the level 2 and level 3 first was actually hugely important. So the experience gains actually did matter quite a bit. I'm not as familiar with the matchup. I'm not a Kai'Sa main. Lunar, I know you are, and you play at high level, so yeah. But I think the biggest problem is also like that Reaper gets set behind on the Nautilus, and then that becomes an issue. Like against the Ashe, I fully agree. I think Ashe is oppressive in the laning phase, and Kai'Sa can't trade with her. But the Nautilus, I think, is the difference maker. And they still played too aggro. Like when you're that far behind, just play safe. But Reaper's trying to make plays, and then yeah, they lose prio. I also think Cello played the zone game really, really well onto the Ashe, and Reaper's roaming allowed that to happen. So yeah, next series is gonna be great. Well, to be fair, this series is already better than I expected it to be. I thought it was just gonna be a quick Kaboom 2-0. So actually, Alex gonna be around. Do I sound more awake now? Now that we have an upset, now that it's not going to plan, now that it's not a sleep fest like game 1 was. Yeah, in game 1 I sounded sleepy probably because I just was bored. But yeah, I don't know. Kaboom just plays weird. Like their macros is really bad. They're just good enough to smash teams. So yeah. I would still argue they were better mechanically in game 2, but then Stella got some lucky breaks, Kaboom through a little bit, and then that was all Stella needed to just win the game. Props to them. Lunar, I just saw your question for GL this week. Do you actually believe that statement about 40 chess? Garrett gave up game 2. Yeah, but I think Wiz full sent it too in game 2. Kaboom as a whole just full sent it. It felt like they thought they were playing like they were even or ahead, but they were behind. Very oddly specific question game in for your second. Very oddly specific for your second question. Interesting though. I know nothing about racing, so it's kind of interesting. No comment. You should talk to Liz about that 4D chess thing. I feel like she could probably make some good copy pasta from that. I was just reading. I don't know if y'all heard about the whole Liquid Honda thing breaking up because of that one Brazilian player, by the way. I was just reading some other people's posts about it. Yeah. The problem is that we'll never know why, right? Like, they did it. Honda's never gonna explain the full thought process, so all we can do is kind of take it at face value, but yeah. That said, just a comment. It's not to anybody here because none of you are. I'm not seeing any of you on Twitter necessarily. But yeah, I don't think I see any of you on Twitter except for maybe Trajan. But Trajan didn't comment on it. So, but one, I guess being in North America, I see a lot of North American takes. But I will say that I think a lot of North Americans don't understand the Japanese culture. Like, it is genuinely upsetting to them when people look down on like the nukes, because Hiroshima and Nagasaki, like even to this day, like there are people feeling the after effects of that. So I'm not saying that the money didn't play a role in them leaving. I am also not saying it did. That one I don't know. But to anybody who trivializes and goes, "Oh no, they don't care about that," no, they do care. They definitely do care. Like, it's huge. Yeah, that player should have been dropped. The fact that they didn't get dropped is one of the reasons why it leads to this. So yeah, what Lunar said. And again, like when it comes to the atomic bombs, they don't mess around. And the fact that they said it after a Japanese team beat them, like to a Japanese team after they beat them, is I think one of the things that really like hard triggered them. I wouldn't be surprised if Honda took losses in like from people getting upset about it. Okay, we had to drop though. Kaboom did go blue side, and they banned the Fury. Why are we banning the Fury? And they didn't pick Gwen. Holy crap! Is Lucian Nami really better than Gwen right now? I don't feel like that's right. I don't feel
Eu
that's
não tô
right.
enganada, posso estar enganada, que é
No
só
shot.
segunda-feira à noite. Mas
Você não tá enganado.
It's a tragedy and the player's stupid, but money rules. That definitely look the other way of his big Andy angle.
realmente porque
So Ray, the
o
problem is that I don't know
esportes
if
foi a
the
estreia que ele
money they're
fez.
losing on
Foi uma
esports
vitória
is more than the
importante
money
pra
they
Kabum,
lost
e
from people being
conseguiram realmente
offended in
deslanchar
Japan.
muito ao redor dele.
So we are talking about the money
Essa
angle.
voz ativa dentro do
I do think it's bigger than esports.
Mas eu vou colocar aqui
And also, I don't think,
carta pra baixo.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not. I just think people are underestimating
Pra mim, o jogo
the
Reaper,
Japanese culture and how like offended they would get about that and how
mas o jogo
serious
do
they treat it.
Nautilus, eu não senti
Oh,
muito
what the
essa
hell are we
pegada
doing,
muito
Kaboom?
forte.
Okay. Gwen isn't free right now, isn't she?
Foi um jogador aí que fez uma troca de
Like, I mean, I know
jogo,
there's like Renekton that you can
passado
play
pra
into her and stuff right now, but
e eu senti
like
pouco
Jace
mais
is out, Rumble's out.
aquele
Those are sort of the other two that we often see kind
ele
of
querendo
answering.
sobreviver muito
Gwen.
em alguma jogada,
So I thought she'd be pretty
parecia
free
que
right now.
não botava tanto a cara. Ali aquela última jogada,
Yeah, Kaboom is
assim,
going for like all
dois
hands
jogadores
composition right now.
morreram,
Holy crap! I need to see some CC from their mid and top side to set up the Nidalee.
E agora, pra mim,
I like
ele
Stella's
tá
comp though.
forte,
This is
assim,
starting to be
acho que tem.
really good front to back composition.
Você não vai
Your
poder
tanks can deal with
trocar,
this.
vai ter que ficar de longe,
Lulu plus
piozinho,
tank
mas
is
é mais
really good
complicado,
into
porque eu acho que
Nidalee
a
into
Lulu
Lucian.
protege um pouquinho melhor. Então acho que vai dificultar a execução dele.
Ele joga bem de fada. Eu acho que é uma adição legal pro time da Kabum. né?
There is a Gwen
Tem
counter. It's Nidalee.
suporte, até dois atiradores, né? Se
How
você
is Nidalee a Gwen
pode
counter?
fazer as
Like
duas
unless you're the
funções,
shy.
Mas,
Even
eu acho
that,
que
yeah, okay,
tem
no, yeah, no,
estilo
yeah, I don't see it.
também,
How
ver
is
o que
Nidalee
ele
a Gwen
vai
counter?
criar agora, né, já que ele tem 0 Lulu. E como a gente já havia discutido, Lucianami melhor aí na
And
parte
if-
de rotas, 0 Lulu muito
And
melhor.
do you really think Mukio is gonna run the
Vamos
Nidalee?
ficar de olho aí, porque ninguém quer deixar o coveiro passar o Kabum.
Like he could, but I feel like that's really bad for Stella if Mukio's on a carry and not on something that can engage for the team.
Nidalee top?
É, eu tô pensando nisso, né? Do nada fizeram esse banimento. Eu acho que cabe muito bem pro Wiz, você pensando que
Yeah,
você
okay.
tem
That's
Lucianami, tem
what
caçador coreano
he's saying is that
também,
basically
Luiz sempre
Nidalee
gostou
top could be a thing. That's why they banned the
nomes
Ivern.
ali, então,
I don't know. I don't feel like
tendência
Nidalee
que
top
seja pro Wiz,
is.
mas eu não descartaria essa visão top.
Maybe
Vamos ver
here
aí
it could
o que
do it. I
que o
guess
time da Kabum vai trazer pra gente.
the Gwen counter you saw is
Jax
Akali.
também banido.
Yeah,
Interessante,
yeah, that happened in LTA South a couple of times actually, but Olaf would be a good counter, but nobody's playing Olaf right now. I think the only Olaf I've seen all split was Shaden's in the jungle.
Do outro lado agora a gente teve aqui
Last week?
os banimentos do lado da Stellar.
Was it last week? 2 weeks
Na
ago?
quinta-feira
Last week?
eles prometem. Ousado.
Yeah, then you just pick Gwen here. We're not picking Gwen. What is this?
Assim como tá possivelmente sendo.
É, então, olha aí. Eu
Like,
prefiro
I
essa
think Annie's a good pick.
Legal, legal.
I'm
Ainda que
baffled by the lack
apareceu
of Gwen
esse final de
prio that we're
semana-
seeing.
final de
I
semana
do not
na
understand.
LTA. 3 jogos, 3 vitórias. Foram boas participações. Eu acho que ela tá muito forte, tá num momento muito
Like,
bom
what-
no meta.
what
pra
are we
aparecer,
afraid
contar
of?
várias coisas. E aí, meio
Yeah,
que
but
ela
okay, if
não
it's
precisa
Nidalee
banir
flex, then
muita coisa,
Kaboom
mas
should be
fica
picking
com
Gwen
ele.
here.
Então, por exemplo, você já tira
But
a
it doesn't even look like
oferecer
they really
algo
want
bom
Gwen.
pro time da Kabum, então você já tira.
Because if you pick a Rise, you can't go Gwen.
Automático, né? Mas
Okay.
quando que
We saw this come
apareceu
through
forte
last
no final
week
de
in LTA
semana,
North as well, the Trundle.
e que agora
as an answer to a
aparece
tank.
nessa matchup da selva. Então, de fato, GSTV, teremos a Nidalee top e com isso...
So is this
né,
Trundle
da
top or Trundle
Stellar, aí vai ter
jungle?
que
Yeah, zero Gwen
escolher a
prio.
matchup e o que eles vão querer jogar.
Nossa, muito dano mágico agora com esse Rise sinalizado pra rota central, pras mãos do House. Ele que jogou bem já com
This,
esse
okay.
campeão, mas a
This
gente
is interesting
agora
because of the
cai
flex
pra
potential,
responsabilidade do time da
and it makes
Stellar.
this last pick really
Será
interesting as
aí?
well. Okay, yeah, it's Trundle top and Nidalee jungle then.
Stellar baniu
If
o
it's
Ryze,
a Malphite.
inclusive, né, no
Surely
jogo
they're not gonna
passado,
Malphite.
Então meio que dessa vez passou assim. Last pick tem que ser algo pra responder a Nidalee no top.
You can't
então,
Ornn.
Talvez tirando um pouquinho.
You already
de
have a tank in the
tempo,
jungle,
zero,
or
zero,
maybe you
zero,
want 2
zero,
tanks to
um
deal with.
preparado, ele tá pra encarar a Nidalee.
No, they just go
Tava
Camille. Okay,
trazendo uma
that's fine.
Camille. Eu acho que o safe era realmente
How do I feel about Camille? I don't know how I feel about Camille. Is this a good angle for Camille?
Fearless, né, que apareceu
I don't feel like this is a good angle for
Não
Camille.
sei quantas outras opções ele poderia ter, mas tá fechado.
What
com
is
essa
Camille-
Stellar. O Trundle, né, que a Legolas mencionou, apareceu ontem, né, na mão da 100 Thieves.
Okay, so it is Nidalee top. So y'all read that right.
Já era muito dele.
Good job, Ray and Lunar. I did not believe it. I still kind of don't believe it.
Então não sei até que ponto que esse Trundle ele é tão legítimo assim pra ser a selva.
Ok.
Que ele vai ter grandes dificuldades, porque eu gosto do Trundle quando
Okay.
o atirador ele não é tão móvel, e acho que a Zeri ela é muito
Ok.
pula, muito, se movimenta muito.
Like, I don't know. I'm just not a believer in Nidalee top. I don't think she's that good top.
Posição da Kabum.
Like, I think she's a bit of a lane bully and annoyance, but
Tem muito skill shot, muita coisinha pra tentar acertar.
yeah, I'm sorry. Say that to your fantasy picks and your lion picks this week, Lunar.
Justifica somente pelo Scar, né?
I don't know if you're here when I said it, by the way, but I am going to poke fun at you for your picks this week because you screwed me over with Bren in the Discord. So on GL this week, I am going to play me. Oh, man. I am very salty over it, by the way. Over the Bren thing. I'm glad Bren's a great guy and he understood where I was coming from and he knew that it wasn't me, it was you. And then I just got trolled by you. But yeah, okay. I don't feel like Camille's matchup into Nidoii is that good. But I guess you're right. They did need a carry. They need a bit more damage. Zeri alone can't do it, and Annie's damage is burst damage. They shifted up the damage from Tibbers. So, Drew, you're number one for now. I am actually gunning for you properly now that I'm going for LTA North picks. So we'll see how that works out. I mean, you could be cheap and just pick whatever I pick, and I never catch up. But I know you wouldn't. your ego wouldn't let you. So I have a chance to catch up. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I do like the solo comp. I think this draft is generally pretty good. Even if I'm not super crazy about the Camille to Nidoii matchup, I think it's still a good matchup. Later on, you can absolutely chunk her. You can kill basically anybody, I think, with the Nidoii. With the Camille, pardon me. The only question I have is against the Rise. But that should be okay. So overall, I like the solo comp. I think it's really solid front to back. 4 out of 5. Kaboom's composition I don't really like, but it does fit what they want to do. These three are all hands picks. Like, straight up, we're just going to out-hands. I like the Trundle into the Skarner. You shred him, become pseudo-tank, which is why I wondered if they were going to pick up a second tank so that they have an off-tank. But, yeah, they'll be lacking a bit of damage if they go secondary tank. I mean, you could go Ornn, I guess, but... Yeah, no, I think Camille's a better option here. And then Rise just basically survives the burst from Annie, so it's a bit of a counter. It's not a bad draft coming through from Kaboom. I don't like it, but it's not a bad draft. Honestly, probably like a 3 out of 5 draft. If you can win early. But Kaboom is a team that has hands, so I believe... Like, if this was a weaker team or equal team... If it's an equal team, it's a 2.5 out of 5. If you're a weaker team, I give you a 1.5. But if you're a better team, I give you a 3 out of 5. I wouldn't give you more than that, even though you're a better team. Like, in terms of hands. It's just so risky to me, man.
Acho que eles podem garantir esse snowball, então eu acredito aqui que tá muito mais pro lado da Kaboom.
Yeah.
Tá contra a gente então, né, lá.
Kaboom need to not screw up in the early game and give random kills over again. If they do, it could just be GG. Trundle also has a side effect of being actually pretty good into Zeri with the pillar, by the way, because yeah, even she hops over the pillar, the slow still applies, and then you can run her down. So the Trundle is going to do a lot of work. I really like the Trundle pick for Kaboom. Like, this pick is really, really, really good. I hope we see more Trundle actually come back into meta. I kind of forgot about him, but yeah, I do think he actually does pretty decently into a lot of matchups. Even if they don't have a tank on the other side. Like, the shred is still good, and you can make people really, really, really squishy. So, Trundle's being played sometimes in LCK and LPL. Okay, that's good. You hit it in most cases. I mean, if you run into a comp with no tank, then I think you can Trundle support, actually. I think Trundle support is really good in current meta. I don't know where they're playing it in LPL or LCK right now, but yeah. Why do you hate it, though? Like, are they just not picking it in good spots, or you just dislike the Troll King?
Dia de mais trabalho amanhã. Tô bastante animada para acompanhar esse combate. Kaboom e DL contra Stellar Game. Tudo valendo a partir de agora. Vocês estão prontos, invocadores? Boas-vindas de volta ao Campo da Justiça.
Tô muito pronto.
Do I have a license to cook? I actually do have a license to cook. Actually, generally, I have what we call food safe in Canada, which is a license to, like, prepare food or sell and to serve food. Yeah.
Para fechar a partida, e a Stellar respondeu no segundo jogo, jogo mais parelho, mas com
Yeah.
muita vantagem na DC.
I've done like every role in a restaurant before, like from back of house to front of house. Okay, Kaboom just had to not throw level 1, and we are trying to throw level 1. Holy! Oh, Aaron dies! Can they find? They don't even get solo. They get 2. Let's go! Stella's doing the things. Stella's doing the things. That's hilarious.
E aí a gente já teve esse 5v5 lá na rota inferior, melhor pro time da Stellar.
Oh, man.
Duas eliminações, uma nas mãos do Heitor, outra nas mãos do Melchior, que já fazem a sua primeira volta base, né? O
It's funny because we think of like Nidalee and Lucian Nami as being like really strong early game or laning, but their level 1's not that amazing. It's after they get like level 2 that Lucian Nami comes online, and then for Nidalee, I think it's level 3 that she starts becoming like hyper oppressive. Well, it depends on the matchup for Nidalee, because if she can space, then level 2 probably is already enough. But this is so funny. Okay, the kills went for Stella to Mukio and Aituza. So not the end of the world. Like I trust House to be able to nullify that one, and Reaper and Squirrel can still trade into Cello Cavallo quite comfortably, so it should be okay. It's just, yeah. Let's see what Mukio can do with it, because I feel like Mukio is the type of player who could snowball a lead. Yo, allow Trundle support then, because I have a license to cook. That's Trundle support was a thing in the past, though. In fact, Trundle support outlasted Trundle top and Trundle jungle, so it's not that crazy. It's less crazy than Elise support.
Pelo fator realmente do seu range limitado, pela pressão que o escuro consegue emplacar com o próprio W do Reaper, né? Colocar a vazante plus que vai bater, vai curar, vai devolver dano no adversário. Aqui em cima é perna.
Yeah, okay, there we go. The level 2 is what you need to space, and then here's playing this perfectly. You just abuse of range. Super annoying. Yeah, that's why I was a little bit concerned about the Camille matchup, because regardless whether it was Trundle or Nidalee, that top side was not going to be a fun laning phase. House is doing really well. I mean, Aituza has boots, and he's still getting messed up by Rise. Huh.
E de fato, né, essa árvore de determinação dá sustain ainda melhor pra ela. Então ela consegue fazer isso, ó. Vai, volta, consegue causar esse dano explosivo.
Yeah, these trades are so fake. Hibbert is going to heal himself back up, and Zekka's can't. So, upside's just, yeah.
E aí, a Camille, que não é das melhores campeãs para jogar a fase de rotas.
Well, that's if Hibbert stops getting hit by the siege cannon. By the cannon minion. Like, you know there's a ward in that bush. You just need to stop. It's not dropping aggro. I should have starting 300 gold to start play. It's not enough. Like, I think he's getting killed right now. He's getting wrecked. And he burnt flash for it. I'd love to see Wiz come and punish. But yeah, I think Wiz probably won't gank before the flash is up.
Da sua contraparte de rota, a Aituza que tinha garantido essa eliminação lá na farofada. Eita, não.
Mas é isso mesmo, gente. Como eu falei, né? A Nidalee é a campeã para ela ser muito opressora na rota com essa configuração de apertos mortos-vivos. E por outro lado, a Camille não é das melhores campeãs para jogar esses levels.
One of the 2 kills has already been evened out. Like, Kaboom's already starting to catch up in gold. It's crazy, man. I mean, they need to, though, right? Like, their comp is the early game composition, so if they don't get the early leads, it's kind of bad for them. But we do expect them to crawl off the hole fairly quickly.
E acompanhando também a fator pressão, que já tinha sido citado anteriormente. O Hirit dominando integralmente aqui a rota.
So annoying. I hate watching this top lane right now. It's toxic. I don't even... Thankfully, I have not... Oh, I hardly play Summoner's Rift nowadays. So, I'm not a top laner, but just watching Hirit play this Nidalee is toxic. Like, just the absolute lack of like, Camille just has no options. What do you do into this range matchup? Okay. Nice, perfectly played into the Zeri. Yo, that's gorgeous gank coming through from Wiz. Sexy. Super sexy. In fact, there's an old man that's a streamer and he's a Trundle OTP in bronze. Hell yeah. That's cool. I do feel like Trundle's probably one of the less mechanical champions. You just have to like be able to reset auto with your chomp. I think that's probably the most mechanical part of his kit. So yeah, that's cool. I think the man's made a good choice on his OTP. And just being a troll is fun. I've always kind of low-key wanted to play Trundle, like become a Trundle main just so I can say I'm a troll, but instead I become a Fizz player so I can use the Trollpo. Not a very good one though. If I want to climb, I play Anivia or Malzahar because my hands suck. He's very funny, he gives nice advice in the stream. Hell yeah, that's cool.
o dano também da Camille, né? Ela
Like when I get old or older,
mas é um jogo que, inclusive, já
I like to be that kind of person, you know?
E tem também uma questão de que 2-0 não te dá proeza, né? Não te dá proeza de guerrilha. Então não teve aquele ganho de fato o time da Stellai.
That would be the dream.
WP aqui pelos Zecas, porque o Hirit imaginou, pô, uma Camille low life não vai vir pra cima de mim à toa se o jungler dela não estiver aqui. Mas foi um bait muito bem usado aí pelos Zecas, então um flash gasto por parte da Nidalee. E no momento importante, né, já que 1 minuto e 20 aí pra vir as larvas, pode ser um timing legal pro time da Stellai buscar algo. O Zecas ainda não fez seu primeiro retorno à base. O Hirit agora sim,
Okay, my
vai-
old streamer, why don't you?
já fez seu retorno e já fechou o bot.
Wait, why old streamer? Lunar is young.
A chave dos Zecas ainda mais difícil.
Lunar is an infant. Okay, not quite. Actually, is she? I mean, we call Furia kids, right? So I guess she's around the age of Furia. So
Vai chegar primeiro ali pro céu do que em relação ao escuro, mas olha, nem precisa de ultimate, somente
damn, Kaboom have a gold
a
lead.
runa do escuro já faz muita diferença no impacto de dano.
Lucianami voltando, né? E quando volta a gente sempre tem que falar, tá muito forte, tem muito dano.
This is so
vem
disgusting.
eletrocutar, agora o gank é do Is pra cima do
Zekas has flash, but I have a feeling this gank is gonna work.
Camille não é tão difícil que sair. Ih, flashou,
Okay.
não quis nem saber.
My feeling was wrong.
Ele não
Or no, my feeling was right. The gank actually works. Holy crap. It's so telegraphed and it does not even matter. Does he get out? Does he have a heal? He does not have enough. He does not have the heal. Oof. Oh, they didn't have the heal from Reaper. If they had the heal, maybe... Nah, Scroll probably goes down. But 1 for 1's not bad. Oh, Reaper. Reaper, buddy. Nice bubble. Yeah, Kaboom's just better. Like, they are literally just out playing on the hands. Oh, no. Come on, Kaboom. Come on, Stella, do something. Don't lose like this. You're better than this, Stella.
Pegar a eliminação pra cima do Reaper, mas foi cobrado, boa movimentação do House.
I believe in
que
Stella.
aparece aqui embaixo, né? Responde a movimentação do Aituza.
Luna, Ray was asking why you don't stream.
Na rota inferior,
Speaking of
e
old,
aqui
I don't know why
foi
old.
passando por poucas e boas.
Teve que queimar o seu flash pra sair do covil, mas o Hirit aqui não
Damn.
foi, deu o escorpião. E são duas
Damn, Hirit.
larvas pro lado da Kabum.
That's cyberbullying.
Eliminado, meu Kyo tentou sair, tentou sobreviver, mas enfim, não teve muito.
That's a
o que
fair
fazer.
answer.
Garantido aí as vacilarvas.
Convince her, Ray, if you want her to stream.
Objetivos neutros.
Oh, I was actually gonna ask you, Lunar. You wait, you follow LRS or LRN? I know you said LRN is the better side right now. So are you following LRN or LRS?
Empatando ali, acaba garantindo 1 pra 1, só que acaba ficando pouquinho demais a Stellai.
Yeah, okay. A heal wouldn't have saved him. The burst would have killed him anyway, so that's about the best outcome you can hope for.
Viu que ele precisou pegar o tempo da rota
Yeah.
ali, né? Empurrar a rota pra ele poder
Fazer o
descer.
cavalo, né?
E o
Yeah,
Cavalo
Cavallo knew he was
tentou,
kinda
né? Ele
screwed.
tentou a eliminação.
He's not
Só que
getting
ele
out.
Foi fechado pelo House e aí veio
And then
a
CC chain.
veio a bolha da Nami também.
Unfortunate.
Então,
I think Cavallo should just have not fought Reaper, but the moment he decided to go for Reaper, and it's understandable he did. Reaper was kind of low then.
que o que fica nas mãos do House, importante pra esse
Oh,
fight
Lunar,
é
do you follow LRS or
grande, e
LRN?
agora
I know you
tá
said LRN was the
buscando
better
ganhar
side,
pouco de
but
espaço aqui no Rio pra quem sabe fazer esse primeiro dragão.
I can't remember which one you
As
said
dez
you
minutos no
actually
relógio, o
watch.
dragão ainda segue esquecido. A primeira leva de vacilaras ficou dois stackzinhos pra
Both?
Kabum,
Okay.
pro lado da Stellai.
So for LRN
Muito
versus
bom,
NACL,
vai
do you
pra
think
primeira
LRN has
posição,
a chance for the
é o lado vermelho, são ali os
for the guest
jogadores
spot?
da Stellai fechando o covil do dragão.
like? Do you think they'll stack up well against the NACL top teams right now?
Hirit continua na rota superior.
I guess is the question I'm asking.
Sempre que toma essa lança já fica muito machucado, mas é a Stellai que vai garantir esse dragão.
É, a gente viu
Oh,
que
Stella. Okay, see, this is what I mean about like Kaboom kind of have bad macro. Like they win the bot lane fight, they don't reset, and then that gives Stella a free dragon for no reason. And the dragon actually, the Ocean Drake actually kind of matters when Hirit is already struggling to kill Zekas. Like this helps Zekas out a lot more and gives him a lot more sustain in lane, which is a problem when Camille outscales the Nidalee. So I kind of really don't like that Kaboom just gave that for free.
Caminha um pouco ali a sua força da Trindade, mas 1000 de ouro, né? 1100 de ouro atrás é dolorido pra.
I don't think it will make a big difference, or at least I hope it doesn't. But if it does, I'm gonna laugh my head off.
Realmente no quesito de rota-rota, a única vantagem ali é pro Celo, mas assim,
Got the best teams in LRN around 4th, 5th, and NACL. Okay, yeah, I figured.
complicado, e a gente tem
I think
aqui passagem
NACL has a
do
couple of good
Cavalo,
teams, so.
olha, Ventiva, eles
Oh,
vão acabar
Reaper?
aqui pra dar essa finalização. finalização, mas não tem
Why
jeito,
did he-
CS
Agora foi.
eliminado com
Okay.
sucesso.
I mean, he's dead either way. I don't know why he like popped the Scars Bloom, but he was dead either way. So I guess he just didn't want to give vision to Stella. Okay, that's fine.
Vai recuperando um pouquinho mais o ritmo do
I mean,
jogo.
Reaper should not have been
Vai
out there
crescendo,
anyways,
né? Muito
solo,
controle de visão aqui dos dois
without
times.
backup nearby.
Pelo menos por agora,
You're a squishy enchanter, not an
o
engaged
objetivo
support.
do mapa é muito mais pra aproveitar
Okay.
esses
That's
minutos
unfortunate.
finais aí das
I would like to
barricadas,
see more
capitalizar
South
um
American
pouco mais
representation.
desses
So,
pequenos
You know, if an
recursos,
LLA
principalmente,
team
e a
could take the
posição
guest
das
slot, I think
lanes
that'd be cool.
pra ir
But
criando
yeah,
mais espaço, mais
I do
oportunidades
think
de ganho,
DSG is
e aí, quem
probably
sabe,
going to
deixar um
relegate.
pouco mais de
Unless they swap out their
controle
roster, they will
da
relegate.
Dia ali,
The
né,
NACL
o
teams
Reaper
are
acabou sendo cobrado e veio
not bad.
tarde
There's
pra
quite a
cima
few.
da
Vão cobrar o White.
Ooh.
Usa não. Ele consegue um bom atordoamento, consegue sair
Wow,
vazado,
I think this is
deixando,
zipping
inclusive, o Whis tomar tiro da torre de graça.
after that flash.
Flash pegou bastante velocidade de movimento, né? Tem um ímpeto gradual também, então conseguiu sair. Vem agora
That's
chegando
fine. They get another
realmente
plate.
pra Stellar, né, pra proteger essa torre, não deixar
This
que
game has slowed down actually quite a bit
essa proeza aí da torre
compared to the
acabou-
last two games.
Enquanto aqui no topo, o Hirit, Zeca se estreando bastante, sendo dali chata, mas
Like my gut feeling would be, like, oh, that should favor Stella because Kaboom likes the hands. But I actually think this slowing down is helping Kaboom a lot more because their laning's already stronger, so they can slow down the laning and extend the laning phase. It benefits them a lot.
Esse combo aí acaba sendo muito forte, porque ele
Mukio
tem
is still
habilidade
making tracks though, which I
com uma
appreciate.
certa
And so is
frequência,
Eclusa actually. 1-0-3.
consegue
This is
atacar
probably one of
distâncias
Eclusa's more
também,
active
mudando
early
de
games.
forma, né, indo pra forma humana. Então, de fato, a Anida ali acaba incomodando
ORS you put
bastante.
around
A gente tá vendo
6th in
que o
CD.
Zeca tá
Wait,
bem
you think?
atrás no quesito
Okay, so you're
de
saying you think the
farm,
CD teams
nesse
are
momento tá
better
muito
than
difícil.
NACL, or just do you
E
think
sem
CD
dúvida,
is more
por favor,
top heavy?
Hirit, que deve
More
fechar com a
competitive?
força da Trindade em breve. E falando em força da
It's
Trindade, o
likely
Hirit já
Esters
fechou
would
esse
keep their
primeiro
spot
item,
because you
o
don't see a
House já
third
tem
Circuito
dois stacks
team winning
aí do
against them.
bastão das eras. Primeiro item também nas mãos do escuro. Então o time da Kabum vai gostando do jogo com esses 2.000 à frente.
É que
Wait, what do you mean a
vai
third
deixar, né,
Circuital team?
o-
Do you see two teams that can beat Isra Zeshal right now? I'm not even confident that there's two teams that can beat them.
entre os dois é da bota galvanizada
Yeah, she only
de
needs a
aço.
top laner if they
Então
get
já
like a raw
fecha também o item,
top,
os Zekas. E
like
aí,
importing
agora
someone
ele
with
tá atrás
like
a bota, mas
white
pelo menos
White Knight
o
with pro
grande
experience to be able to focus the
item
strength and
raro,
scary
item
Jerry.
de dano,
That
ele
was
consegue
LRS to
comprar
oh
a
sorry LRS to
atuação
CD sorry.
inteligente que tem que fazer realmente a Camille dos Zekas. Enquanto isso,
Okay.
a rota inferior,
Yeah, I don't follow LRS
o
LRS, I don't
uma
know.
vantagem
Yeah, I think
boa,
CD
acaba
mm,
não tendo. O Celo
I don't know, man. I am
bater de frente.
É isso, a gente
I am
joga
sad that the
sozinho
academy
aí,
system
ó.
is gone. I think the
Oh my
focus on
God,
winning has
que
weakened the
essa
region.
daí sou eu nessa
Ooh,
rodada.
good flash on Reaper.
Nossa senhora.
Ai, ai, ai.
Sou eu nessa rodada, mas Kabum esqueceu que era MD3 e veio pra jogar uma partida só.
Yeah, like last year, I think like obviously like freaking Pain beat
Caracas, é isso
Olha
aí.
aí, é isso.
E é isso.
Correto.
shoot what's Maryville's partnership?
A cobra com rabo.
Dragonsteel
Eu
and
sinto
FXS last split. So obviously, you know, like Brazil was better in tier 2, but this split I don't think Brazil was better in tier 2. I think North America would body. I think NACL bodies CD right now.
Completamente entregue no pedaço, Cavalo. Pode segurar da sua ultimate, passadinha da maré violenta, ainda assim me teleporta.
Yeah.
Prazer,
Okay, Kaboom's got their wallets and they're swinging it. Unfortunately, Stella's kind of getting sucked into it a little bit, and now they're starting to fall behind.
Vamos pro game 3, né? Ver o que que
Yeah,
o
Stella
time
needs to
da
focus on
Stellar vai
continuing the good
mostrar.
ganks,
Gostou muito
where
do
they've got
jogo-
numbers
do
advantage.
jogo dois.
Go and try and play and
Fez
match hands with
combate.
Kaboom.
E olha,
That's not
o
ending
time
well.
da Kabum nessas últimas movimentações,
First and second in
tá
CD right now
com uma
are
vantagem
academy
de
teams, yeah.
quase 1000 de
Well, no,
gols
even if you take out the fact that they're academy teams, I just think as a whole, like the average level in CD is lower than the average level in CBLOL Academy. And I think a lot of it has to do with just like teams are looking to win. Like I don't think Kaboom. Okay, to me, Kaboom would be like a good weather vane, right? To see how they match up, because I don't think Kaboom would have even been top 4 in CBLOL Academy. Despite the names they have, I don't think they've been top 4. So if they make top 4, then I think CD is weaker than CBLOL Academy.
leva das ondas de minions é um clear wave realmente rápido, consistente. Então vai ter dificuldade de segurar essas T1. Agora já vai acabar para mais um objetivo, é o Arauto aqui na parte de cima.
É difícil eles conseguirem dar a cara, né? Por conta
Terceira
do
torre no
curto
chão.
range. E o time da Kabum
Yeah, I'm already 15 and a half minutes
baixa
in.
bastante do
Okay.
jogo, 3 torres,
Yeah,
vai
Kaboom
levar o
Kaboom
Arauto
turned up the
ali
heat
com
real fast all of a
possibilidade
sudden.
de abrir uma torre
Like the early
de
game was
2.
kind of
Lembrando que tem
not
dragão
quiet, like there was
também,
action, but a little bit
então
slow with
é
how
pra
things were
fazer
breaking out.
roubo.
Assumem o domínio do Covil.
Yeah, Kaboom really want this Herald. Oh, they don't get it. That's huge for Stella. It slows down the game so much more. If Kaboom get that Herald, they speed up the game.
O escuro tá batendo, vem a passagem
Oh.
vai das ultimate, aí tudo chegou com o time.
Okay.
Tem que fazer a limpeza, tem que fazer aquela churrascada. Se ela bater, ainda ela tá muito, mas muito aliviado.
House just has it out for Aithusa, man.
Derruba a Aithusa e aqui é pra tomar um
Oh, Celo's not getting out of there.
Ai, garantem o
That's an ace. That's an ace. That's as bad as losing the Herald, arguably worse. Actually, no, it's about the same as losing the Herald. I think losing the Herald's pretty rough.
Stellai conseguiu botar a cara, levar o objetivo, mas na luta não teve jeito.
É, o time da Kabum luta muito
Okay.
melhor.
Might be a bit early to call it, but I do think that was the game-breaking fight, unfortunately. With Kaboom now having such a significant lead, I don't see how Stella comes back into this game. Like, okay, no, that's not true. I can see how the comp comes back into the game. I don't see how Stella come back into the game because Kaboom are strong and they know how to play from lead. 7,000 at 16.5 minutes or 17 minutes is massive even by normal standards, much less when you're playing up against a team with a lot of like individual like winning matchups.
E a menor das vantagens acaba sendo só ali no suporte, né? Porque 1.900 no topo,
7k lead GG. Yeah, Trundle Alt has to go through before Skarnal. Even then, it's just not gonna matter. Yeah. The problem, okay, so the big reason why I say it's kind of dead, it's over for Stella, is because they need to be able to still hold lanes, but they can't. Like, they can't even hold any sort of 1v1 lane or 2v2. Like, they can't hold in equal numbers in any of their, in any configuration. So then, Kaboom just need to play like 1-3-1 and tear you apart, and whenever you go answer one side with the numbers overload, they just take the other side, right? Oh. Oh, House! No shot! Wait, House killed himself! House actually killed himself there. The stairs was big enough he could have walked away. All the missing things, bro. That's hilarious. Good thing Trajan's not here. Trajan left. That's funny.
Nossa, o time da Kabum nesse último push foi bem feliz com isso, né? O House trocou
That's super funny to me.
Mas a N não tá sozinha, né? Tinha o Tibers ali pra dar aquele auxílio. Ainda procurou o escudo do Arcanjo, mas não foi suficiente porque tomou o hit da torre. E aí, por mais que o time da Stellai tenha descontado um pouquinho, não foi o suficiente para remediar os grandes danos que sua base sofreu. São 7.000 de ouro de vantagem para o time da Kabum. Eles
Wait, I got a quick work email I need to, work message I need to deal with.
Gente, não tem 20
quick second
minutos
here.
ainda. A vantagem tá muito grande para esse tempo de partida.
Acredito que a Stellai precisava ter feito uma fase de rotas um pouquinho mais consistente, assim. Acho que acabaram dando muito espaço pro Rift jogar. Talvez todos aqueles flashes ali que eles gastaram pra pegar as eliminações do bot fizeram falta também.
Yeah, it's fine. Nothing interesting was happening anyway, so. Yeah, teams are just resetting off that. That little bit of a misplay from House. It's fine. The misplay also doesn't really set Kaboom too far behind. It's a funny haha moment, and they don't take inner mid, but yeah, it just slows things down a little bit. The tempo, everything still favors Kaboom on this right now. Atakan spawning on bottom side of the map, and Kaboom's. Yeah, Kaboom's okay for it, I guess. Still has some remaining vision, but it's not fresh vision, so.
Tinha pressão nas rotas e fez valer tudo isso, né? Com exceção do mid, que era o Aituza que estava colocando pressão, a Kabum mandou no jogo no restante das lanes e veio pra cima do Zekas.
Wiz is a level down and just running down Zekas right now.
Mas nem foi preciso, porque ele tá com 2 itens, tá muito forte nesse momento e a Stellai tem que apenas observar.
We are committing a TP from Aituza to this top side. That is a free Atakan for Kaboom. Like, Kaboom should be just making a beeline right now. Okay, yeah, they are. So the fastest, because this is a Hextech map, the fastest way between point A and point B is not a straight line. In the first place, it isn't a straight line through the jungle. The fastest way is to recall and take Hex Gates. Here we go.
E o quesito de visão, apesar de tudo, nessa região aqui debaixo do rio, tá bem dividida.
A gente vê que a Stellai vem chegando, coloca a cara. Não é uma situação tão simples, mas pelo menos ele já tem alguns itens importantes, né? Tem 2 itens na N, tem 2 itens também na Zeri, mas eu acho que tem que lutar.
Yeah, but this is kind of free.
Entregar, acabar o jogo, né?
Like, by the time Aituza would have been able to walk towards it, the Atakan's effectively gone. And that's why that TP was just so baffling to me from Stella. Like, I guess they thought a dive was going to come through and they wanted to preempt the dive. Maybe, I guess. But given that Mewtwo was up there, I do feel like you should have just waited for the dive to go through. Trust that Mewtwo can buy you the time to TP instead.
Que é da Estelar e aqui... Não, jamais, né? Eu não
É.
jogo.
Não foi assim.
Stella's still
cara.
skilling.
É a leitura
They're
do
skilling.
jogo, né? Aí o
Zeri's on 2
dessa
items.
vez
He's on 2
acabou
items.
falhando, mas tá tudo bem. Não dá pra
I
acertar
personally think
todas,
Zeri
dá pra
really
errar
needs 3,
todas.
but even at 2, you're a menace.
Mas tem
So
dias que são noites,
Que
meu
dá
amigo.
pra errar todas, eu concordo.
Mas
Just more like a
tem dias que
mosquito
são noites,
rather
meu amigo,
than,
STV,
you
tá
know,
tudo bem também,
the
né?
pea shooter.
Essa
Looks like a
noite,
rifle.
inclusive, né, já tá noite mesmo hoje.
Já tá noite,
Já
né?
tá noite.
Muito em
Mas
breve
tem mais jogo, tá, gente? Não saiam daí.
muito em breve o jantar será liberado.
É,
então
não saiam daí, quem vai liberar
aguardem.
é o segundo grupo aí.
A fome
Fogueta.
do vazio tá chegando aí daqui a pouco. E a nossa cobra de asa também chegando.
Cara, aguentem, viu? Aguentem. Mas pelo menos tem o líder, né, do Fantasy aqui do...
Okay, Baron's in 3 minutes. Dragons in 8. Yeah, Kaboom does not care about dragons, huh? This is the second game where we're getting like real. It's only third Drake at 22 minutes.
Mas, ó, vamos voltar aqui pro jogo.
These two
porque o
teams,
Kabum tá
like Stella cares, but they can't get there.
armando
They can't
forte
get
pra
it.
cima do
And
time
then
da
Kaboom
Estelar,
doesn't seem to give a
avançando
crap
em
about dragons
duas
whatsoever.
waves,
They just want to fight,
principalmente
fight,
quando
fight.
no top, querendo levar torres, e a Estelar ia precisar de uma defesa heróica pra proteger sua base.
Uma defesa de estrelas, tá, Lagos? Porque aqui a pressão na selva tá todinha.
Like right now, I don't see the point of
Na
this
posição
4-1
tá
stall
muito mais
coming through from
disposta,
Kaboom.
enquanto os ninjas, eles vão empurrando
I think you'd be
essa
much better
rota
served just going for the
vão
dragon.
produzindo onda de minions pra tentar levar essa T2, sabendo que lá embaixo já tá chegando mais
Okay.
onda pra tentar pegar o inibidor. Veio a ultimate do escuro, machucou
Oh
o meu
wow,
time,
Caballo
não
with a
consegue
very early
mas,
flash.
efetivamente, esse nosso escorpião lá em cima.
Yeah,
com toda a
Kaboom is
série
just-
desabilitado pra segurar essa rota lateral. E aqui
They are
embaixo, o
indeed
House
being
já tá querendo
trolls
passar a
and
mão
orcs.
nos bônus do meu Kion.
O time da Kabum tá bem posicionado pra fazer o próximo dragão.
I'm actually curious about this topside matchup right now between Zekis and Herrit. I wonder if it's hit the point where Zekis can actually hold the lane 1v1. Because I think once Stella can find like a way to hold a lane, that's like their first foothold back into the game, and then you can try and crawl your way back in from there. As it stands though, if you don't have a single like lane that can even hold even, then you've got problems. Like even Aithusa earlier, yeah, he killed House, but let's not forget that was House diving a turret. Like in an open lane, there's a 3-level difference right now between Aithusa and House. That's like the biggest gap this series. This mid canyon is nutty.
Ai, 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 GSTV. 23 minutos de partida, a gente acompanha a diferença até mesmo nas pétalas que a equipe da Kabum conseguiu garantir. Extremamente discrepante. Ter esses benefícios, ter o Atacan também em mãos, já é algo muito positivo. 7.500 de vantagem nesse ponto da partida. Muita coisa.
É sempre aquela sensação, né, de que a hora de lutar, a hora de brigar pro time da Estelar meio que já passou, porque a situação não vai melhorando e acabou também nessa hora, né, vai jogando mais disciplinado. Acho que eles tiveram um certo problema com isso durante a série, de serem ousados demais, buscar algumas lutas que eles não deveriam, mas aqui pra colocar o ponto final, estão jogando bem mais tranquilos, estão jogando de uma maneira um pouquinho mais
Where are we
consciente.
Rise TPing to?
Agora,
Oh.
os reinos pra levar pelo menos os
Okay, that could have been
reinos ali
spicy.
pra fazer esse proxy, só que não adianta muito.
I think more people popped in, maybe.
Não tem objetivo pra Kabum, né? Ainda não nasceu Barão.
Tentam fechar, mas não tem sucesso.
This is actually a
Zeca
good
de um
position
lado,
for Kaboom.
outro,
This is
vem
what they
com
kind of
pra
want.
tentar trazer a eliminação pra cima do escuro, ele
They've been looking for a way to
vem com seu escudo,
stop
ele
Stella
passa
from
a
running
onda.
away, so
Então
this is
essa
good for
chegada
them.
Hirit é a verdadeira chegada do começo
Oh,
do fim.
they can't get any
Isolam
more.
os jogadores da Estelar e cavalo aqui debaixo da torre, Celo pra dar esse apoio, mas o problema é que o Hirit não tá nem aí. Ele vai com essa
Honestly, for the position they were oh, solo. Okay, for the position that Kaboom was in, they only got 1 kill. It's not ideal.
No time da Estelar e vai
Like
na
they gave
zona
up chasing
dela.
Aithusa too. They should have.
Queria mais um objetivo pra tentar fechar o jogo.
A Zeri ainda não tá naquele ponto, né? São 2 itens.
Yeah, that's just gonna be Baron take. So I'm just gonna go back and watch the fight again because
Muita coisa.
É sempre aquela sensação, né, de que a hora
Oh,
de
I
lutar,
went back too far.
também nessa hora, né, vai jogando mais disciplinado,
Yeah.
tiveram um certo problema com isso, de colocar o
nope, I went back way too far. Yeah.
muito.
See, from this position, it's kind of good. The only problem is like Hirit's not there with them. But even at 4v5, they could win this.
Tentam fechar, mas não tem sucesso. Zecas de um lado, meu Kion do outro.
Yeah, Aithusa blowing the Tibbers and then Skuro getting out is like kind of best case situation. And then Skuro just needs to come back in and stop people from popping out this way. And then you should be able to get at least 2 kills, Zekas and Mukio.
Ele gasta o flash, vem com seu
So
escudo,
Mukio flashes the
contra
wall.
onda.
Nobody's
Um
chasing.
teleporte
Or,
agora
well, I guess
Hirit.
Wiz is trying to chase, but can't get there.
Hirit é
Here
a
TP's in.
verdadeira
Yeah, I kind of don't like the angle Skuro went.
chegada do começo do fim.
Like, I get why he
Isolam
did it,
os jogadores
but I
da
think he
Estelar
should
e
have
Cavalo que
continued
de
trying to, like,
fato, o Celo
harry
dá esse apoio,
Celo
mas
and
o
Cavallo and
Hirit
threaten the kill
tá
here.
nem aí. Ele vai
Rather than
com
going for
essa forma
Tibbers.
de Puma, vai machucando
Yeah.
bastante.
Oh well.
E a eliminação no
Is what it is.
Celo não sai. 26
Oh, holy
minutos.
crap, we just missed the fight.
Teve que fazer
Oh, okay. Stella went for the Hail Mary. Ranger always criticized Red cannons, but his team looks like old Red. Yeah, actually, genuinely. Well, I mean, I'd argue Red has better macro. Aegis at least knows what objectives are. It's a 4v5. Mukio is not here. Stella, oh my goodness, Stella. Just wait. Why are we rushing this, Stella? If you get even 2 kills, 3 kills, that's worth. You need to wait for Mukio. Now Aethusa's up a creek with no paddle, no spells, nothing. Salo had to burn summons to get out. Like, okay. You know what? It's fine. Stella was done. Stella was done. Like, they just decided it was over. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, skip 5 seconds, game over. Literally. Like, I did not expect Stella to go to Baron and fight that. Because I thought, like, what's the point? You weren't going to be able to get it. At best, you wait for Mukio and try and go for the steal with Mukio, and that's about it. I didn't expect them to commit. And then I definitely didn't expect them to try and engage 4v5 without Mukio there. Like, even if they don't know Mukio's not there, like, Kaboom are spalling for that 5v5 fight anyways. And if you walk in and you have to take damage looking for the engage, yeah, that's Kaboom's signal that I'm done. You know, we got this. Easy clap. Honestly, okay. Overall, the series, not bad from Stella. They did better than I expected. That Game 2 draft was Thanos, and they executed on it. So, good for them. But I do think they have hands issues. And Aethusa, I did not expect to say this at the beginning of the split, but Aethusa is a problem right now. It feels like he's lost confidence, and if he gets gapped, he's just not having impact in these games right now, whatsoever. Like, Zekas is still doing decently well when he's not put in a unplayable matchup. Cello, to me, is still kind of GOAT on this team, and Mukio is doing well. So it really is a bit of an Aethusa issue right now with his roster. The Renegades, they already got further than anyone. But true. With the first week, I didn't think they'd do well either. I think after the first 2 weeks, I was like, okay, I think Stella can actually do pretty decently. Their shot calling is still really solid, and their decision-making shot calling is still really good, and their macro is not terrible. Yeah. Hirit, this game, I'm going to be honest, the stats look good. I felt like Hirit was pointless this game. He went 0-2-0 in game 1 and had more impact than he did this game when he went, what was the score at the end of it? 3-2-9? Yeah, I think Hirit game 1 had more impact. So, yeah. I still think Kaboom's a good team. What annoys me is that they could be a better team, and it would be so easy for them to be a better team. They just need to actually start playing macro, and I know they can. We've seen Wiz play macro. Heck, even when he was on Loud for that short stint, he played better macro than this. House can definitely play macro. Hirit didn't show us macro when he was in CB LOL, but I swear this guy knows how to play macro. We've seen him in LEC. I swear, guys. Trust. And Skuro definitely played macro in CB LOL Academy in the past on Kaboom Academy. So I don't know. And also he's 80 carry, so even if he doesn't want to play macro, it's not the end of the world. But I'm just going to buffer a little bit. I don't know why it keeps lagging. So. Yeah. Kaboom wins today, but they should have won better, can win better, and going further into playoffs, I think they won't need to play better. Yeah, Wiz and Ranger understand map. Yeah, exactly. Like Ranger did it in 2 roles, man. He did jungle and support. So I don't know what's happening with Kaboom, but they're playing who next? Where is my? Oh, this is the one. They're playing up against Red Academy next. Yeah, Kaboom in their current state will not win against Red Academy, especially when Rebello and Yuzint have been just popping the hell off, bro. Zinz was already popping off, but now their bot lane's popping off. Like, yeah, Kaboom are gonna get slammed if they walk into Red the way they are today. Good news, they can improve. They can definitely improve. Like, it shouldn't even be a problem. Oh, I know why. I had it fast forwarded. That's why I keep doing that. Okay, well, that went the full 3 games, so that's a good time for me to get more tea and go use the washroom. I will be right back. Oh, I forgot MVP. The MVP Wiz? Do I think Wiz is MVP? Before I go by break. Do I think they're MVP? The Sejuani game was good. The Vi game was... Yeah, he did work. The Trundle game was good. Personally, I would have MVP'd House. I think. Yeah, I would have MVP'd House. I think House did a lot of work this series. He gapped every single game. Even in the game they lost, like, House was gapping. So, yeah. Personally, House. But whatever. Wiz is a fair shake. I think Wiz did decent too. Okay. Yeah. This could be brutal tomorrow. We shall see if Kaboom can fix their problems by tomorrow.
playoffs.
It's a bit of a
gente
rush,
tem
but I believe they can.
semana que vem,
Okay, be right
aí
back.
sim, MD5, mas ó, essa aqui foi apenas a primeira série do dia. Vem chegando um novo trio aí pra liberar a janta de vocês, né? Então fiquem calmos. Ania, muito obrigada. GSTV, muito obrigada também. Amanhã não, calma. Daqui a pouquinho a gente tá de volta. Amanhã eu volto. Mas ainda tem mais Circuito Desafiante, então fica aí que volta já já.
Boa noite para todo mundo que, assim como nós, está chegando para essa segunda série do primeiro dia dos playoffs do Circuito Desafiante. Uma honra estar aqui com vocês e uma honra também estar do lado deles. Dick, Vigarista e Muttley. Grande nome, grande dupla. Boa noite pra vocês, meus amores. E aí, como é que a gente chega pra essa segunda série? Porque a gente já teve uma...
Okay, I am back. Sorry, I'm just trying to answer work email thing. So, yeah, if I don't talk for a second, know that I'm currently doing that. But let me set this up first. Game 1 for game 2, for game 1. Series 2, came back just in time, perfect timing.
A gente viu que essa primeira
Oh,
série
yeah.
realmente foi muito truncada. E eu honestamente não espero que seja menos truncada aqui não. A gente sabe que a equipe do Coisa está tentando se recuperar, que não está no melhor dos momentos. E a Los também, que sofreu uma derrota aí que a gente estava pensando que poderia ser um dos grandes favoritos mesmo com essa colocação na tabela, mas sem enrolação. Já estamos com o banco já feito.
Pois é, tu demorou tanto pra terminar sua frase de boa noite que já tá tudo escolhido.
Acho que eu demorei demais, né?
É tudo pronto.
Tá legal.
Mas ainda assim eu gosto.
Perdeu a
Depois
emoção?
da gente tomar essa... eu tava aqui todo empolgado, todo felizão. E tomei uma dessa daí de graça, pô.
Pink Bomb
brincadeira.
pronto, então, aí na tela pra vocês já. E pra gente também entender como é que essa história vai ser.
No, they did the
Primeiro
draw
jogo.
thing again.
E
Shh.
aqui, por enquanto...
FML, bros. Okay. Let me just rewind and see if was it just straight roll? Yep. Okay. So
Com essa colocação na tabela,
Yeah,
mas
there's
sem evolução,
no-
já tamo
yeah,
bem
can't even
do que tinha
see.
feito.
Pois é.
what the
demora
pick
tanto
order
pra
was,
terminar essa
unfortunately.
fase
Okay,
do
we get it
jogo,
as
já
is. That's
tá
fine.
tudo escolhido.
We can puzzle our way through this. That's part of the fun.
Momento talvez até um pouquinho melhor, só que é aquela questão
Oh.
também, né? Chega nos playoffs, as coisas mudam, essas composições vão fazer diferença, fica ali, todas essas perguntas que já a gente vai responder quando entrar ali em Summoner's Rift.
Vocês aí de casa participem com a gente pela hashtag Circuitão. Manda aí pra gente a torcida de vocês. Manda também. Se vocês tiverem montagens, como a gente viu no jogo 1, manda também. Tá tudo
Damn,
bem.
nav
No
it.
topo da tabela do Fantasy, eu acompanho
Okay, you know what?
tranquila.
I should be focusing more on my work right now, but I'm gonna be honest. I want to do the draw first, and then we can like get into it because I'm sure there'll be downtime in games.
Quem zoou,
Um,
zoou, né? Agora,
I mean,
tá
Los and
naquela
Corinthians are
situação,
good teams, which
quem
ironically
voou na
means
tabela
that we'll
realmente,
probably actually get
Corinthians
some slow
voando
moments.
no Fantasy, vamos ver quem vai
I still don't like Rumble with Xinjiao, but it's a standard draft. It's a 2.5 out of 5. Like standard draft, good individual pieces, potential dive.
Pois é, né? E já que você
That can
trouxe
break
a
up the team
questão
fight.
de
We've got
Fantasy,
good counter in the
o
Galio,
GSTV vem-
double
Não,
global,
você,
pick comp with
você.
no tank. Oh, that's actually not bad. I kind of like this one from Corinthians. Not a lot of internal
Não, mas você
cohesion.
pode
We'll give it
estar
a
junto nessa. Já que a gente tem que
3.5?
relembrar que
3
quem
or 3.5.
entrega
I
as
yeah.
dicas, que é o nosso
I'm being rough and
GSTV,
dirty right now with the scores.
precisava
So
também contar pra
yeah,
gente a
I think
posição que
pretty
tá na
pretty good
tabela,
drafts
né?
both ways. Pretty standard drafts both ways. I'll say. I'm not a
Não sei não.
personal huge fan of sort of the
Inenarrável.
Ari Shinjao Kaisa idea. Like it is a bit of a dive composition, but I think it's easily answered, and I think Corinthians actually have good answers with the Pantheon, Galio, Alistar, and Talia. So yeah, I think Corinthians drafted better. That said, I don't trust Corinthians right now. They had a fantastic start to the season, and then they just fell off. And they've won, I think, like 1 out of their last 5 series, and it was against Dopamina. So it's like, okay, you beat Dopamina, but you've been losing to all the top teams, and you randomly lost to Rats, which is one of the lower teams as well. So I just don't have trust for Corinthians right now. He's reading there. No OP champs in red side. Blue side has Rumble. That's fair. That. I mean, OPs are OPs for a reason. So that is legit and fair. So yeah.
Em termos de como eles vão competir por esse clear, então a gente pode esperar que pelo menos nesse começo de jogo uma ação agressiva por ambos os caçadores.
Exato, né? A gente já vai observando como o jogo vai ficando diferente, né, professor? Chegando nos playoffs, a gente já tinha comentado, né, que ali na fase de pontos, quem se saiu melhor foi exatamente a Luz, conseguiu uma vitória de 2-0, algumas rodadas atrás pra cima da equipe do Corinthians, mas agora a gente vê que é um jogo completamente diferente, os times já vêm preparados, teve muita água que rolou aí embaixo dessa ponte, então tudo pode acontecer.
Lunar, don't trust anyone in Fusion picks in fantasy. But by that metric, Lunar, you should also not trust anybody I pick in CD, since I genuinely at the start thought Flamengo would do well, and they actually bombed out. They somehow beat the odds and actually got relegated. Fusion would pick Kaboom if allowed. Hey, Kaboom made top 6, so top 4 actually. Yeah, they made top 4. So actually, have they made top 4 yet? They are currently top 4. They might yet fall out. There we go. Yeah, I was very sad about Flamengo. I don't know what the hell went wrong with that roster or that team, but yeah, it's not okay.
Evitando perder esse HP para não criar essas condições que o Corinthians possa jogar em torno desses dives.
Exato, né? As orientações, né? Esse iniciozinho de jogo realmente vai ditando o que pode acontecer ali já nesse early game, mas também o que vai continuar reverberando no restante da partida. A gente tem que ficar de olho porque são dois caçadores que a gente sempre fala, né, sobre como eles têm um impacto muito forte nesse early game, mas eles também precisam dessa farmada, precisam pensar um pouquinho neles
Okay.
mesmos. E falando
I'm trying not to get baited. I'm still trying to freaking answer the freaking work email. And I'm watching them trade. I'm going like, surely we're not going to see first blood, right? Like, these teams are more restrained than that, right? Right? Like, there's absolutely no reason they just randomly pop here.
Perdeu um pouquinho de vida por ali, Sangueon também foi um pouco miado, e agora a gente vai observar a movimentação do próprio Sting, que vem fazendo esse aronguejo na parte de baixo, mas é o aronguejo trocado, né? Na parte de cima, o Stinner também garante o seu próprio aronga, e agora ele já vai ensaiando uma entrada na selva adversária, mas é onde não tem nada, né?
Ele só garante a sentinela justamente pra poder fazer esse retorno na base, e a gente tá vendo que o Sting vai fazer a mesma coisa, já começa o seu recalque também.
Né?
Exatamente, eles vão justamente priorizar esse PF que agora acho que não tem motivos pra forçar ações desse mapa nesse momento. A gente vê que o Sangueon gastou as suas 2 posições também, então recuperou todo o HP daquela troca que foi favorável à equipe do Corinthians. Então nesse momento a gente vê um jogo um pouco mais padrão, nada muito fora do normal. A gente pode começar a ver as equipes jogarem de uma forma mais agressiva justamente nesse timing do Dragão, e acho que a equipe do Alôs pode se aproveitar um pouco disso quando a bot lane deles der esse retorno na base, mas a gente tá vendo que a trocação tá rolando por enquanto, e Night gasto, mas ficou elas por elas.
A gente também tem que ficar um pouco de olho nessa parte da bot lane, porque o Trigo é um dos únicos caras que consegue aí ir contra os argumentos de Colossus e Gruntard que o Jhin não tem vitórias, né?
Okay, there we go. Finally answered the work message. Man.
Então é 100% de win rate com esse Jhin.
Sometimes I forget, like, or not forget, but it takes me longer to think in like proper formatting and language, you know, like dear so-and-so, thank you for your interest. Like a proper email. I'm too used to Discord nowadays, like, where you just send like short message. So you have to like properly format stuff. And you have to like, come across as not like a robot or AI, because so many people use AI now to write those sort of letters. That's just a bunch of more work in general.
O Leleco ainda encaixou ali o controle de grupo, mas tomou logo na sequência aquele coraçãozinho do MG. E na parte um pouquinho mais inferior do mapa já tem movimentação do Corinthians, que quer garantir o primeiro dragão do jogo.
No, I am sadly not AI. AI would make my life easier. I don't know how to do the whole AI thing. I know like you have to train it first before like it actually is useful, so. Okay. Corinthians get first dragon. Early dragon take too. I am so happy. Like, you should be taking dragons early if you can. There's no reason not to. And then you can go fight grubs later. You get more fighting. Yay. True, I am a VTuber. VTubers are not AI. At least most of them are. There's that Neurosama or whatever is Neurosama, I think is the AI VTuber thing. It's kind of cool. I watched a video of that AI VTuber doing Rap God. I guess it's easy for like an AI to do it, right? Because they just really speed up their thing to match. But it's kind of crazy. Man, the day AIs can cast League of Legends is coming. That's all I'm saying. That's why they all get cancelled in 2 years. No, it's precisely because they're not AI that they get cancelled in 2 years, because people just... Cottontail was not? I am not familiar with Cottontail. Yeah, I think Neurosama is what that one's called, the AI VTuber one. I'm actually not big into VTubers, unfortunately. I got a VTuber model because of something that happened actually in Proving Grounds, where I was on the desk as an analyst, and we had Fairy Girl, who is a high-level League of Legends player. I think she's a mid laner or AD carry? Mid laner. Mid laner? AD carry. Mid laner. Shoot, I should know this. She's playing OQs too. Yeah, but we had her on as the guest that time, and a lot of people in chat were kind of like against VTubers. So I was like, I don't understand why. So I was like, fine, I'll make a VTuber model. I'll go commission one. And then Kai, he recommended this person who was making models, so I commissioned one. And now it's kind of useful because, yeah, it lets me work on the side while watching stuff, and nobody needs to know. Fantasy's bugged right now? Oh no. I'll take a look at Fantasy after this game. Hopefully it unbugs by then. Okay. Still no first blood. 8 minutes in. Maybe we get one here? If Sanghyun doesn't flash, I don't know if we'll get one. Yeah. See, this I feel like is now kind of where we're at with the grub spawn being desynced from Dragon. My initial thought was like, oh, I like the desync because then we don't see the trade anymore, but it's made things worse, actually. Because teams sometimes just don't fight over it, and then we just see extended laning phases where nothing happens. And then teams don't even go for Dragon half the time. Oh, they dodged. Oh, the hook missed! Well, we're gonna see blood one way or another. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, very low. A dancing grenade could take out a lot of people. Okay. Trigo once more. Oh, Sting stole it. It's not really worth his life, but I guess you take what you can get. Oh, that was really close. That was really close. If Shina goes down, kind of worth this thing. Okay. Yeah. This thing easy. This was really close. When Sanghyun missed, I thought everything was going to go to crap, but Konseki... I feel like Konseki shouldn't have re-engaged right there. But you couldn't have known, right? He engaged right at the same time MG went in. But MG going in was probably the better angle to kind of go for. Yeah. And then Sting here just stealing that was lols. And if he had managed to find Steiner, it would have been kind of worse. The red buff was even ticking down. I think it was probably a Triumph proc that saved him. Yeah, it's just Triumph proc and or biscuits or whatever the hell he was healing. Because I saw the plus 80 something. He doesn't have biscuits. Did he have pots? I don't know what was healing him. Super close. Yeah, huge for Los Grandes though, winning that. The early game's really quiet. Ray, you liked the change. The handshake was cringe. Yeah, you see, that was my initial gut reaction, was the handshake's cringe. But the problem is that now without the handshake, we don't see the lane swaps come through to go for the grubs. And the other problem is we also, we're not seeing teams go, like, they're not really fighting over the first dragon anyways, so it ends up just being like a really quiet early game for the most part. If teams are good, right? Because they know exactly what they can get away with, and so the laning phase becomes more stale when players know exactly how it's supposed to go to optimize. So, yeah. I mean, that's why I still enjoy LTA South, right? Because in LTA South, we still get action anyways. Teams still kind of mess up. Teams still get ganked. Oof. Yeah, Corinthians just backing off. It's the power spike for Lowe's right now, where they're better at the 5v5. Corinthians need to start playing on their globals. They've got triple globals. They need to play on it. They're not gonna get the straight up 5v5 right now. Oh, no, LPL, yeah. LPL gets kills differently from LTA South. LTA South gets kills because, yeah, people get high fee. And people don't always play optimally. Whereas I think LPL is like they just brute force. I'm not saying brute force, but they want more action and they're willing to make it happen. Okay, Natuno with the cleanup. Let's go. That's a nice kill instinct from Natuno there. By the way, this entire time, since like the Herald take pretty much, the Grub takes, pardon me, Tyrion's just been pushing the top side, uncontested. That's hilarious. Yeah, we saw Celo carry on the Kaisa. If Celo can do it, Natuno can do it. Natuno was Celo before Celo was Celo. Or I guess Natuno is what Celo wants to be, kind of, except more successful. Comba com o Alistar, tem W da Thalia, e através disso eles conseguem esses abates. Mas a gente vê que já é a segunda, terceira vez que eles não conseguem. Yeah, for Corinthians, they're not that far behind. They're just 1k. The problem is just that right now it's the power spike break where you don't have a good answer to Rumble's team fight, and triple globals don't contribute a lot to the team fight necessarily. Like Galio's kind of does. So what they should be kind of doing is rotating their globals, their teleports, their ganks basically into the various lanes and try and get numbers advantage. Especially during this downtime where there's no objectives on the map. Especially on the Rumble. Like, Super Clever is probably the least able to get away. He's got Flash, but... Or maybe you can try and punish MG before Spirit Rush comes back up. Which is probably why MG's playing really safe right now. You can see MG doesn't even want to walk past into River.
Em sequência. Pra tá cada um farmando,
Just even walking up, MG's pinging for cover right now.
arrumando certinho visão, arrumando
He's just waiting for
certinho
Spirit Rush.
wave, posicionando certinho os seus campeões pra auxiliar um pouco mais o Steam a ganhar mais espaço de mapa. Então assim, já não é um passo a passo muito fácil de ser executado. E além disso, você ainda luta dentro das situações que são muito boas para LoS, vai ficando cada vez mais difícil para o Corinthians. E assim, é muito cedo, né? Não tem nem 15 minutos de jogo ainda. A gente já vê a LoS conseguindo destaque de proeza, então já tem essa proeza de guerrilhas. A gente vai vendo que cada vez mais vai acelerando esse jogo da LoS. O Netuno é uma
Even though
casa com duas
Netuno is kind of huge and picked up the extra kill and 2 assists compared to Trigo, Trigo can still have a lot of impact in these fights. Especially if he can get past Steiner, specifically. So his current call could be impactful. We'll see how that one goes. Like I said, for now I'm just waiting for Corinthians to make first move, but it's Los kind of just punishing them again. I don't know if it's worth it trading Spirit Rush for Unbreakable. Hey Dark Knight, hello, hello. Welcome to the second match of the day. This is the first game, so how are we doing? I've been entertained. Series 1 was less one-sided than I thought it would be. It went 2-1, so that's a good start to my day. Also, I miss CD, so getting back to CD is making my day pretty good so far. This game's been a little bit slower, a little bit more cerebral. The first series was low-key, kind of brain dead, which was fun, but also kind of brain dead. A lot of action. Yeah, I don't know. Corinthians haven't... This performance we've seen from them so far this game has not... they haven't recaptured that magic they had in the beginning of Split. I don't know what happened. Like, did teams just get better? Because Sting's not even inting anymore, so it's not even Sting's fault. Like, Sting, it started because Sting started inting, but... Okay, walls up. And Netuno gets it. Both junglers walk up, and Netuno gets it. Okay. That... Yeah. I mean, they killed Steiner at least for Corinthians, so... It's not for free. It's a low trade. How are you doing this fine day, Dark Knight? I heard that Ray has overtaken you in the standings for the LTA South, LTA Fantasy. Did you bet on Lion as well? Like a whole bunch of us did. Damn. Thankfully it's past 14 minutes for Los, or else Trigo just picked up a bunch. Yeah, picking out the North, that's fair. I did that too. Oh. Wait, this could be good? Here are the globals we were talking about. But Netuno's getting free fire. They haven't really put threat onto this Kai'Sa whatsoever. Oof. Okay. Yeah, no equalizer for Super Clever, or that could have been different. Corinthians, can they look for the re-engage here? Like, Tyran's too low, I think. And Sting... Yeah, Sting's not tanky enough to do this. Pretty sure you're the only one still picking LTA South. Yeah, I'm sorry, Dark Knight. I actually want to see if I can try and catch up to Lunar, so I betrayed it. I mean, I could just go back to Pain at this point. Pain's probably got a pretty good matchup on paper. I won't, but the option's there. If LTA Fantasy is not borked, I'll go pick my thing after this. Ooh! That dive is clean! Steiner barely takes damage. Okay. Yeah, Corinthians are not playing poorly, but Los is just playing better. Corinthians don't have that magic.
Corinthians até tentou fazer uma boa resposta ali, indo pra cima do
Like, they
Santos.
have used their globals a couple of times, so it's not like they haven't done anything with them, but it's just not enough, and then their team fight's not as strong.
Que era o trabalho que talvez o Corinthians deveria ter feito naquela primeira luta nas Vastilivas. Quem já está conseguindo fazer é essa Kai'Sa, né? Ele conseguiu fechar seu primeiro
Yeah, the
win,
next
ele
objective is
tá
Atakan
mal,
coming up
que também
first.
auxilia ele até um pouco mais
I think it's gonna
de
actually be kind of
rápido.
interesting,
E essa
because
Kai'Sa começa a sair do controle, vai
Corinthians
ficando cada vez
kind of
mais
need to just
forte,
ignore
até
Atakan.
porque
Like, they need to
se
stop
olha
those
pro
from
time do
doing
Corinthians,
it, but they need to not
vai
hard
ter
commit.
essa ultimate do
Those, if they do
Phantom,
Atakan,
mas
it's not
eu
about the
acho que
Atakan.
quando
It's
você
about
se real,
trying to get
se
the kills
reposiciona
off
pra
of
sair
Corinthians
da
at that point,
embestida da Kai'Sa
and
conforme ela vai crescendo,
snowball
né?
harder.
O Jhin não é muito móvel. O Alistar não vai auxiliar o Jhin
Atakan itself, to me, is
a
actually
se
not worth
reposicionar, porque ele
the...
tem uma cabeçada só
The buff
e
is
um
cute,
monte
it's
de
nice, but
alvo.
it's largely
Então,
placebo.
é uma
You don't
composição
really
valor
feel
que
that much
responde
benefit
bem
from
a essa
it.
falta de mobilidade que o time do Corinthians tem, porque eles conseguem somente entrar.
Oftentimes, by the time we actually
E
see Atakan
depois,
being
né?
taken,
E
the
pra
XP
voltar
buff
pra
is
zona
not that
clara pra
significant
proteger esse
anymore. You're
time,
more than halfway
tirando
through
o Leleco,
the level.
mas
Like,
o
you're in
Phantom
double
faz uma boa
digits most of the
entrada, o
time.
Panther faz uma boa entrada, mas e a defesa,
And then the
né?
additional
Quem vai
damage
pra trás?
is
Como é
not
que fica
huge
quando você tem
either.
tantos campeões na mão da louça que conseguem exatamente chegar e alvejar a sua backline?
Principalmente com a Kai'Sa, né? Ela simplesmente faz a ultimate, vai pra backline adversária. Então ela não só sai do perigo, como também oferece mais um perigo pra backline do tipo do
I just
Corinthians.
realized,
Então eles têm que
Lotus hasn't taken a
pensar
turret.
muito bem,
We're almost at 20
armar
minutes.
muito bem, preparar
Last
o
game
espaço
turrets were like
pra
dropping, or last year's they were dropping like
até o
60
momento
minutes.
estão sendo a maioria em favor do
But yeah, this game's a
Corinthians.
lot
ainda
slower.
tratando um pouco da
Both teams are
lógica,
defending a
o
lot
Super
better.
Tavern nem tá tentando jogar tão agressivo essa matchup, ele tá garantindo um gapzinho singelo em termos de farm, mas assim eu vejo que ele não tá
Tyrion
dando,
actually lost his counter
dando
matchup.
ao azar aqui. Ele realmente tá
He gets the
tentando
Galio
jogar mais de
counter,
boa,
and he's actually down
entendendo que o
CS.
Phantom tem esse
And
alcance global
he
e
had
joga
a lot more
mais pra
alone
frente
time
quando
than
tem
Super
também
Clubber
o
did
avanço por
in
parte de China,
topside.
mas eu acho que a Lo já entendeu de uma forma muito clara que é só uma questão
Not
de realmente
ideal.
manter o mapa estabilizado e realmente não ficar comprando essas lutas de maneira desesperada. Eles só lutam justamente quando eles têm a posse da região e quando tem um objetivo em mente.
E até complementando um pouco essa sua fala,
Yeah, this whole
como ele
last,
tem o MG muito
3-4
individual,
minutes,
porque ele já conseguiu uma
Corinthians
vantagem
have
bem
not
interessante,
made a
já tem
play,
uma
nor have
base
they been
de
setting up for a play.
Once
Once the objective comes up, that's when things get dicey for them again. Like, even if Lowe's can't take Atakan, in 2 minutes that dragon's coming up. To set up a play takes time. Like, you can't just make a play out of nowhere. Like, Corinthians plays will probably take at least a minute to set up. That leaves them effectively like a 45-second window to pull the trigger. But they're not even setting up now. They're just sitting back. They're not even waiting for an item power spike. They're literally sitting on a 2-item power spike.
Então, muitos campeões aqui na composição da equipe do Corinthians que tem esse alcance global, a gente tá falando da entrada heróica do Galio, também tem a ultimate do Pantheon, tem a ultimate do Thalia, mas nenhuma sendo muito utilizada.
Like, I get it if teams are sitting back waiting for power spikes to try and play around a certain window, but that's not even happening here, so I just don't know what Corinthians are waiting for.
Porque eles estão muito próximos desse ponto de alma, então é uma coisa a ficar muito de olho nesse momento se você tá jogando a equipe do Corinthians.
Pra complementar aí novamente o meu outro neurônio, já que nós dois somos iguais. Quando a gente viu as derrotas que o Corinthians foi tendo durante esse split, na primeira parte do nosso campeonato, a gente falava muito sobre essa falta de proatividade, sobre serem todos jogadores que são muito agressivos, todos eles, o Tyrion, o Sting, o Leleco principalmente, são caras que são muito agressivos, que gostam de jogar pra frente. E quando
Yeah,
a gente via
this extra objective of Atakan, I think, has actually backfired a lot. Instead of giving teams something to fight over, it's forced teams to go teamfight comps, but at the same time, it's too hard to take this early on. It feels like Old Baron a little bit in terms of being able to take it early. So teams don't go for it. But then you can't split push because you pick a split push champion, then you just lose the fight for these objectives. And the timing windows aren't long enough for you to be able to split push. And then we get these like long pockets of just time where we're just waiting for the next objective to do something. And ironically, the better the teams, the more boring the downtime is, because then they're just ping-ponging waves for the most part, and nobody should be caught for no reason. Okay, Drag's up at least now, so...
Por enquanto eles vão tentando mudar um pouco isso, vão tentando dominar essa região do Rio, que é a área onde a gente já tem mais grande objetivo.
I actually wonder what Drake has the lowest win rate, or which soul has the lowest win rate. I want to say it's Chemtech, or I feel like it should be Chemtech, but... Oh, that equalizer. It's cooking.
Exatamente, por isso consegue já é abatido. Logo na sequência tem a aproximação do MG, ele vem procurando uma brecha, ele acha, são duas eliminações.
Good equalizer from Super Clever. Basically, if Los land a good equalizer, they should just win the fight. Like, they are better. That's what makes them the better team fight composition more than anything else, and they just roll through.
Uma iniciativa boa demais da Luz que vai ficar em situação de ponto de alma, professor.
Exatamente.
And maybe now they can take some turrets.
Muito desse dano, essa área também segura muito dano.
Nope, never mind. Trigo wave cleared.
Nesse momento, em termos de burst, a equipe da Luz sai
Not
à
even
frente,
using
vai
static shift or
garantir
something like that.
esse terceiro dragão, mas pro próximo pode ser a alma pra eles. A alma tech também que vai garantir essa
Yeah, Los can't get a big enough lead to actually get the dive component of their composition online. If they can, this game would be a lot faster. And I think it's the turrets, actually. They need to get the turrets to get the gold, but Corinthians are doing a fantastic job just holding turrets right now. And again, they can't really split push. Triple globals keep threatening them.
Pois é. E além de faltar o dano também, uma coisa que eu até ia comentar minutos antes dessa luta estourar é que o Super Clever ele não estava sendo tão participativo porque não precisava da participação dele exatamente por momentos como esse. O Corinthians agressiva pra cima
And
da
instead,
Luz,
it's Corinthians to pick up 2 turrets.
é muito melhor.
And the goal is pretty much dead even.
Do Jin, mas não tem
This
uma
should be
boa
standing
entrada do
gold on
All-Star,
paper
não tem uma boa
for
entrada do Galho, não tem uma boa entrada do
for
Punk.
Los to pick up,
Então,
but
do que vai adiantar,
they're
né?
really
Uma
struggling to
posição de
push.
play
Their short range is really messing with
que
them.
levou pro Tyrion fazer a sua chegada heróica. Então, não tem
They need to get
necessidade
Netuno into
da
Tyrion
Luz
as a
estar
matchup.
preocupada em criar essas grandes lutas, porque parece que eles só
Because
ficam
MG and Super
preocupados
Clever
em
are both
ficar
struggling against the
chamando,
magic
porque o time já
resistance.
tá lutando lá do
Push into
fundo.
this Galio.
Então eles estão entendendo que o Corinthians não tá tendo essa calma pra entender como essa composição tem que ser executada.
E nesse momento vai ficando cada vez mais complicado. Mesmo que a vantagem em Gold ainda seja irrisória, a gente vê que a composição da equipe da Loz em termos de scaling, eu vejo muito melhor nesse ponto aqui, porque eles vão conseguir absorver muito mais, eu acho que eles vão crescer muito mais na partida, mas de novo, é uma questão também deles conseguirem encaixar essa composição da maneira correta, como deve ser feito.
Okay. Finally, Super Clever should get one turret on the bot side.
Na parte de cima do mapa, enquanto o Super Clever leva a torre. Então, a gente tá vendo que
Sheesh.
o baile em termos de mapa que a Loz
Took
vem aplicando
25 minutes almost for Los to get their first turret of the game.
também porque você tomar um jogo que tem a impressão que você não consegue
it's
criar
tough.
nada além das coisas do que rolou nos primeiros 5, 6 minutos de partida, é uma coisa a ficar bem preocupado e você
também não foi muito
apreensivo.
bom, né?
Não, eu achei os 6 primeiros minutos da equipe do Corinthians.
They've got at
bom.
least
Eu
another
acho que a
4 plus
partida
an
como
inhibitor
você
minimum to
já
go.
deu aquela
That's if they
enganada
win
um
off
pouco
one
mais
lane,
agressiva, eles perderam
which is
o tempo,
unlikely.
aquela onda de baixa larvas, eu acho que ali já comprometeu muito do andamento do jogo, que eles poderiam garantir um pouco de vantagem para continuar crescendo no jogo.
É aquela velha história, né?
This mid lane's kind of low, but yeah, the wave clear from Echo and Trigo have just been too good.
E aí fica essa questão toda, né? Não chegam a tomar aquela atitude aqui na parte superior.
Oh,
Lá na
damn,
parte
this
de
top
baixo
side's
também não tem
healthy.
Punição nenhuma pro Super Kleber levar mais uma torre, né? Quer dizer, levar essa primeira torre, então, nesse caso. Então a gente vai observando para ver o que eles vão fazer por agora, já que a gente vê a movimentação nessa parte superior. Ali a gente já tem o Atacan posicionado, o Barão também.
Okay, maybe I was a little bit over optimistic when Dark Knight asked me how my day was going. It was going well, and then now we're entering
Em torno deles.
CBLCK.
Pois é, e a gente tá vendo esse avanço aqui rolando por enquanto por parte da equipe do Corinthians, tentando
And truly,
buscar uma
genuinely,
jogada
it's not like they're making bad
que
plays. So,
Veloz.
well, until that happened, let's go. Sting got caught.
Ele finalmente consegue fugir porque a galera
The Corinthian special.
consegue fazer essa aproximação. Olha a entrada do herói para não deixar
Equalizer still available if they line up.
paredão.
There we go. That's not a good equalizer. It still cooks Koseki, yeah.
E o Koseki é queimado na
Okay, Steiner. Please don't int at the Baron. You're the jungler.
Ele já
Oh my
leva
goodness,
o
okay.
Netuno, consegue a eliminação ali pra cima do Leleco.
I hate this so
Agora
much.
tem
I hate
também
this so much. I
neutralizado
hate
pra
this
cima
so
do
much.
próprio Steiner. E no fim
So,
das contas, a briga vira
Problem is,
pra
sure,
Los.
Los win the fight, but the fight's not the important thing. It's what you can get off the back of the fight. And now they can't get anything. Trigo's pushing out mid, so they can't get the mid lane turret. They can't push into top because Super Clever doesn't have good turret taking ability. You saw how long it took to take the bot side. They can't go for objectives because their jungler's dead. And now Super Clever getting caught means that Corinthians have a way back in. Okay. Los kinda through. Steiner kinda through.
Ou vão, hein? O Sting já puxou o gatilho, vai pra cima desse Atacan e ele tem o apoio dos seus companheiros.
That might be all Corinthians need. I mean, they've been really passive, but
Pelo visto, o Corinthians vai faturar isso aqui.
maybe that's the wake up call. They're giving them time.
Mas o Steiner tava bem longe, ele acabou de voltar à vida porque ele morreu quando ele entrou ali agressivo pra cima do time do Corinthians. E assim, essa jogada que o Sting fez pra cima do Super Kleber é o que a gente tá esperando, o que precisava estar acontecendo desde o começo do jogo. Esse cara agressivo, ele é um Pantheon. Ele tem
I think
armas
for
pra conseguir
Corinthians,
cobrar
funnily enough, they might actually want this dragon to go to Los. The skilling on this team does not fill me with optimism. Ah, well, neither team's skilling fills me with optimism, I guess. I don't know. Well, either way, fight for dragon.
Pra eles tentarem começar a sua retomada aí nesse jogo.
Exatamente, putrificam as suas pétalas.
Los are trying to go for the death
garantem
bushes.
Um pouco mais de combate.
Purificam.
Purificam isso. Putrificam
Contrário.
então. É que ela é putrificada, depois ela purifica.
É, mas aí purificou.
Exatamente. Então. Muito P
É
aqui.
que você foi muito antes, né?
Pois é, foi muito P aqui.
Foi na lore, foi na lore.
Exatamente.
Oof, Char misses.
There
we go, Trio kicking it off.
Tá rolando por aqui. Abriu o ultimate tudinho, mas não tem muita ação não.
Damn.
Chega a ser aquele P maiúsculo, né? Realmente.
Okay.
Muito, né?
That's actually a pretty good, pretty big engage tool off the table for Corinthians.
O Steiner tomou um certo dano, mas nada que tire ele dessa importante briga, porque agora o time da Luz pode tentar garantir essa alma, mas o Corinthians não quer deixar. Eles vão rechaçando, vão tirando, vão deixando desconfortável demais o time do Corinthians, que agora já vem tentando fazer a volta, muito dano, olha a aproximação do Steiner. E pelo que vai fazer até o final.
Sting gets it.
Mas é roubado.
They're getting cooked though on the equalizer.
Agora a briga vai estourando, você vai tomando
Yeah, Netuno's cleaning house. Okay.
Ele não tá nem aí. Ele dói quando vem para o adversário, agora tá trocando por aqui, ele é Leleco.
Damn. Okay, Los. Okay, Los. Yeah, Netuno MVP for sure this game. Holy crap. The game was looking really bad for Los. Like they were losing momentum really badly. But yeah, they found the critical fight. That was giga huge for them.
Eles têm carta branca, sinal verde pra fazer o barão.
Vamos cantar pro Super Kleber? Baixa astral. Baixa astral.
I mean, the equalizer was also really good from Super Clever. The way it kind of roasted across. Like, this was really, really good. But it's Netuno, really, who just got a free fire, finds the right angle for the killer instinct, and just dives right into the back line. It was beautiful. It was gorgeous. Even the knockup doesn't matter. And he is, for a second there, actually 1v3. His team was not able to pull up, and it did not matter. He saw the angle. Boy miracle. Yeah, that's what Los has been looking for this entire time, right? Is that one sort of team fight to blow things up and then actually be able to snowball. So the 5k gold lead should be enough for them to start looking for dives now. Yeah. Corinthians, the comp was what was kind of keeping them in it, because the dive is really hard against the Galio, Pantheon, Talia, and Alistar. So up to now, like, Los couldn't dive even when they're hitting item breakpoints. They needed, like, actual goal leads. I don't know if 5k is enough, to be honest. I feel like we're late enough in the game that it should be enough, because damage tends to outscale resistances, so we're kind of at the almost 4 item actually for Netuno. Yeah, he's getting melted even through Unbreakable. Yep, okay. Leleko's desperately trying to push for dear life, but I mean, you're trading inner for inner. You need to get back here. This is a baroned up team. Yeah. You trade inner for inhibitor. Oh, 2 inhibitors. That's actually really not worthwhile. Really. Like, a lot of times we see them do this because you know you're going to lose the fight anyway, so at least try and find something on the other side. But losing 2 inhibitors like that, kind of not worth. And now Los just reset and pushes 5 on the bot side, which is the worst nightmare for Corinthians because now there's no pick potential. I don't know. On one hand, Corinthians did really well stalling out the game and just keeping it super even throughout the strong spike of Los Grandes. On the other hand, though, globals, man, you dropped the 3 globals and we saw like 3 times that it was used. Like, for the early part of the game, that's fine, but we're now like 30 minutes in and you've only used it 2 times or 3 times. Kind of not great. It wasn't even like that staggered apart either, which is, I think, something that's also, yeah, very much a negative to me.
Então a gente já vê que o Super Kleber faz essa movimentação para levar aquela wave de minions para segurar pouco.
It is a tough comp to execute, don't get me wrong. So it's not, like, I still think Corinthians are playing the game better or more cerebrally than Kaboom. But yeah, it's a tough comp. I'm glad I won't be able to do it again next game. Like, you've removed a lot of the big globals. Like, sure, there's TF and Rise, but Rise's range is a lot shorter and TF is not meta, so I don't think we'll see another sort of global comp like this.
Então a gente vê como eles poderiam ter aproveitado o tempo do mapa para tentar algum pick-off. O Sandion tá entrando sozinho na selva ali. Se tivesse 3 jogadores já posicionados, seria um pick-off e eles comprariam muito tempo para esse servidor voltar. Beleza, ainda faltaria uns 2 minutos e 30, 2 minutos. A teoria aí já inventando.
They're pinging the wave, they're just waiting for that one to get in.
O Corinthians não tá muito consciente de qual pode ser o próximo passo da equipe da Luz e você não entendeu o passo do adversário.
Wow, that flash time over the wall from MG.
O próximo passo pode ser esse daí, ó. Pisar no acelerador. Ele já vem.
That's a ballsy move. I actually really like it. It was a...
Olha a tentativa do Tari embora, mas o MG.
I mean, I might come back to bite him now, but...
Ele e o Netuno combinando.
Oh, nice, they dodged out.
Mais uma
Okay.
vez, Netuno. E agora ele fecha pra
Netuno's just diving through turrets. He's got GA, he doesn't care.
Ele vai
He might die, though.
ele ainda
Does he have
tem
flash? He already
aquela
used it. Yep.
sobrevida com a sua Guardian Angel. E
Can he
agora
get
vai
out?
fazer essa
Nope.
briga
Ooh,
pra
that was a
frente
huge shutdown.
demais.
And they don't take the
Netuno
inhibitor turret.
dessa
Okay,
vez
maybe they
foi
screwed up
mais
a
pra
little bit
perto
too
demais
much.
do sol e caiu.
Went a
Pois é,
little too deep.
nesse momento e a gente vê que isso não vai comprometer ainda o andamento da partida em termos de qual é o próximo objetivo. Óbvio que eu acho que ele acabou se precipitando, tentando fechar a partida
Little
um
too
pouco
ham.
mais rápido do que deveria, mas força esse flash também nas mãos do Trigo, tira esse flash aí, que é um recurso importante para o atirador da equipe do Corinthians.
It's fine.
mas
It doesn't change things for
provavelmente
Los,
a equipe da
right?
Luz
They're still far ahead enough.
essa
It does hurt them a little bit, though, because the GA probably won't be up for the next fight.
mas a gente sabe que começando
The Lord
desse
Summoner's
jeito,
blown
você
from the
pode
2-0, and he did feed a massive bounty over the way of Aleko. It shouldn't change things if Los play properly, but if they're still in that kind of divey mood, then hey, who knows?
O Trigo estava bem posicionado, conseguiu abrir uma boa ultimate que também foi minando bem a vida. E essa ultimate que ele abriu espalhou todo
Ooh,
mundo da
24
Luz
stacks
e
on
acabou
MG.
com
Yeah, but going back to the point about MG flashing over the wall there, he does it because he has Zonias, and it looks really sexy. And also the turret was not the healthiest. They knew they could absolutely shred it in the chaos that MG was about to create. So I love the confidence and then the team kind of making that call. It is very risky though.
É o famoso empolgou, né? Quando o cara
It did
realmente
accelerate
olhou ali pro
pace.
placar, viu que ele tava
And then the
10,
second dive was the problem when they went under the other turret. Like the Tuno was just too much.
demais,
Eu
demais.
tenho propriedade pra falar isso nessas 2 últimas semanas.
Exato, essa galera por aí que tá realmente no topo pode ter que tomar cuidado, porque às vezes pode acabar caindo, mas a gente torce pra que não caia. Não, Fabrício?
Tuno should probably have walked up here instead. That one had a control board.
Eu comecei o jogo falando que eu tinha que ser mais humilde, André, tá
Exato,
vendo?
exato.
Aí, ó.
That's fine. They dropped another control
E a
board there.
gente já viu aqui também o Icarus perdendo suas asas, né? nesse
Exato.
jogo, né?
They're just
Então,
denying
agora
vision.
Mas a cobra não vai perder
Ooh.
dela, não. Calma
Good buffer
lá.
from Sanghyun.
Não podemos ignorar os sinais que o
That
Corinthians
flick would have
não
pushed him over the
sabe,
wall.
Não podemos. E por hora a gente tá vendo aqui que o grande sinal é que a equipe da Los quer executar esse barão aqui. Já tem toda essa posse da região. E realmente, muito difícil para a equipe do Corinthians contestar. Mas eles se veem pressionados a contestar o objetivo. Porque se a equipe da Luz garantir esse objetivo, vai ser GG. Só
Nice
que
try.
o potencial de tomar um engage aqui agora é muito simples. É só a Luz realmente
This is a vision war.
forçar, pisarem um pouquinho mais pra dentro dessa selva.
A well-fought vision war, actually, from both sides. I love that Corinthians are not overextending into darkness. They're playing this really carefully and safely.
Eita, e sem visão.
I say as Konseki gets hooked. That was really unfortunate timing for me.
Consegue toma o controle de grupo todo, parecia que tava tentando correr de calça jeans molhada.
Caster cursing from a co-stream. Let's go.
Vai ficando esse
They were
lado
playing it
mais
really, really,
claro
really
do
well
time da Luz.
prior to that.
Essa visão foi
Like the way Sting
sacanagem,
actually
não
dodged out the
foi
hook up on the top
sair,
side
tá? Do jeito que ela
and pushing on,
apareceu ali,
taking advantage of
como
that
ele viu
too.
que
Yeah, that was good.
ninguém foi, ele foi dar uma olhadinha. Mas a boa resposta agora do Corinthians
We used
tá,
Grand Star Fall for a
levam
last
essa
hit.
torre enquanto
Okay,
os
not even
jogadores
last hit.
daquele barão e vão tentar aí estancar pelo menos um pouco essa pressão que eles estão recebendo por essa parte de baixo.
É, e um pequeno detalhe aqui também é que a Ari tá com esse... Pequeno não, né? Que é um grande detalhe, inclusive, que a Ari já tá com 25 stacks nessa Mejaia aqui. Então, garante ainda mais poder de habilidade nesse momento aqui o Spec mostrando pra gente. 579, quase 600, mas é uma itemização que não tem Rabadon também, mas ainda assim, em termos de poder, essa área está muito forte. E a gente tá vendo agora que a Los, desculpa, que é justamente aproveitar todo esse poder que eles têm nesse momento para justamente empurrar para esse GG. Optam em justamente ir por essa rota inferior, que eles garantem que eles devem mais uma torre, então em termos de ouro, cresce ainda mais na partida, é um pouco mais fácil, e fazem uma pressão também justamente nessa rota do meio, porque eles podem utilizar esse buff do Barão e levam com muito mais tranquilidade. Então é uma questão de tempo, Andrezinho, até a equipe da Luz realmente fechar essa partida, mas vamos ver se a equipe do Corinthians pode encontrar esses milagres aqui durante o caminho.
Exatamente, né? Se não bobear, o time da Luz tem tudo para conseguir finalizar. A gente viu por ali os milionários da partida, sem surpresa para ninguém. O Netuno, realmente com muito ouro, tava lá na parte superior da tabela de milionários. E agora a gente vem observando porque com esse Barão, a vida do Corinthians complica demais. Se o Timão quiser sobreviver nessa partida por aqui, vai ter que fazer um milagre. Conseguir segurar essa investida do time da Luz, que até o momento vem sendo implacável. São 2 tentativas de entrada, lá na parte do meio o MG ainda garante aquele coraçãozinho na cara do Tyren e também muito espaço para tentar chegar para cima dessa torre. Lá de longe o canhão vem macetando, vem metralhando e vai caindo rapidamente. A vida de mais uma torre pode ser outra lane completamente aberta se eles tentarem investir na direção desse inibidor.
Exatamente, vão levar esses 3 inibidores, a gente vê uma iniciação aqui por parte do Corinthians.
Jenner deu bobeira, já foi abatido. Olha, chegaram do Tyren por ali também. O time do Corinthians quer fazer esse milagre. Sting com 2 eliminações, agora a passagem do paredão. Vai pra cima da rapaziada, o Leleco. Olha a queda do Sting.
Olha o Netuno.
Mas enquanto isso, o Netuno já consegue levar mais um outro jogador na conta dele. O MG na perseguição. E aqui não tem milagre, meu irmão. O time da Luz limpa todo mundo, vai pro Ace. E agora é só questão de tempo, é só questão de alguns auto-ataques pra sair à frente da série. 1-0 pra Luz.
14/1/10. Foi assim que o Netunão terminou essa partida. E, cara, que jogo controlado fez a Luz. Logo no começo ali, o Corinthians já começou a se embananar um pouco com a própria composição que eles tinham proposto. E a Luz, que não tinha absolutamente nada a ver com isso, foi só esperando. Eles leram ali que o Corinthians estava tropeçando um pouco nos próprios pés, então eles só, bom, eles vão dar a cara, a gente caixa uma âncora e vai todo mundo pra cima.
Decorda, né?
E realmente foi essa a dinâmica da partida.
Was I muted this entire time?
Corinthians que não conseguiu ser proativo, mostrando os mesmos problemas.
Holy crap, I think I was muted this entire time.
Campeonato todo e aqui no
Dang,
playoff,
nabbit.
irmão, não dá pra dar
Okay.
não dá pra dar mole. Porque
Well,
você cai
basically
no
TLDR
jogo,
if I was muted. Netuno, very good. Netuno, also the reason why the game went that long. He
No
gives, he takes.
finalzinho ali, logo depois daquela jogada que rolou na segunda
And
top, eles começaram a
Corinthians
testar
look
coisas,
better
né?
than they
Então,
looked
teve aquela boa
mid-split,
chute
so they're
do
recovering from
Rodrigo,
whatever that
a
weird slump
atrás
was,
daquela
but
torre
also
Dário. Aí meio
they're
que
still
parece
not
que eles,
completely
agora
back
a gente
yet.
tem
They are
tanto
still too
pra conseguir
passive.
virar. Mas aí já era
This
montagem, né?
this
Já era
comp has a
montagem.
lot of go
Dá pra
buttons,
você
and they
querer ser
did not
proativo
use it.
quando os caras
So
estão dentro da tua base já. E tá aí então os números dessa partida.
the Leco number, this is also kind of fake.
31.3k. Foi o
Like I get why he
total
went split
damage
pushing at
da
the end,
partida.
but also
Essa caixa sobrou, tá?
Yeah.
Essa caixa sobrou. Eu tô contigo.
that was never gonna win you the game, unfortunately. It's the right strategic call, but
Tem essa também, né?
Yeah.
O professor tem cara
It is what it
de
is.
professor curtindo roubar um
Unfortunate.
pentakill, não era, professor?
Eu sempre deixava, na realidade. Na realidade, eu sempre deixava.
I wonder
Aqui, já dando
if
uma olhadinha nos melhores momentos, a gente vê que nesse momento
the
aqui, eu
market
acho que
is fixed
a
yet.
gente via como a equipe do Corinthians estava se realmente propondo algumas jogadas,
No.
mas de
Okay,
novo,
so
campeões com muitos
LTA
recursos.
Fantasy
A gente
still
vê que no
broken.
momento aqui,
Unfortunate.
como é que eu vou encaixar uma ultimate da Thalia aqui? Como é que eu vou encaixar uma ultimate do Pantheon? A gente
Okay,
vê que a ultimate
oh well.
do próprio Sting era mais pra finalizar algumas jogadas, então um pouco esquisito. E isso aqui abriu espaço, porque a composição da Luz realmente tinha esse CC, conseguia aplicar desse dano, e quem aproveitou muito bem.
Yeah,
desses
the
brechas foi
even the
exatamente
teamfight
o
losses,
MG,
I don't feel like
que
we're
vai crescer muito na partida.
Los like massively outplaying Corinthians. It's like the narrowest of margins, and a lot of it was also team composition. Like the team fighting from this Corinthian draft was never the focus of this competition. It was all about the globals. Like literally, they can't use their ultimates half the time. Only Tyrion is getting his ultimate off in fights, and the charge up time is kind of detrimental. Like if they had drafted a comp that could fight better, I think Corinthians could have won it. I don't think they necessarily like it. It's not like they guarantee win, but a lot more of these fights would have gone their way. Let's put it that way. And considering how even Corinthians kept things for the early part of the game, yeah, it does feel like a game of inches. And if anything, I'd personally be the more sore that we were so close and we could have won, we should have won, we held everything in, and then just kind of slipped away to oblivion. Really, minions. Wins are not for Corinthians, they're for Los. That's ironic, isn't it? When a team called Loss is the one that picks up all the wins. Yeah, this is still not the magic Corinthians at the beginning, though. I don't know what happened to those confident Corinthians who were just crushing people left and right. It's better than the middle of the season. It's not as good as the beginning of the season. Hopefully they scale up. We'll see. I think the way they played this game right now, they would probably beat Kaboom and Stella. And then they'd probably lose to Red, Cade, and Los. And even Los for me is a bit of a question mark. I think they could win playing this way, but just maybe not this particular composition. Because this comp handicapped their team fighting. So you can't spell, you lose without the Los. Yeah, well, you can't both have the wins and the losses at the same time. Like, you can have them at different times. I don't know, you're confusing me, Lunar. My brain is frying a little bit. Ugh. Wins and loses happen at the same time for every winner. Yeah, but the same team can't be on both sides at the same time. Well, I mean, you can actually, but some games you watch and the team might have won, but really, did they win? No. This game we just saw between Los and Corinthians is not a bad game. It's fine. Really can. Aye. The Circuito OST is actually good. Yeah. I mean, Riot's a music company, right? Which also happens to make small games sometimes. Yeah. Last year's music was a banger too. Dude, when we were doing CB LOL with Riot, that pre-game music was pumped, man. Like, we got hyped off that music before we got in the games. The old CB LOL stuff. Kaboom have won versus Stella, but now they lose because they play red. Well, do they really, Lunar? I mean, there's a lower bracket, so if they lose early, if you keep winning, eventually you'll face red or Cade Stars. So, I don't know. I think better face them early and then, you know, fall down later. You never know. Maybe red could screw up. They won't, but maybe they could. Maybe Kaboom show up and actually play like a freaking CB LOL team with proper macro. Even then, I'm actually not sure. Red Academy is looking really spicy right now. Like, low-key, they're making themselves one of my favorite teams right now just because they are not, like they're not relying on CB LOL players. Like, Aegis and Greftar are back up there, so it's now Doom and Mago. So it's like actual new, fresh blood. They're not using veterans to buff themselves up. So, yeah. It's a lot of music. I don't remember. I don't think it was any of the like actual Riot stuff. It's like just this sort of stuff, like copyright free music they're playing. But yeah, the old CB LOL pre-game stuff was hype. Epic enough. No, get me wrong. I'm not hyped for red candidates in LTA South. I am hyped for their academy team. And it took me a while, but their academy team has been slowly getting me. Oh wow, Lunar. Okay. But Flamengo drove themselves off a cliff. That had nothing to do with me. I wanted to believe. You have the CB LOL OST on YouTube still? Oh, hell yeah. And Riot is really good at picking music. Actually, I say that, but then the LTA North music is... I won't say it's bad. But that's just because I would like to work for Riot North one day. And I'll leave it at that, shall I? Okay, game 2 of Los versus Corinthians. And we actually get the draft. What is this Nidalee Prio? Are they going to play Nidalee top again? Please no. Please no, it's not that good. I didn't say Riot North Korea, Lunar. The Riot North. LTA North, not Korea North. I don't speak Korean.
Essa Nidalee que pode jungle ou pode top, né?
Pois é, a gente viu que o Herit já trouxe ele dali na selva aqui. Acho que é mais no topo, desculpa, eu acho mais provável ir pra selva, porque a gente tá
Low-key hope Corinthians lose for picking Italy.
jogar com essa campeã, já é top.
I'm not a Nidalee fan.
Ele já traz ela aí.
No Fury ban either, actually. So that's interesting.
É, e aí a gente
Did the pack-mates nerf hurt Nefiri that much? Like, I really didn't think it was that major. I still think Nefiri is good. Nidalee is the best top laner on the patch. I disagree. I refuse to agree. I actually want to see her win rate. I know Shy was doing it before, but... Oh, killed her clear. Ah. Damn, okay. I forgot about her clear speeds. Okay. I mean, I think you can run Rise into Nidalee. You can just wave clear, and eventually he skills up to the point where if she can't handle him because Rune Prison, and then he just overloads you. I actually want to check her Nidalee's win rates in this patch. She is so anti-fun. It's like the old freaking Soraka tops. I hated that meta so much. Like, Karma was better than Soraka. Also, yeah, kind of surprised they swapped away from Braum at the last second there. Them picking Rel tells me that they want to be a bit more aggressive rather than defensive. So. Can Tyranny play? That's the $1 million question, right? Can any of the top laners really play it? We saw Hirit play it. Hirit could kind of, but like I said, I actually really hated that game. What he was able to do on it. Like, yeah, you get the lane pressure, but beyond that, it really didn't feel like it had impact in the game. Damn, both teams want to go face first into this one. Interesting. Let's see. Kalista is still up. Ezreal is still up. Misfortune is still up? I mean, right now, Misfortune actually looks playable for Los Grandes. For Corinthians, well, they already have Ashe, I guess, so they don't care about AD carry. Yeah. Yorick. Okay, so I guess Yorick is... Actually, I thought Nidalee would be good against Yorick. I don't know the matchup well enough. I don't know enough of the Yorick matchups, but I thought it should be one of the ones that can actually kind of go toe-to-toe with Yorick. Might not win, and I guess Yorick outscales, probably. Because that ban was kind of weird. Azir is still available for Loleko. Like, I get that they're trying to remove the AD carries away from him. He's had a pretty good run on them in the past, but I would not be worried about them. They need tanks. Maokai or Skarner for Corinthians here? Skarner actually might be better. There we go. There's the Misfortune angle. Low see it. Low see it. Let's go. Yeah, I think Skarner for Corinthians then. They need something that can potentially threaten this Misfortune. Maokai can't do it. And then, yeah, mid lane. Yeah, I think mid lane is here. I'm not a fan of the Maokai here. Like, there's enough slow targets that Skarner should be able to land the Impale. Oh, Victor. Okay. Okay. I don't hate the Victor for trying to deal with the Misfortune and for dealing with the Rise. So it's not a bad pick. But I kind of don't like the comp that Corinthians have as a whole. The Nidalee really doesn't fit anything else. Oh, no. Do we embed it? Oh, okay. I guess they just want something that can answer the Nidalee. So
no decorrer do jogo conseguir dar uma compensada nisso.
Like, I don't think Mbessa is the answer,
Pois é,
but
exatamente.
okay.
Também o Super Clever tava muito tranquilo em escolher justamente
I
a
am willing to
Mbessa,
suspend
mas
disbelief to see what
essa
Super
dessa
Clever can
dali
do with it.
é uma
He's done
campeã
some
também
weird
que tem
matchups with the
mobilidade,
Mbessa
então
before.
ali dali pode tentar aproveitar
Where I didn't think it was a good
esse-
pick, but
essa
he made it
fator de
work,
montar, ela
so.
poder sair com W, poder se mover
We
um
shall
pouco
see.
melhor, mas a Mbessa
Okay, I said it before, I don't really like this comp that much. It is cohesive though, right? Like, it's still a pretty good teamfight composition. You've got long range engage. My big problem with this composition is the early game teamfights are going to be really bad. Like, Ashe needs time to scale. Well, okay, Ashe, one item is not terrible. She can still hang with 80 carries, but on 2 items, she's like kind of a bit of a power trough. Victor on 1 item is kind of okay, but not enough sustained damage to carry an entire fight. So the early game fights are going to be bad. The early game laning is not bad though. Ashe can do well into Misfortune in the lane. Nidoii should do well into Mbessa in the lane, so... Yeah, overall, actually, not a terrible composition. Not my favorite, but not terrible. 3 out of 5.
Você ganha em campo de batalha, né?
Actually, no, screw it. 2.5 out of 5, because I don't trust the Nidoii.
If
If I believed that the Nidoii was going to win lane hard, then I'd give them a 3. But I don't have faith, and I don't like Nidoii, so Tyrion's got to prove it to me before I bump up the score. I think this comp is much more cohesive front to back. Misfortune has 2 pieces of setup. That's all I ever asked for. Your skilling with Ryze is going to be massive and can match side lane push from Nidoii later on. Nidoii is going to have 0 impact this game outside of laning phase, and Mbessa can go diving backline. I like this a lot in terms of answers to Corinthians. The only catch is the early phase. It is possible for Los to lose all 3 lanes. So, I'll give them a 4 out of 5. If they can survive the laning phase, they should win. But there's a chance to get slammed in laning phase, and then they just die. So, yeah. Early game versus late game. And unlike last game, I don't think, or last series, I thought like when Kaboom drafted that, I was like, oh, that's fine, that's good. That fits Kaboom's style. Yeah, I don't think that's Corinthians style. I don't think early game is how Corinthians have been dominating this series. Or winning. I haven't said dominating. They haven't been winning. For goodness sakes. Let me actually check their stats. What their goal difference at 15 is. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they actually are like a great early game team. I doubt it though. Yeah, they're kind of middle of the pack, like slightly below average. So with a comp like this, like they can skill super late, I guess, and go like Victor Ashe 6 items. Ashe would outskill Misfortune at the point, and Victor would be able to melt Ryze. Ryze doesn't actually get that tanky. His tankiness kind of spikes at 2 items, right? Serves Embrace and Rod of Ages. We don't see Frozen Heart that often on him, so anymore. So he's not as tanky as he used to be.
E vocês aí de casa, participem com a gente pela hashtag Circuitão, mandem suas fotos, mandem a torcida de vocês. Vocês se lembram?
And kind of even late game, I'm actually not confident in saying Corinthians outscales. I mean, Maokai goes full tank, maybe. But if they don't have a tank, Misfortune is going to be relevant all the way through. And Ryze is going to rip through a lot of people.
Era aquele Maokai ainda que não tomava dano?
Anyone can play Nidoii? Nope, that's not true, Lunar. Lots of people can't play Nidoii. I mean, when the Shy first pulled it out and people started copying him, most of them couldn't play Nidoii. So, but that does remind me, I want to check what Nidoii's win rate is. Actually, no, I should have done it this way, shouldn't I? Search Nidoii on the current patch.
Muito a mais em área para a equipe, então
Nidoii top.
esse engage que também é altamente roubado. É uma forma diferente, mas assim, ele conseguia segurar.
O mais roubado.
Oh, 61.5% win rate. Damn.
Mas antigamente a Riot também não ficou muito de olho.
Pretty good GD at 15 as well. Damn. Zeus has a 100% win rate for games. The Shy's only at 50-50. Okay. Shy's kind of losing the spot. Oh, Whipple played it. Of course, yeah, right. Had to be last week and the week before. He didn't play it this weekend, I don't think. I remember. Yikes. Okay, it is countered by Mbessa apparently. I don't know how true this is, but it does have an abysmal win rate against Mbessa, so. We shall see. I mean, if Nidoii starts to lose at the 1 item power spike, Los are literally going to spike at 1 item and then just kind of roll over Corinthians. Because that means Corinthians has like losing matchups at 1 item. Actually, no, mid's still fine. Victor will still do fine against Ryze at 1 item. It'll be 2 items where they get absolutely run over. So, okay. Let's see what Corinthians can do.
ansioso, é pra gente entrar em partida sabendo o que a gente vai esperar logo na sequência em Summoner's Rift. É só só um temperinho, só um gostinho pra você que tá aí de casa, que agora vai acompanhar.
Not gonna lie, I'm not a super huge fan of Mbessa. Like, she's okay. I don't dislike her. But when she slid out of meta, I did not care. So it's kind of weird to see her being sliding back into meta because of this Nidalee.
Mais de vantagem aqui, mas um pouco mais difícil, porque ambas as equipes
I also wonder what other counters there are
níveis 1 aqui, a gente tá
to Nidalee.
nível 1, desculpa. E a gente tá vendo que o Tiny pode aproveitar. Mas a gente tá vendo que o Tiny tem que aproveitar um pouco desse alcance, mas garantir a pressão da rota acaba sendo.
I want to see a Ryze Nidalee matchup. I feel like Ryze on paper should have a decent matchup.
Mais de troca também um pouco mais favorável, então essa Nidalee se beneficia bastante desse começo de jogo com esse Grasp. Também tem o quebra-galhos ali de runa, que eu acho que é uma runa interessante, já que ela acumula vários dos estados, então... Do nome?
Eu adoro o quebra-galho.
Eu achei sensacional também quando adicionaram a runa, eu achei sensacional o nome da runa, mas por hora a gente vê que as equipes não estão optando em justamente fazer um começo mais agressivo aqui.
Okay, mirror starts for junglers.
Que vão aproveitar um pouco aqui, vão estar um pouco mais atrás, mas aproveitar do range dessa Ashe é crucial aqui.
Don't they have a little bit more info when they don't see Steiner on those Raptors?
Eu acho que o que ficou de detalhe na minha cabeça foi exatamente como foi feito o draft, como realmente o time do Corinthians deixou, parece que tem um plano muito forte.
Tuno's giving me like a mini seizure the way he keeps flickering in and out of that bush.
Mas se eles conseguirem anular essa força imparável do time da Luz, a gente sabe o potencial que tem esse garoto, como o Netuno realmente pode ser aquele carregador clássico que a gente tanto vê. Então vamos ver se dessa vez eles vão conseguir segurar, porque na partida anterior realmente ele foi um problema.
Yeah, I hope we get a bit more action early. I don't think we'll see any more kills than we did last game early. Like, there'll still be the occasional one or two, but I think by and large we'll probably just see very static laning phases. There's no reason for it to get too bloody.
Mas o que eles receberam de resposta na sequência foi também muito dano. Olha o Conseque fazendo o flash aqui, aproveitando.
Cleanse and heal use, both the combat summoners.
Mas tudo que eles conseguiram,
And Konseki still has Ignite.
feitiço de invocador, tudo bem, né? Não chegou a gastar nenhum flash, mas não vai ter purificar nem curar nesse iniciozinho de rota.
E foi muito consciente que ele realmente não gastou incendiar, quer buscar mais uma troca, pode buscar.
Wow, Konseki's playing this role good, very well right now.
Então aproveitou muito bem.
Blood for the Blood God Arms. I'd be down for it. I mean, that's what attracted me to Brazil in the first place. But I'm just saying these two teams from what we saw in Game 1. Yeah, they're playing CBLCK. And it's not the wrong thing, strictly speaking, but yeah. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe our collective will can will some blood into existence. See, that's why I keep saying this is going to be CBLCK, because maybe I can caster curse us into some blood.
Ela tava na mão dos Zeus, galera, então vamos com calma, né? Há de se investigar, mas ainda assim a Ambessa tá saindo com a melhor.
Na minha cabeça eu jogo igual a ele.
É que tem alguns jogadores que eles inflam o número pra negativo, mas eu particularmente não acho que a dali é uma campeã tão...
Sanghyun and Netuno have not been playing around Konseki very well. Konseki's getting stun after stun. Granted, the follow-up damage isn't there, but that's because Trigo wants to farm.
Muito rápido, uma movimentação do mapa que gira muito, de uma forma muito ágil, então eu particularmente
Ornn
não
for the
gosto
Nerf
tanto,
God.
mas ainda assim, os números revelam que eu estou um pouco dentro dessa razão.
Exatamente. Quando eu destaquei
Ornn is eternal.
é o Zeus,
É o Zeus, ele é o cara fora da
Independente da
Riot made a blood pact. They can never nerf Ornn.
É a famosa exceção.
They had 6 months to nerf Ornn, and after that, they will not touch him again. I actually don't even remember what the last Ornn nerfs were.
Começo de jogo bem tranquilo, tal qual
It feels like it's been years.
Exatamente, bem tranquilinho aqui, a gente só vê que trocou essas pressões aqui na parte inferior, a gente vê que quem tava pressionando o tempo todo acabava sendo o Trig e o Conseque, e a gente vê que também a trocação da rota superior tá um pouco mais franca também, porque quem tava colocando a pressão na partida anterior era justamente o Super Kleber.
E pra te auxiliar ainda mais, aí você tá do lado certo da história, o Super Kleber até agora tinha 3 jogos de
Interesting.
venceu 2.
MG and Leleco base, but Leleco is TPing back in, MG is walking back in.
Você tá se preparando pro frio porque você tá coberto de razão.
Okay, because he bought boots and stuff the Amp Tome. Very, very interesting. And the lane swap, this early? Why are we lane swapping?
Porque tem que se confirmar também.
Are we trying to get Super Clever out of a rough position?
Opa, casa dos 5 minutinhos ali, né? Voltamos ao
Interesting.
antigo, né?
Only ever nerfed this passive. Actually, Lunar, is that actually true? Like they only ever nerfed his passive? That's it. I thought they hit some of his stats the other time when he was too strong and was like winning and was like kind of winning lane against most matchups. Lane swap is dead, please. I'm okay with lane swaps. I didn't hate lane swaps for the sake of lane swaps. I hated lane swaps because it was happening every single game for like no good reason, and it hid 2v2s and 1v1s. But if you're hiding a bad lane, I'm okay with it. The problem is I'm just not sure. Like, yeah, I think it's the Ambessa lane they're trying to hide for Los Grandes. Yeah, and then Tyrion blew TP to try and match the swap. So okay. So if anything, I kind of expect Los to be looking for a swap angle at some point. If they can get shove, then shove out and then lane swap. And then this time Tyrion can't match with TP. Oh, did they know? They don't know. Oh, Sanghyun can't get out. He's trying. Yep. Good burst of damage. Well played from Corinthians. I almost feel like the way Konseki was positioning so aggressively, like when Sanghyun was walking down, Konseki tried to like match him that way. I almost feel like that was a bit of a tell. But the angle Sting came out from the tri-bush, I think caught them off guard. Like they were probably more expecting something in the bush. Well played. Ooh, MG's eating the entire Chaos Storm. He can't get out. Is there a honey fruit? No, there's no honey fruit.
pouco mais de liberdade para se mover quando você tá jogando com esse Rakan. A gente vê como os jogadores são bem folgados mesmo de realmente buscar essas jogadas, mas
like this is a really solid start from Corinthians for multiple reasons. I mean, the fact that they're getting that huge discrepancy up there, and then they actually negated the lane swap advantage that Natuno and Sanghyun got from the early rotation with that kill. So, yeah, it's good for Corinthians. That's what they want, these small leads, and they need to grow it and snowball it. Basically, like one item, I feel like they need to start finding big leads by the time, like on the one item spike. Because on the two items, that's when I start to see Los kind of outstrip them. And I fear that the scaling might not favor Corinthians. Like the champion that scales for them is Ashe and Victor, but Los match the mid scaling with Ryze, and then Ambessa should outscale in Italy. Misfortune won't fall off as well because they don't have true tanks. Sting is building. Sting, why do you do this to me? Okay, look, I like Sting on AP carries. I always have. Lilia, great. Zyra, great. Nidalee even, I can live with. But Maokai, AP is just not good, guys. If you want to do it, make sure you've got a tank somewhere else. And I know he's probably only going to build the Andrews and then he'll switch to tank, but yeah, it's just not a great idea into dual damage types. See, he just melts because no tankiness. One Ruby Crystal does not cut it. If you had a Giant's belt, he would have lived. Okay, unfortunately, Stino was the one who picked up the kill there, actually. I didn't even... It took me a while to catch that. Literally anybody else except for Stino would have been better. Well, maybe not Sanghyun, but yeah. Oof. They wanted more. Yeah, that's Corinthians' lead gone. Los answer back flawlessly. It does mean, however, that Dragon should go Corinthians' way. Corinthians should just be going for the drag right now. They blew the big teamfight ultimate, so Los don't really want to fight here. Other execution. Oh, even with the flash, Tyrion can't do anything. Even if they miss. No way! Wait, what? No way, dude. Los, how did we screw that up? There should have been no way. Oh my goodness, dude. If Los lose this game, they deserve it. How did they? I'm sorry. What the hell? How did Tyrion not die there? Oops, overshot, 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 overshot.
E o Dragão
I way overshot, sorry.
saída
Esses 3 pontos.
Skips it too far.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, how?
É um Maokai mascarado, não tem esse pós-choque também, e a Luz não para.
Like, I get there's no out on Sedge, but you managed to tag the slow all the way out here into the silence. Even if you with the W, the dive should have still come through. Did we cancel autos? Like, what? The heal is not that big. Oh my goodness. I can't right now. I can't right now. And then you end up losing the 2-0 mid instead. So it's like double whammy. We did not get the kill and we lost out. Jeez, Los. Jeez. Okay. Good for Corinthians. Trigo getting the kill is good. Accelerating your carries. It's not going to help things in the short term, though. Trigo is still going to enter a massive power trough. Okay, this time they've got out. Surely, surely, thank you. Oh, if they screw up the second one, I was going to lose my mind. Oh my goodness. Okay. They showed too early. Leleko was walking up. If they waited for Leleko to show up, it would have been funnier. They just want to take the whole damn turret. Okay. They don't quite find it. That's fine. Still quite a bit of plates.
Pra eles era bem possível fazer essa movimentação, porque quem tava no mid puxando ali era a Ashe do Trigo, então ia demorar pouco pra conseguir limpar aquelas.
Yeah, I feel like Trigo should have just sat mid. I don't like that he's rotating up.
Uma boa movimentação pra conseguir pressionar essa parte de baixo. Então,
like, yeah, you're not going to chase him down. You have Enchanted Crystal Aurica far from mid lane, and because of that, you don't get plates on that mid lane. You maybe get one plate. Probably could have gone more.
Até porque aquela jogada que rendeu abaixo do Netuno já não era muito ideal aí pra dentro do plano que estava sendo executado, porque foi uma abate que ficou na mão dessa Ashe. E aí o jogo da Ashe vai acelerando também.
E um detalhe importante aqui é que a equipe do
Damn it, Lily, you actually clipped it.
vai colocar muita pressão em cima do então eles têm que jogar esse mapa.
Ai, ai.
Consiga pressionar tanto assim, a gente vê que já começa essa
I don't know, I stand by what I said. Tyrion should not have been able to walk out of that one. I mean, they at least corrected it. 30 seconds later. Oh, nice arrow. Good arrow, stops the dive. Even with the MF death, yeah. Wow. You're eating good, aren't you? You get to prove me wrong, and you get to justify your MF8. All in one clip. Damn. I have no defense. Oh, we are diving between turrets, okay. Can he get out? No, he cannot. That's a lot of resources committed for Corinthians. What can they find? And what can Los find? Is it clean? That's one plate mid. Is that it? If that's it, it's actually not bad. Corinthians might make it work. 2 plates. And they get first brick? Yeah, like a Rise and a Sejuani are really slow on the stake. Never mind. They ran out of minions up top. 2 for 1 special, yeah. I said, yeah, eating good with CD today, Lunar. I don't know. CD always defies my expectations. Always, always, always. Match 1, Kaboom lost the game. That was already a surprise. It's ironic. I don't know if ironic is the right word for it, but I find it kind of funny, weird that yeah, the match again that I expected to be the 3-game match, which is Los Corinthians, might not go that way. We'll still see. Like I said, I heavily favor Los' draft. And the game I expected to be a 2-0 ended up going 3 games. Damn, that's a lot of gold for Los. Yeah, that means Corinthians are getting a lot of gold from laning. Because they're only down 300. It's funny, yeah. My life, your entertainment. That's the song, right? Or lyrics from a particular song. That's fine. Like I said, CD, I am very bad at predicting. My predictions have been wrong, all split long. Like really, really, really wrong. Kate and Red have far surpassed my expectations. I'm glad for it.
Começam já a setar o mapa
I would be more frustrated if my LTA South predictions are wrong. And they are still wrong sometimes. But I'm usually better with that one. The LTA North right now is kind of boring. Okay. MG is scaling. He gets first brick. And we're just looking for the objective foot. The objective foot of war. I mean, Herald's up right now. Wait, we're TPing down? We're doubling down for Los. They are just sacking Herald. Interesting. Okay. I mean, it's only first objective for Corinthians, so it's not the end of the world by any means. I like it. I actually really like this from Los Grandes. Good macro play call. They're going for the early golden fusions. Wow, this Herald take is so slow. I think they should probably have left Trigo here to help take it rather than sending Trigo home. Tyrion already responded bot side, so... Oi, velho.
Mas novamente, mapa muito ágil por parte da equipe da Luz. Eles entenderam que muitos jogadores estavam na parte de cima, o Leleco não tinha o seu teleporte, e mesmo que o Tyrion gastasse o dele, ele seria alvo muito...
Yeah, I think we've hit first item already, so this Nidalee pick is now going to start losing effectiveness. Oh. Aye. Clever walked back into that one. Leleco just power farming on the way out. I like the call. Ooh, we public executed to get that one. Feels a bit much. That's fine. Super Clever desperately needs gold to stay even with Tyrion's massive early game lead. I mean, 55 CS. Holy crap. That's like 50% more CS than Clever. But Clever should be at the point now where he at least can answer. I mean, with the one item power spike, I would expect him to have some sort of threat. This long lane is going to become like a death lane later. Whichever top laner is better at split pushing is just going to dominate this long lane. MG's picking up a lot of turret gold, actually. Yeah, I think most of this, yeah, this is just straight up structure gold. Late gold, turret gold. Small gains, small gains.
É que no caso antes ele tava no lugar certo na hora certa. Aqui ele tá em todos os lugares.
Aqui ele cria a hora certa.
Exato, a gente já viu ele capitalizando no mid, no top, no bot. Oh, toma cuidado aí, mano. Fica de olho aí porque ele pode aparecer aqui na porta, dar uma capitalizada aqui em cima da.
Yeah, I'm impressed with how Los has weathered the storm. It's now time to see how Corinthians weathered the storm. Oh, Trigo got interrupted.
Essa vantagem. A gente tá vendo ali que tudo bem, né? Tá nessa casa ali dos 18 minutos, 1K e meio de
1 minute to Dragon.
a movimentação do time da Los, por mais que o Corinthians esteja sempre tentando.
Yeah, Los want their team fights now. Bloodthirster completed for Neptuno.
O que vale destacar também é que ele já passou desse nível 11, então o alcance do Portal dos Reinos acaba sendo muito maior para ele conseguir encontrar essas brechas aí. Ele pode ultar alguém, também pode ultar um Rakan, a Sejuani, para buscar algum front to back. Então, existem muitas opções aqui que podem tornar o Ryze muito flexível em termos de como ele vai utilizar essa.
Am I actually? Damn it, Lunar. Wait, you said that on Sunday too. Was I actually muted on Saturday and Sunday when you said that?
Mas o jogo aqui até que dá uma travada nesse momento, justamente por conta dessas torres da rota do meio que ainda estão disponíveis. As equipes aqui que podem utilizar o arauto. O Corinthians tem esse arauto em mãos, mas cair essa torre de...
Because like the really muted caster thing worries me when you say it. Like if I have my mic is having issues.
Avanço em bloco do Timão, mas eles acham o Stinner, né? Eles veem que não é aquele grande alvo, não vou conseguir fazer aquele pick-off um pouquinho mais forte. Exatamente, por isso ele vai se
Okay, yes.
Olha o tamanho desse
That's fair.
não tá nem aí. Vai tomando o
Actually, mediocre is probably a compliment, frankly, the way I play Final Fantasy.
que é a parte mais importante, porque agora
I was really bad.
já surge aqui em Summoner's Rift. E exatamente por causa disso, o time do Corinthians já deixa aquele arauto na rota do meio pra tentar deixar o time da Luz distraído com alguma coisa, enquanto eles descem pra dominar a parte inferior do rio.
Yeah, if I do play... Oh, wow. Corinthians were just taking Dragon the entire time. Damn, I got distracted. Los got distracted. That was the fight they were hunting for, and they didn't get it. Okay. This is not bad either. This is actually really good for Los Grandes. Corinthians should not have opted into that. This is a huge mistake from Corinthians. Like, they got the Dragon without a fight. You don't want to fight right now. You're in a weak... What the hell? I need to go back, man. Okay, Dragon spawns.
O time do Corinthians já deixa
And they drop Herald to distract, which worked, and then they just rotate down for drag. Which is good, which is great, they take it. And then here, they just get greedy. Like, what are we looking for? Yeah, this is just massive greed from them. You're not in a good spot. MG has completed 2 items. Granted, Rod of Ages is still stacking. Like, your top laners are frankly irrelevant because they are not team fighters. But Mbessa will have more team fight impact. And then Misfortune is already there, sat ready waiting with a Bloodthirster BF sword. In what world are you looking for a fight here? Yeah, and then you get the bullet time off. You dive into this. Like, it's just, jeez. What are we thinking? You even see Netuno on the wave. Holy crap, Corinthians. Like, I just don't know, like, who makes that call at that time. Like, hey, go for the catch, go for the catch. It's like, that's never gonna work out. And then now you give Los exactly what they were looking for. Los doesn't even care about the dragon. They just want the fight. And then you got the dragon without the fight. You got everything you wanted, and then you walked back into it. And Los is like, thank you very much. You just did our job for you. They wanted cake and to eat it too. Yeah. They drank from the poison chalice right there. That is... Yeah. Okay. Highlight of the FF7 was the film. Well, that scene happens no matter who plays, right? So I can't take credit for that scene. Yeah, now with the 4K gold lead, Los is just flexing. And Corinthians have problems because they don't have a good way to answer anywhere. Wow, Mbessa is bodying Italy. Sheesh. A level down, 60 CS down, does not matter. Mbessa will run you. Okay. I guess Nidalee is not it when Mbessa's up. I'm curious what other counters there are to Nidalee right now. But I'm not sold on Nidalee. Yeah, I think if I do end up playing another Final Fantasy VII game later, I'm not going to try and like actually be entertaining or try and actually move the story along. I'm going to sit and grind my ass off like I do for most RPGs. Boring as that is, I'm just going to grind. But I probably won't. It was lagging when I was playing it, so... Ooh. Tyrion has flash. Can he get out? Nope, there's no walls for him to get to. Okay. Okay, yep, this Nidalee is no longer a factor in this game. It can't teamfight, it can't split. And remember when I was talking about that bot lane being super long? Yeah, they took the inner turret, so it's even worse now. Like, it's literally from inhib to inhib. This is going to be really, really, really bad. You're going to sit in the B club and watch? No, not the right type of grinding, literally. Why grind? Because... Oh, Dark Knight, you didn't watch me play. I'm bad, and for like I have boomer hands, I have boomer reflexes. So grinding means that I get like better weapons levels, abilities, stuff like that. So it makes the game easier. And I actually don't hate the grind. It's kind of therapeutic. So, I do find some level of enjoyment in a certain amount of grind. Not like Korean MMO levels of grind, but yeah. I might just grind off stream. Also, the other problem too is I wanted to finish the game in a certain amount of time because I can't remember what I had. Ooh. Trigo's getting out. He's getting... Oh, there we go. Let's go, Netuno. Netuno did what he had to, but now he doesn't have bullet time. And he's only half a champion. Doesn't matter. You're fed. They brute force this. Okay. Sheesh. Yeah, Los just won this off of Corinthians' mistake. Literally, Corinthians just had to not throw and then try and hold through the mid game, but then they screwed up and now they're just getting run. Pretty sure that game has a wait mode. What is a wait mode?
o Shinner
I did not try that, 'cause I don't know what a wait mode
foi
is.
abatido na sequência, mas a gente tá vendo como eles têm esse dano nesse momento aqui. Estão no spike incrível. A gente tá vendo esse Rise com 3 itens no momento. O Super Kleber também, apesar de ele tá sofrendo muito em termos de farm, ele não tá farmando, ele tá farmando esses abates.
Oh, also for Expedition 33, I was thinking about playing that game, but first of all, it's expensive, and second of all, I don't know, the plot doesn't seem to appeal to me. So the combat looks interesting though. But if I play an RPG, it has to have plot. That's why I play Final Fantasy VII. I love that Nintendo did flash forward there. It's kind of borderline suicidal, but it's okay. They were so far ahead, it did not matter. When you go take an action, it pauses the game. Yeah, it has that. I did not use that game mode, but also, it probably wouldn't have made a difference. I was having problems dodging abilities and actually seeing like when the big abilities were coming in from bosses. So I was kind of face tanking most of it. Yeah, it wasn't about trying to pick the spells or whatnot that I needed the pauses for. It was more just like trying to roll away and dodge stuff or block stuff properly. I was really bad at it. Oh. Sanghyun actually gets out? That's disgusting. Oh, and that bullet time. Woo. Infinity Edge and LDR already completed. Holy crap. It's like everyone like Daymundo. Yeah, Heike, yeah. I was playing everybody like they were Ornn, man. I was just... I can out-trade this. I can out-tag this. Spoiler, I could not, but yeah. No, I did not literally say that. I metaphorically said it, but I didn't literally say that. Yeah, this game's over. The fact that Los got another mass killing at the Baron is just GG. 10k gold lead, they roll over. Yeah, Nettuno just went straight to a rapid fire cannon. He hasn't even finished his boots yet. Man got flip-flops and said, that's enough, I ain't running. I just need the flip-flops for chunkless, and we good. Yeah, Corinthians gave up, they know it. They are just borderline inting at this point. Oh, Stina, we do not need to do them dirty like that. Brother, Trigo has a family. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. I actually don't know. I don't think he has a... Like, he's got parents, I guess, so family that way. But not like a wife and kids sort of thing. Like Tuts or Titan. Say what, Lunar? I said a lot of random things there. I don't know what I'm referring to. Oh. Okay, the bullet time actually didn't kill anybody. A little bit surprised. Yeah, 4012, 506, 517, 316. Yeah, Lowe's hardly lost bodies this game. Super clean performance from them. Honestly, watching this game, I think Kaboom could take Corinthians. Like, if Corinthians make a mistake, I think Kaboom takes them. And I think Corinthians will make a mistake. Just like that. Just like that. Oh, Corinthians, my Corinthians. Maybe this is why 4-4 and Trajan don't watch CD. They can't take the Kaboom and Corinthians meltdowns.
Dentro da base, contra 4 jogadores, é demais pra mente do palhaço.
Pois é, 13 mil de ouro de vantagem aqui já, André.
Ó, só os dois.
Pois é.
Yeah, that's all 3 inhibs. Gonna go down.
Nesse momento aqui pode chegar 2, 3, 4 jogadores enquanto eles tiverem total discernimento.
This is just an AD carry and his support, who are sieging up an inhibitor into 5 people, who are out-trading 5 people. And now the rest of the team is here. How do you think that's going to end? 13k gold advantage for Los, which they actually got to spend. Nettuno is zipping around in just basic boots. Granted, they are in the magical footwear, but still. Strut is doing a lot of work right now.
última tentativa do Corinthians está em posição, mas eles não conseguem fazer nada. Não conseguem avançar, não conseguem voltar, tudo que eles
Yikes.
conseguem é levar a bala do Netuno.
Yikes.
Mas o abate dessa vez ali pra
Not
cima,
yike.
vai.
Yikes.
A segunda torre cai também,
I'm
mas
preempting you,
vai
Lunar. I know what you're thinking.
consegue dar no meio da galera. E agora a Luz
Yeah, they're just stat
Santos
padding. They want
animado.
kills. They want to stat pad.
Buscando aquele cara
Oh,
atrás.
Sting lives.
Steve corre. O
Trigo does
não
not.
consegue correr.
I knew you were gonna say that. Like I said, preempted.
Eles miram pra dentro da base
We've been there, done that one. Okay, well played from Los. Really, really well played from Los. Super clean. Natuno went for MVP, unquestionably. Anything else is troll. MG had a really good second game, but Natuno's game one was just too good. Lunar, they don't want to watch because they don't want you to make them bet their hair. They already explained that on the Gringos Liberados. They are married men. They are not allowed to bet their hair. That's their wife's property. So, okay, yeah. Yeah. The way the games played out was completely flipped. Los very, very good. That's gonna be interesting to see the rematch up against the likes of Kate Stars, I believe is who they're up against. Yep. When did they last play, actually? I feel like it was second half, right? Yeah, it was week 8. Okay. K2-0?
Conseguiram crescer muito bem e acho que eu vou trazer uma frase que eu trouxe na derrota deles contra a equipe da VKS, que eu acho que essas vitórias fortalecendo muito o coletivo. Acho que eles podem aprender muito com isso, mas
Natuno doing work, man. Natuno's regaining his confidence. It's actually really nice to see. I think CBLOL ground him down a little bit, so really good to see this coming back. So Los was winning until they weren't, because the game went 50 minutes. And then second game, it looked like they just mental broke. And Sanghyun and Super Clever kind of fell apart. Okay, yeah, so this actually should be a really fun one. I think Los versus Kato hopefully should be a good close match. Los is showing, yeah, generally pretty good play. And their mechanics are really strong, as we expected from the names. Kind of like Kaboom there. Yeah. And then lower bracket Stella versus Corinthians. I think Stella could win that. I think Stella actually performed better than Corinthians. Corinthians played cleaner than their losing streak, but I still don't see them as a top 4 team. And I'm not sure, like, them and Stella should be a close one. Could be a close one, not should be. Like, either team could win. I think Corinthians should have the advantage, but then their decision making this game is, and has been weak for a while, so. Yeah. I don't know, Dark Knight. Like, in the beginning, they played with so much confidence, and they played with hands, and they just looked good like, every which way you cut it. And then at some point, they started making really bad decisions, and it looks like they kind of lost confidence. And then now, it looks like even their mechanics are... Like, their laning is okay. But once you get out of lane, like, the teamfight mechanics look bad. I don't know if it's like the team doesn't trust each other anymore or what's going on, but... Yeah, it's just the target selection is bad, shot calling, decision making is questionable. This game, their team fighting, or sorry, this series, game 1, the team fighting actually looked kind of okay, and then they made like a bad call. And then this game 2, same problem, they made a bad call. And I guess the problem is when you're playing up against those Grandes, Kate Stars, Red Academy, if you make mistakes, they will punish you. If you do this against Stella, Stella will punish you, but Stella, their hands are bad enough that Corinthians might be able to just still out-hands them, even if they make a mistake. Kaboom is also very questionable, so I think Corinthians Kaboom is a very close one, and it's like, that one might be a game of throws, like who makes more mistakes and who can actually capitalize on mistakes more. But against the top 3 teams, yeah, I think Corinthians is just going to get wiped the way they're playing right now. Like I said, I didn't see them last week, so I hope maybe they fix their problems, but I guess not. They're better than at their worst, but they're not as good as their best. So we'll see. Or we won't. We definitely won't see it tomorrow, because as Linda pointed out, tomorrow is winner's bracket. We get to see Kaboom versus Red Academy and Kate Stars versus Los Grandes. So I'm very hyped for the Los Kate Stars matchup. Red Academy versus Kaboom. I mean, I expect that to be a 2-0, but I also expected this to be a 2-0. So hey, what do I know? I don't know anything about CD, guys. I watch it and I know nothing about it. The more I watch, the more I know I don't know. And that's it for today. Thanks y'all for dropping by. It was chatty and I love it. For Ray, Arxent, I know you're lurking the entire time. Yep, Natuno, unquestionably, no questions. Lunar, Dark Knight. I feel like I'm missing somebody who might have dropped by at some point, but can't remember who. Thanks y'all for dropping by. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.